We've been dating 9 years, so it doesn't feel like, you know what I mean?
Alright, so 25, 25, 50, 50. So we're wanting to do it?
Okay. Can we do 2 blinds?
Yeah, I was going to ask. So
What? No, we'll leave it this way. We're good.
Okay.
So we're doing 25, 25, 50 with the big
Yeah, big blind. Yep.
All right. Put your seatbelts on.
What is up, guys? Welcome to Live at the Bike. This is Jared Griener here with you, fine ladies and gentlemen, on this afternoon / evening. We got an Action Thursday game set up for you guys tonight. Looks like, as you just heard, the game is going to be
So when you
3 blinds.
put it on the screen.
So 25, 25, 50.
I ended up dealing one there, so it worked the same.
Okay, okay.
And then also a $50 big blind ante. So pretty big game, as you can see by the stacks. I'll run down the lineup for you guys here in a bit once we see who's all seated and get going here. But first hand right off the bat, it looks like Ju picks up pocket 9s. He opens to 200.
All right, I'm done.
Saya flats the button with King 7 suited. Ito makes it 900 to go with jacks in the small blind. Saya folds. Ju makes the call. Six, 6, 5 with 2 diamonds. Pretty good flop for both players. I don't really expect to see Ju fold to this bet. Interesting. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Both players have a diamond. Ju actually has 1 diamond that could give him the win, the 8 of diamonds, to give him a straight flush.
4, 4, 30, 4, 40. 17.
So Ito way out in front. He checks this turn, and Ju elects to bet 1,700. Pretty standard call. All right, and a 3 of hearts on the river. I wouldn't be surprised to see this go check, check. And that is what happens. So Ito taking down the first pot of the night. $4,000 pot right there.
Garrett, you getting married here or somewhere
Santa
else?
Barbara?
Oh, yeah. Really?
Yeah, yeah. Been there a bunch.
There's some nice places there, too.
For sure, yeah. Kind of like
So how's everybody doing out there?
wedding capital
Once again, this is
stuff.
Jared Griener. Happy to be here with you guys. I haven't been in the commentary booth for a couple weeks. Been
Yeah.
traveling around a bit.
Yeah.
Went up to
Right about
Yosemite
that,
National
the
Park
venue
for a
they
few
mentioned.
days and hiked around. That was fun. I went to Utah and did the same thing.
Too. I've been there before.
Yeah. It's a hotel and stuff too, right? Yeah.
And then I'm just back for a little bit, and then I'm off to Vegas for the World Series of Poker. So getting pretty damn excited for that one. I'm hoping I'll see a lot of you guys there.
It's nice when it's small. Very
It's manageable,
intimate.
right?
You have a good time.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm for that.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. You know?
50, 50.
Yeah, there's so many people to like
Yeah,
talk
and
to
you can't see
and
it,
whatever.
yeah.
Exactly.
And you're
Yeah.
stressed all day.
We want to make sure like we're just
And we
spending
like to
time
eat.
with
Thank you very much.
like our closest friends and family, you know. So.
Yeah, yeah. That's great. I mean, you can be a little more relaxed, you know, as relaxed as you can be.
For sure, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I thought like, you know, when we first kind of got into this stuff like a year and a half ago, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be chill, like it's no, like it's just a party.
Yeah.
But then like you put all the time and emotion and all the shit like that we put into it, and like it's not really just a party anymore, you know? Like it's
Yeah, yeah.
we've just put a lot into it, so it's kind of a different thing.
So if you're going to
No,
any stuff,
absolutely.
you push back to the
Yeah, because there's so
They
many
don't want your
little
personal
pictures that people
information.
don't realize.
For sure, yeah.
Quarter, 50, 50.
You have kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you were home with them, I guess, for like
For a while.
For a
yeah.
while, yeah. That must have been
Yeah, yeah.
a totally different
Yeah.
experience, huh?
Yeah, it's all good, you know.
Yeah. How old are they again?
You kind of learn so So my daughter just started university this year.
Okay,
And my
nice.
son just graduated from Marine.
Okay,
So
nice.
he's in Honolulu
Got
doing
it.
air traffic control.
Okay. Did your daughter
I'm
like have,
aging myself here.
did your daughter have to skip a year? Like, was she supposed to start college the previous August or whatever?
Oh, no. She was right on
This was
point
on
with it.
time. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she did her senior year at home school.
250.
or
Yeah,
whatever it's
exactly.
called, distance learning.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, you know?
Yeah.
Which, everyone's talked about.
For sure, yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's better than freshman year of college, like having to be home, So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
good, like, she stayed on track with that,
Yeah.
I have a cousin and she missed her freshman year of college because of COVID.
Oh, yeah.
I just
50
can't
more
imagine.
than-
That was the best year of my life,
Yeah.
Either
You went to
50
Arizona,
50
right?
years.
Hot University of Arizona.
Yeah.
University of
Oh,
Arizona.
in Tucson.
Yeah,
Yeah.
opposite ASU.
I had a friend out there. He's quarterback.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did he play? If he
Yeah,
did, I
he's
would know.
like
What was his name?
starter, Terry Gunn.
Okay, yeah.
Skybox Anna
he's
says
vaguely
Yosemite
familiar.
is
When
nice.
was
Yeah,
this?
it's amazing.
Oh,
I did a
before
pretty
us.
crazy hike. I
Yeah.
summited Half Dome
I don't know how long.
in
Yeah.
Yosemite, so you have to get a permit in
years
advance
before us.
because basically what it is, it's straight uphill the whole time.
650.
It's about 9 miles to the top, and then there's these cables that only during the spring, summer, I guess the warm time when it's not icy up there, they have these cables drilled into the side of Half Dome, and you climb up them. Basically like rock climbing, except you're not hooked into anything. So there's just these little wooden slats every 10 feet with some poles that you can grab onto. Otherwise, it's just the cables and climb up Half Dome, and then it's amazing up on the top. Tons of space. So chill out there, and then climb all the way back down the cables, and then 8.5, 9 miles all the way back down. So that was pretty fun. Highly recommend if you're in shape to do it. Back to the poker here. Candy has ace king and top pair. Gonna take down the small pot. For those of you guys asking, yes, I'm going to WSOP 100%. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Wes says good luck. I hope you run good unless I'm at your table.
You gonna go on the honeymoon then? Or?
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm gonna
can
try
we
to run
just
good
get to Costa Rica
when
for
I
a
am at
couple
your
weeks?
table or if I am as well,
Then
so
we have another
apologies in
friend's wedding
advance.
London, so we're going to Switzerland before. So not really. We're gonna our wedding's like a week of events. Another thing you can kind of pull off with only 70 people, 150, sorry.
150.
And then after, I got it. We're gonna spend like a few days, just in another nice resort in Santa Barbara. just to
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
it
yeah.
fresh, So
Okay, that's great. Yeah.
something, right? Yeah.
This
Not
is
just
like
like
a whole
going
week-long
right back.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And London's one of my favorite cities.
If you want to check out what that
Yeah.
Half Dome
I've
hike
never
looks
been
like, you
to
can look on my
Switzerland.
Instagram.
Oh,
I got a post about it. I got some
I'd like
sick
to-
video
I've
actually
seen
when I was
Hampton
on that
Beach,
wall
Beaver,
that you climb up.
Okay.
Culture.
It's at Jared Griener.
I play at that one poker place near the Ritz-Carlton in,
Oh, okay.
do you know where, are you familiar with London?
200.
No, I have never been to London.
It's a place called Green Park, and they got a
Okay.
really nice poker place there.
Saya in the house today. It seems like maybe she's been playing a bit lately. I haven't been watching a ton, but I played poker with Saya many, many, many times. But hadn't seen her on stream too often.
What up, Eric?
Hey, how's it going,
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
Gary?
Hi, how are you?
Alec asks, anyone know the max buy-in for this game? I'm fairly certain there's no cap.
Good.
Hey, Garrett.
What up, bro? Good to see you, bro.
And Eric Hicks is here. Welcome.
Okay, I'll check.
I just do.
Did they draw for it?
Oh,
Yeah, you're in 2.
that's disappointing.
How's it going, Jim?
That's not disappointing at all.
Really disappointing.
No, hell no, I'm not
Hey, that's disappointing.
The science
If you're gonna muck, man, like have king 10.
I know.
Then I can feel good about my check. Don't apologize, you're fine.
I didn't.
You have
that's a
queen
sharp
nine.
thing.
Sid,
Don't
no,
even
Saya plays
apologize.
really big
Clearly
games.
just went to muck your hand.
The
plays
game
all the
was
big
wild.
games in LA
That's
that-
true.
She had
She can
quads,
get into.
quad jacks.
Aiden bluffed off.
No, he had kings.
didn't have
He had full house.
He said it.
He's trying to say that he had not full house versus my quads.
He
That-
did.
How much you
He
said?
did not.
Eric, how much you said?
Why would he lie?
How much you
Oh, I don't even know.
I think somebody
Do you
saw
want me
his
to
card
do
with
it?
him
I'll
up.
do
I'll do 50,000 right now.
Alright. Eric's gonna say
Yeah,
50,000.
Saya's an excellent poker
Aaron's
player in
gonna
my
laugh at
opinion.
me.
Why is
Very
that?
tough.
Oh, no, not the fucking
I figured out why
25
this happened. I didn't even know how this happened. My girl, when I get home, if I ever just throw my chips in my bag and go home, she'll like bag everything up and she puts the numbers on it. She's so OCD.
You got it good. Look at your hand first, though, Eric.
Slowing down the game already. Did you guys ever hear it was because of me and Garrett they invented a shot clock? That's how the shot clock came about. Garrett wouldn't play with me with that one. It's true.
True story. In your defense, Eric, it's you and about 50 other people I wouldn't play with.
No, but I was the one that really pushed it over the edge.
Yeah.
I was the one that really got it. I play in the Friday game one week, and the next week there's a shot clock.
250 total.
And none of the other games have it. It's only the Friday game, and that's because of me and Garrett.
Let it rip.
That's it.
Like Garrett's all about hands per hour.
3.
It's more fun to play more hands, right?
It is.
I mean, everyone wins
You know,
if
when I go
more
and play
hands.
another game, I hate all other games now because they're not fast enough.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I go, oh my god, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know how people like do this and then they'll like go
Yeah, I know
to
you
a
can't-
tournament where it's like 10 minutes a hand.
Yeah, and everybody, I don't think I can do that anymore. How much did I say? 50,000?
1,000.
Oh, when I put my chips in the bag and I go home, it means I don't have very many chips. I just want to make that clear while we're on stream.
That's very important.
That's a good. Even though I think if there was a bad guy, they'd be hard to catch me. Once I get in my car, I'm pretty unstoppable.
It breaks my heart having to sit at the cashier going in and out of a box anytime I play poker, but in the end, I feel like it's just like it's worth it for the peace of mind, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to put it on this.
But when I'm having a losing session,
Eric, can you put it on
which I,
Put it on the sensor.
For the screen.
oh yeah, when I'm having a losing session, like just the thought of
Nick,
going-
from you, but don't
going
get that
through all
started
that,
again, please.
getting the box,
Yes, I do know some of the
I just
events I'm
wanna
going to
go home,
play.
you know?
Yeah.
Most of the
And then I can
smaller,
end up
like,
sitting
can't
here
miss
for an extra
events, I'm
3
playing that
hours while I'm
opening
losing.
$500 buy-in to the
Because I just
reunion.
can't
It's got a
imagine all the
$5 million
hassle
guarantee.
going to my box. So then I just lose all the money.
And
to where I don't
crazily
have
enough, there's
to
only
worry
3
about,
flights for
and
it.
I
Usually for these
put it on
big
my bag and leave.
things like that, they have more than 3, but it's only 3
I
flights.
recommend it.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, one flight each day. And you can only
I did it
re-enter
last
one time
I
per
don't
day.
know how
So
guys like Garrett do it.
I smell a little overlay.
Night sessions. I've been watching his. I'm a Garrett fan thanks to these podcasts and stuff lately that you're in. But you guys should listen to Garrett. But he talks about how important it is
50-50.
be in shape so you can play those really long sessions. Really long sessions. So I did a really long session the other night, and I go,
Don't fold, Eric. You're the big
Yeah,
blind.
you're the big one. Yeah.
I don't know how. I used to be able to do it. I can't. Oh, I'm the big blind. So I really, I never felt that way before, but now I feel like I start eating healthy, get healthy if I'm gonna take this game serious at all.
There you go. I'm glad I can help you win more money from me.
That's like a lot.
Yeah,
Put 175 more, 225 total. There.
Well, I know what you're eating. What's in the superfood containers you've been bringing?
My diet's usually really simple. It's just like clean proteins, clean carbs, clean fats, you know? So it's like sort of 10 things from each of those groups I eat.
Quarter,
Usually
quarter, 50.
my fiance mixes them together in some fashion and that's about it.
You eat meat, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, oh yeah, a lot of it. I found a chicken and fish. Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
And what's the, is that quinoa or beans or something?
Yeah, those are a couple of foods I eat. Several kinds of beans, quinoa, brown rice.
It tastes pretty good.
No,
It doesn't.
not at all. No, nothing I
Good
eat.
for you,
I'll
though.
take that one. Nothing I eat tastes good. It's miserable. Yeah.
You get used to it, right? And then it tastes good?
Sure. It doesn't taste good. No. Like eating is like never fun.
That's not horrible, though.
No, it's not horrible. No. But
I
like,
agree with Garrett to a
exercising
certain
means, like, a lot
point.
of fun. So
You
eating
know,
healthy
I've been
is
on
having
that
fun.
clean diet
It
and
just consistently sucks.
did a weight training
After you're
program
married, you
for
can
6
whatever
months
play
where the
you want.
eating was like
I
that.
have,
And yeah,
like,
the joy was kind
9
of
more
taking
days
out
to
of
try.
eating.
That's right.
It's just eat
Then I'll give you the advice.
veggies and chicken and fish and avocado all day every day.
Once you got the lockdown,
You're just gonna eat all the food and drink all the booze thereafter.
There you go.
the company I work for, we own a company called HPI, Human Performance Institute. So it's training for elite athletes,
500.
but we also train other people, whether it's poker players or
Shifty
any
Jay-Z says
type
hi
of
from
person
Sydney,
that's in a
Australia. Good day.
area where you want to
How's it
perform
going out there?
And they talk about not only psychological health, but they talk about we teach psychological health, physical health, and then
Heard things in Australia are a bit dicey at the moment. Things kind of locked down there from what I've understood.
Johnson & Johnson company.
Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I will check that out for sure.
And yes,
My
this
best
game is
friend
happening
recommended
right
this
now
book
at
to
the
me. It's
bike.
next on my list. It's
We're on a
something
slight
we were
delay,
talking
but
about.
this
It was
is
like
live.
The trainer for Michael Jordan and like a bunch of other. Do you know what I'm talking about? I forget this guy's name. Anyway, he wrote this very famous book that I'm super pumped to read, and it basically is just everything you just talked about. Basically, like how MJ and whatever just like
150.
dedicated his life to doing all the
It was
things you
amazing.
just referenced,
Yeah.
like really, really well. Yeah.
He was like a thoroughbred.
What, way back in the day when Michael Jordan was playing,
700.
we're not. Oh, shit. I'll tell you the story.
Yeah, yeah, it's fine. After, during, whatever you want. You have 50,000, Eric, right? You
I
just
got
have
50,000.
A bunch of big
yeah,
chips
let me
behind
get,
there.
let me, yeah, I got 50,000. It's coming up.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
He's in for 50. but- Heads up.
So Garrett 3-bet here pre-flop.
When I was at Berkeley, I was teaching
Eric
people's kids.
Called, flop
And
one,
one-
check,
one
and
of
then
these were,
Eric
like, big
bets on the
basketball.
turn and takes it down.
A guy, and
Quarter,
the Warriors
50,
coach came over for dinner a lot. I got to have dinner with the Warriors coach.
Steve Kerr,
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
No, I think it was right before Steve Kerr.
Mark Jackson.
Yeah, I
Got
think
it.
so. Yeah, and he said something I'll never forget. He said that you can go to any YMCA on any given night, and anybody there's capable of performing at NBA level
Right,
for one night.
Right, of course.
And the difference, and NBA players, and especially top NBA players, is 100% conditioning. And to be able to do that
Yeah,
consistently
that-
and to play night after night without getting worn down.
Sean.
Right, right,
So-
right.
What's
He
that?
won most of
Especially
his
the
money back. I
NBA
don't know
schedule is like
exactly
so
how he did it.
grueling, right? They're
Right.
just on the road all
If
the
he lost,
time.
I
and-
think he barely lost. Or he maybe won.
Yeah,
I
no
don't know.
It's
Hard on the
250?
body.
150.
Like any athlete, playing hockey or football.
Yeah.
800.
Eric, oh, excuse me, Garrett makes it 150 with ace-5 suited. Eric's going to 3-bet here from the button. King-queen suited. Both of these players very
So,
deep. 50K
the
for
topic that
Eric, 40
Jordan
for
came up,
Garrett.
And, you know, this isn't close to Jordan's prime.
And Garrett just folds.
And nobody trained
Certainly could have
hard as
continued
Jordan.
in some way there with the
And
ace-5
the other
suited.
thing about it is, you
If
know,
he
he stayed
decided to.
later, he came earlier,
Folding's fine.
is always working on his game. And the other thing I noticed is,
Straddle around? Good?
yeah, is when Jordan stopped,
Wow, straddle for 100.
when he's,
I just
the
want,
minute
I
he's,
never win a straddle, just to be clear here. So.
You let me know if,
Right?
if the frequency is not
If I
something
got-
you're
No,
comfortable
you
with.
don't have to put
If I've got a really bad hand, I'll probably do well.
There you go. Sorry, Eric, go ahead.
he was so into physical conditioning, he was almost a sadist. And you think somebody like that was into it just, you know, because he enjoyed it.
Right,
The second he stopped playing basketball, he stopped conditioning.
right, yeah.
Kind of, you know, they didn't even try to stay.
You see that all the time, huh? Like a lot of world-class athletes just like start doing nothing after. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, for basketball, I guess it's really important, but
Right.
I think as a baseball player, it wasn't as important.
Yeah.
It's an interesting conversation. You do see a lot of athletes just kind of
Hundreds.
give up on staying in shape once they retire. A lot of them don't, but personally, I mean, I wasn't a superstar athlete by any means, but I was a swimmer. Swam from when I was like 8.
Eric, you're
All
forgetting
through
to put your big
college.
chips on the table.
Oh, I haven't, I
just
gotta
like
get 'em. There's so much
ridiculous
going on.
amounts of working out.
500?
When I quit, I
I'll tell you
was
about
like,
that.
I'm not doing anything for a minute. I didn't work out for like at all for probably 2 or 3 years.
Bring out some
But then, you know, I realized, well,
Last
that's not
straddle,
going to work.
100 tall there.
It's like I'm getting hands. I'm playing against Garrett. I'm telling Garrett stories.
You're crushing, man.
It's like it's hard for me to get my.
You're kind of doing it all right now. I wish you would have just folded the one where you called my rear.
500.
Save me $700.
Like like if I'm in the middle of a story and I stop telling the story, I have a hand. I cut this in.
You shouldn't tell me that, man. Now you're fucked.
Now I'm suspicious now.
Hey JJ, how's it going? Oh, that's not JJ. I can't even recognize anybody with a mask on.
Garrett, JJ. How you guys doing?
How you doing, man?
Good.
1500.
Candy here with Pocket Kings.
Hi, I'm Eric, by the way.
I actually walked right up on the
I
table
haven't
during
played
this
with you before, I know,
this
okay.
hand as I was coming in to begin
How much are you
commentating.
playing?
Let me see.
I didn't see the result.
5, 6
Okay.
and a half.
You take it.
So Eric with the light 3 bet
That's a
gets
lesson for
punished,
you
runs
on
into Pocket
Jordan.
Kings.
The second you're married, you can just stop. All the eating crazy, all that. You're
Yeah.
out of the game.
There we go. It's over. That's definitely why I used to do it. When I was younger,
Yeah.
it was all just to chase girls, you know? And then once you're in a relationship for a while, you gotta find a new reason to care.
14, thank God. I thought there was a riot.
I definitely tricked my girl. I got down to like nobody back.
Nice.
So well.
When was this?
About 5 years ago is when I met her.
Nice.
After I met her, I just completely quit.
Same girl? You've
Same girl.
Yeah, got it. What's her name again?
Ashley.
Ashley, yeah.
Yeah. She's the one.
I can see everything
Yeah.
here in the chat. You guys who are chatting, I can definitely see your chat.
How long you been married for?
Shout out to everybody in the YouTube and Twitch chats.
25.
Long time no see. I don't remember when the last time I commentated was, but it's been a bit.
My parents just celebrated their
I've been out there
Make that
grinding.
speech before you raise that hand.
40's pretty good, huh?
I just scared against Saya. I'm not playing my regular
40.
game.
You're not.
That's it.
Hard to do it.
God bless them, man.
Sure, yeah. Different time. They got married when they were 21 years old.
Oh, no. God. I don't even know who I was.
I couldn't tie my shoes, right? That's crazy, yeah.
Finally, I got congratulated.
You guys might not hear a lot from me.
Already.
There's been a lot of table talk so far. It's fine with me, but you know, I'll let them chat
I'm
on.
just gonna win 10,000.
This is Jared Griener at Y Tribe, bro.
My new wine locker.
Who are you?
Smoke cigars and stuff.
I'm just kidding. No, it's Jared.
That's,
I commentate on here a few
that's how
times
I
a
wanna
month.
do it. Just win the first
I am
10,000,
a poker player
5,000.
here in the LA area.
There.
I don't even have to go anywhere. I can just hang around
I
and
before
stop
E,
playing hands.
Sandy. My name's Jared Griener, Griener.
Here's 50-50.
Shout out to all you guys if I don't know you.
Like, Harry's
Happy
my
to
new
be here.
hero. I wanna be
300. 50 more for there.
50 more.
It's 50 big and then 50 ante.
Man, that's such a confusing. I hate when they do so many antes and blinds.
1300.
More money in the pot. More action.
Simple MV, thanks for the
So I'm a big
compliment, man.
blind, right?
Yeah.
1300
And the
play.
blind- big
Appreciate
blind's
that.
only $50. How they got me into this game?
So does anybody else out there have plans to go to Vegas for WSOP?
But we're
I'm
doing
getting
straps,
real
right?
excited.
Yeah.
It starts next week.
Good to me. When was it start?
How'd you play? Was that
This one's dropped.
12?
Still have 50,000 in there.
Quarter, 50.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed that podcast.
Thank you.
Well, I
Appreciate
got
that.
into your things when I just listened to that meta cast.
Jared, 50.
With my friend Chris?
Huh?
With Chris. It was his name, right?
Yeah, he's some kind of like
Performance coach.
coach. Yeah,
Not too many people have watched that one. That's cool you saw that one.
I've been recommending it to everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate that,
but then I really started to appreciate. I started recommending to people I know who play poker for a living. I thought,
Yeah.
it's like,
Well, I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, Chris was a coach of mine many years ago. He's a great guy, just absolutely brilliant, you know. So
no, it's really good that you'll open up like that.
thanks. Yeah, I feel
300.
it's a lot. I think like more fun and easier, like to just like, you know, be myself, you know, rather than like pretending like I don't know how to play poker. Or
Right. The Doug Polk one was like just as much. That was
Yeah,
great.
thank you,
Awesome.
thanks.
Sí. Nobody wants anything? Either food or drink?
I'll get a drink.
3 ways to this flop. Monotone board. Ace king 4. Nobody has a spade.
Just playing.
Yeah, I'll get a king.
Garrett stabs at it for 300. Gets called by Eric with a pair of kings. Ace of hearts on the
Go
turn.
to London, have a nice tea party. Where's Carlton?
Garrett just gives up. Pretty smart give up there, in my opinion. You're not really roughing much. You can't really get that many hands to fold.
And it's amazing you can be so generous in those things without talking at all about your poker game.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you're really generous with other advice.
yeah.
Like, you know, like you're kind of tight with the poker advice.
Yeah, well, I also think it's kind of like a boring thing to talk about,
Right.
you know?
No,
Like in
but
the
you really
grand
talk
scheme of
about
things.
some interesting things,
Yeah, thanks.
like the whole home game thing. It was really good for you to say it.
Yeah, appreciate that.
I know it meant a lot to a lot of players too.
Yeah,
What
you've
was
been
the-
burned in home games and shit, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
What was the
sure.
home game thing?
I just basically talked about like so many people who run home games and whatever like are not the most savory people. So many people have gotten burned 10 different ways in home games, not getting paid, getting cheated.
Yeah. I heard about that.
The rate being insane, and then it's actually raked at 3 times that rate as more money's
No,
being taken
right.
out.
Wow.
Just an endless sea of problems, like, you know.
That's
There's only one person that wins in a home game, and that's the person
That's
running
right.
the home game, and that's it, period.
But to hear you say it was really big for
Yeah.
a lot of players. For me, a lot, because every time I go to a home game, I feel.
It's the same thing, yeah. It's super unfortunate a lot of people don't recognize that, and, like, they just think they're, like, running bad or whatever, when really, like, 20% of the money that starts in the home game just is in the pocket
That's
of
right.
the people running it by the end.
That's right.
It just sucks.
And guys who have pieces of each other going all in against each other,
For sure.
pretending to be action.
For sure, yeah. Like,
When
if you're
you
playing
say-
poker in a
yeah.
casino, you actually have to have the money on the table, right?
That's right.
In a home game, when it's on credit, like,
That's right.
it's all fugazi money except the people donating to the
That's
game,
right.
right? Yeah.
That's right.
Garrett making some pretty good points here about the home game scene.
Yeah, I mean, with all
Very
that said,
treacherous
like,
world.
I am biased. You know what I mean? Like, a home game is like the competitor of a casino game. You know, but what a casino game is poker, and a home game many times is not
That's right.
fucking about poker.
That's right. That's right.
All the booze, drugs, chicks twerking in the
That's right.
background, like the Paul
That's
Pierce
right.
video. It's all to make it about something other than poker.
That's right.
Where's the-
Wise man. Wise man here, Mr. Garrett.
Are we at 50,000 minutes?
What's that?
Are we at 50?
That being said, my private mushroom game is the best
25,
home game in the world.
50, 100.
And it's completely legal because I don't charge rate. Just everybody has to eat mushrooms mandatory to be in my game.
Right, yeah.
Choose that in
My
10,000.
mushroom game.
Oh my God.
I would do it
You're the
here,
shuttle
but
kitty?
I think mushrooms are still illegal here. I don't want to get arrested when we go to my dad comes in the casino.
There's gotta be
Eric
some
says he hosts a rake-free private game where everyone who plays has to take shrooms before they play. That would be a fun game to be the dealer at, just to witness what's going on there.
For my friends, and no rate, that's the way. It's an important question to ask. It's not even cool to ask what the rake is at home games, I notice. Like people playing at home games, they don't even know what the rake is.
They don't know.
Yeah, like it's not cool to even ask,
Right,
you know?
that's right. Yeah, they're unconsciously incompetent.
Second bet. 100.
Yeah, I'll take one.
I'll take one too.
Since Garrett's here, I'm gonna be healthy today and not drink.
I'm glad you're being good influence.
Ito took a stab there on the flop, but now Candy turns to pair.
A lot of days do the silver thing. I like it.
Only when you're here.
Yeah.
Expect her to bet a couple hundo here.
I feel like obligated to have my
Looks
A
like
game on.
she does, and she wins.
But I got these good bottles of wine here today.
You got bet influence here too because I want to drink.
I know. Yeah, you're like,
You're at 50,000 now, right? You're all chipped up and added on.
I want to eat healthy, sleep well, all that stuff if I got to
Protein
battle
I'm
against
hungry.
Garrett.
I mean, Oh yeah.
And then I
like
want to
this.
hit the board.
It's good though.
I wanna hit the board. I gotta tell you, man, none of that shit matters like
Yeah,
hitting
yeah.
the board does. That's for sure.
Hitting the board is it.
Eric, you have all your chips on the table now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool.
I got it. Probably lost. Not paying attention. I probably
Raise
lost
400.
Coming in with like baggies of chips. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, he made fun of me the last time because I had my 20. I didn't know how that
The
happened.
baggies are great. You know who does that actually? The two people I know who do that. They're
It's
good company.
Francisco.
You and Bill Perkins. Or Bill Klein.
Oh yeah.
So,
Oh, Phil Klein.
yeah, you're in good company with the
That's
plastic
true, yeah.
bags.
That's a classy comparison there. Huh?
Yeah.
Bill Klein is my favorite player. He's who I want to be.
Oh, he's such a nice man, man.
No, I mean, I just want to get to a spot in life where I can donate everything I win to charity and then double my losses and donate that to charity.
Right.
600.
Like, that's who I want to be.
When you grow up.
Man, like, how much cooler could it be than that? Like, that is such a statement that I'm really just playing this game for fun. You know, like, I lose every time I play it. You know?
I lose every time I play.
Like,
No, it's just funny, Eric, because you go from being like, I'm gonna do everything right to crush, and then you go, also I lose every time I play.
No, my real goal is just to have unlimited rebuy ability and rebuy better than anybody else. Like Bill Klein.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Oh yeah, ain't no one gonna fuck with Bill Klein and his ability to rebuy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No.
Someday I will. Like someday.
Drew, don't fold. You're the
Oh
guy.
yeah.
You know, like when I get
Oh,
to
we're doing it for
be
that?
friendly with people like Bill Klein, there's a few of them I met playing poker, guys like that. I want to get together with them, have a few drinks, and get some life advice.
Yeah.
They have it.
For sure, yeah.
I got some
500.
really good life advice from a billionaire
Sorry,
I know that I met in a poker game. He took us all to Vegas in his private jet and had like the most amazing trip I've ever had.
Probably know who he is.
Yeah,
What's his
I
name?
guess so.
Mo, his name's Mo.
Okay, never mind. Don't. Just kidding. Yeah,
Oh,
that's it.
he plays
For those of you guys asking in chat, this is live.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, before
This game is happening today. Playing 3 blinds, 25, 25, 50 with a $50 big blind ante.
Super pleasant.
So he came here to this country.
I think there was a straddle on this end as well.
He goes by Muhammad.
As you can see, Eric raised to
He goes by Mo.
400
Nobody
pre-flop.
knows
Looks like he's just
Muhammad.
going to take it down on this
Everybody judges
flop, though.
him
Nothing for
being
King Jack.
Whatever.
Right?
And so I got to know him. You know, we hung. You know, he invited me to Vegas, and we got to hang out a lot.
You're a fairway.
And I got the best life advice ever that I try to live by. It's still hard because I've learned not to judge anybody. Like that was his big advice. Like just don't judge people. And and it got me this far where, like, he got a lot of breaks. Made a lot of big connections. He never judges anybody. Never like.
Pretty good one.
300.
Or I guess prejudge somebody.
1400.
I've been working on that one to this day. He gave me that advice 5-6 years ago, and I still have a hard time with that one. How much?
14.
So a raise here from Joe with ace king off. Garrett 3-betting from the big blind with ace queen. And Eric in the straddle now with the pocket eights.
4200.
And he's going to cold 4-bet with pocket eights. Interesting move here. And very strong. Joe with 21,000 behind. And against
10 seconds.
two not, two sub-premium hands. But he doesn't know it, and it's just a tough spot for ace-king, so he lays it down. Which I can certainly understand. And now Garrett's going to peel.
Put 200 on top. Just put 200 and give you 1,000 back. With 50.
So out of it.
But knowing Eric and Garrett and the dynamic, I feel like I don't know, I might be inclined just to shove ace-king there with 20,000. Or at least call in position. But yeah, the 4-bet from eights is pretty unconventional.
You borrow $5?
I'll take it.
Oh.
Did you order?
Yeah, I ordered.
C-bet from Eric's going to take it down.
Could I order food I eat here or no?
Alex is commentating today.
Does anybody know who's commentating today?
Okay. Yeah, I'll order the boba way.
Is it a 5-hour session?
Again. Was it
Yeah,
5 hours?
again.
We can go longer if you want.
No pork.
Yeah, no, it usually goes
And
longer.
that's it. We have
Now I know
water.
Garrett. You know what? I'm gonna do Garrett quotes from now on.
Actually, can I get
Garrett
ice
says
cream too
every
from,
time he comes to
Starbucks?
play, he's coming
From Starbucks.
ready to do a
Yeah, that's
48-hour session, right? Okay, he's gonna be last man standing. I'll bet you that's not true today because you're
can't stay
so close to the marriage date, right?
It depends on how big the blinds get. With a $100 blind, I'll
Yeah,
probably
you're
get the
not-
fuck out of here. We make the game big enough, I'll stay.
I like that, like that you're getting ready.
Who won last year?
Not me.
300. $700.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to ask you, Garrett, is, you guys having some kind of party or get together in Los Angeles for your wedding?
Not doing a Los Angeles thing, no. 'Cause with the wedding being in Santa Barbara,
It's close enough.
Yeah, but it's, I don't know if you, I don't think you were here when Joe was asking me, but it's a very small wedding, so.
Yeah.
No one you would know in poker or anything.
Right.
But it's not incredibly small. I mean, that's,
70.
yeah, it's still
Yeah,
decent.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a 1,000-person wedding.
For sure, yeah. No, we did
All the
good though.
pomp and circumstance.
We had a goal of 70 and we somehow made it happen. So.
It's awesome.
Usually if you have 70, it's 200, right?
And it leaks, yeah. Usually it's a family member too, right? That, hey, we've got to invite Ian and so and so.
Sure, yeah. Me and my fiance are pretty good at just telling people to fuck off. Like, it's like, can I invite this person? This? No.
No, that's it.
Yeah. It's fun always, though. Huge weddings are fun too, right? The night of a big wedding's huge party. And,
You only get it to do it once, man.
yeah.
Once for now.
I believe
Dapper Dave, I can't necessarily say that ace-king was a bad fold, given the players
That's
in
probably
the
the
hand.
nicest thing you said to me, actually.
I really believe, like,
I don't think I would have folded it, but you can understand, he has no money committed. He just raised, and there was a 3-bet and a cold 4-bet.
no,
Than staying married,
right.
like,
it sounds like you worked for this point.
yeah.
Maybe have some children, right, later on.
So it's
Yeah,
definitely
I
just
guess
the
I should-
lowest
He talks
variance
about all that
option,
too.
just
You gotta see the video.
it can't-
All that
can't
from
be-
Doug Pope.
against two random players that you know nothing about. It certainly can't be a bad fold, I don't think. But
Yeah, I already have one of
if
my
against
best
the
friends who got
these
married
two
before
very
2 years
aggressive
later,
players,
still haunted by it.
Garrett being aggressive and very tough to play against, and then Eric being, kind of unpredictable there. As you saw, he had pocket eights.
October 2nd, next
So
Saturday.
it's coming up.
Next Saturday.
I feel like maybe I would have just piled the 20K in.
What are you even here for? This is like crunch time.
Yeah, I mean, we've got sort of like a team of people kind of,
Oh, that's
taking care of stuff, but yeah.
It's cool that you guys kept it small. I hate when weddings get too big.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't enjoy it anymore.
That's right.
It becomes a complete production.
Garrett could have a big ass wedding, man. You know he could have thousands of people there.
Wes Morgan, Morin, you asked if I play as high as these stakes. Yes.
Yeah, we went to Lake
Not all the time,
two
but
months ago.
especially during COVID,
4th of July, yes.
when no tournaments were going, I played in game as big as 200, 400. I played a lot of 25, 50, 100. And I still do a decent amount that in the right games and in the right situations. Let's play a little 25, 50 yesterday, actually.
We're heading in the right direction, though.
That's right.
Yeah.
Numbers are going down,
Yeah.
especially in California, right? Yep.
I'm just thinking how crazy COVID was in the beginning. When you go to a Costco and nobody was wearing masks and everybody's wearing gloves and pushing their carts around and washing their hands when they get out. And I go, dude, that looks like death to me.
Right, yeah.
To go into it, like, there's no way in hell I'm going in there without like a mask on. That's like the most crazy thing I've ever seen.
It was crazy how backwards it was. Everyone
Yeah.
taking their packages and washing them.
Yeah.
And shit. Like,
And
stuff that definitely means nothing, you know?
And even though they've proven that, like, there's absolutely, it does not spread through that way, that it's 100% respiratory, even though they've proven that, people still do the whole wash your hands.
Jim says, what do I think about Matisau's 1.5 WSOP markup? What is that for? He's selling at 1.5 for the main event? I didn't hear about it. I haven't been on Twitter much lately. I'll find out what tomorrow's lineup is in a minute, guys. I'll let you know. Selling at 1.5 for all his entries? No, I think that's a ripoff. Sorry to say. Sorry for Mike Matisau. If it was 1.5 in the main event, though, I would say that
Like, I'm busy, for sure.
he
yeah,
is still
we
plus
leave,
EV at that
we're-
in the main
I
event.
guess,
It's just
like,
absurd. The main
it doesn't
event's
matter, we all
crazy.
have
You
friends
know,
at our
he's a
house
competent player
watching the house
in a
and
lot of
content
ways where he's
anyway, so it
capable
doesn't
of being
matter
that.
what's
And
But yeah, we're gone for over a week, starting Tuesday.
yeah, 1.5 doesn't seem like that bad of a deal in the main event. But if he's selling it for that like other 10Ks at the World Series and even like 1500s,
I
like
like
no.
that when I talk to people about it, like they're like excited for me too. That gets me like kind of more pumped up about it.
No, it's like
also,
it's like one of the last big things you're gonna do.
super fun. Yeah, the
No,
thing,
it's like a big changing point in your life.
having like all
Flow
the
Junkie,
most
yes.
important
I'm going to
people in
sell,
one place, like, when you're
not
down
much,
is
but
impossible
I'm going to
otherwise,
sell at 1.8 for the main event, and that's what I've done previous years and instantly sold any percentage I wanted to. Like, people just want sweats in the main event, you know. It's a huge tournament with a huge first place prize, and it's the softest 10K by far, so it's just, you know, markup like that is warranted as the market shows. You know, like I said, it instantly sells out.
Are you writing your own vowels?
Yeah. I've been working
I
on.
think that's like the best part of
That's
the
the
book.
sweetest
Yeah,
part.
yeah.
Me too. Oh yeah.
Or the most meaningful.
It pisses me off as a guest when they don't write their own vowels. That's what I'm most
Yeah.
excited about hearing,
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, you know, they can do what they want. It's their wedding. But I
Jim,
love
yes, that's
hearing
right. That's the
people's
beauty of
own vowels
markup.
or anything.
You know, if you
Yeah, I've been
are able
working
to
on
sell at a
finding
high enough
cards
markup, you can
for,
literally
like, months now. It's
literally
fun.
free roll yourself into tournaments, meaning you don't have to pay anything and you have a
Yeah.
percentage of
Yeah,
the
yeah. And so,
of
like,
the winnings. But
right, if I don't get there, the fact that like I
You know, it's
it
really
really well, so I'm
only
not just staring at the
warranted in some cases to pay markup. So
Nerves are gonna kick in.
for sure.
it's definitely a slippery
yeah, I
slope of where you're
definitely, like,
taking advantage of people if you're
will
selling
have,
at
you
ridiculously
know,
high
a
ones.
little-
Need your poker stove.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what you're gonna need.
To try to keep it cool.
Yeah.
You keep a stiff upper lip.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm so over sentimental too.
I think
like-
he's gonna be emotional.
For sure.
And
dude.
everybody loves that.
I'm a crier, man. I hate,
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
not afraid to admit
Yeah,
it.
no, everybody loves that.
Authenticity, man.
Yeah,
If you can do that, if you can like bring out the real tears,
yeah.
you know, mean it a lot to everybody there. I know most guys can't do that.
Right, right.
And to your one, too.
Yeah.
I went to a wedding last week, and the groom was very emotional, but it was
Yeah.
touching. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
touching,
nice.
you know?
Is it a lot of fun, wedding?
Yeah,
Big,
it was
big
small.
one? Or, oh,
No,
small.
very
Nice,
small.
yeah.
Smallest one I've been to, but
Okay.
it was great.
Nice. Small ones are super fun. The one I
Yeah.
mentioned, I was just in Costa Rica. It's one of my closest friends. It was only 30 people, and it was just really cool. You know? Very, very intimate.
Dirty Deed says, what does selling your action at 1.8 mean exactly? So 1.0 is selling it at face value. 1.8 is an 80% markup. So for every $100, you're really paying 180. So 10% of 10K would normally be 1,000, but if I sold it at 1.8, I would get 1,800 for that 10%.
Just staying in
pretty
Santa
hefty.
Barbara a few extra days. So we've got a bunch of other
In a
trips
normal
going
10K
on,
buy-in,
so-
I'll sell it between 1.15 and 1.3, depending on how good it is. So
Switzerland is December. We just
the
worked
main
for
event's
2
just a
weeks.
big exception, where it's just
We're going outside
by
land
far
for
the
2
best
weeks
tournament of the
after
year. By far the highest ROI you could have in a tournament. It's just
Yep.
insane.
And you gotta keep me posted on like
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
I used to live in San Francisco for
Oh, nice.
years. And
Have you been to Outside Lands?
Of course.
Oh, yeah. Is it
man,
awesome? I've
it's
never been.
awesome.
I can't wait.
I mean, well, San Francisco, you know, it's such an amazing city.
For sure, yeah.
You probably know the city really well.
Yeah, yeah. My sister lives like in the Berkeley area, so.
I
for
went,
sure.
I went to Berkeley.
Yeah, nice.
I took night classes there.
Nice.
I'm just kidding. I actually graduated from Berkeley.
I believe
Berkeley,
you.
Email address.
It's probably the biggest accomplishment of my life. Because I was such a
1,400.
Yeah, that's bad.
I was a fuck up before you.
I graduated from the University of Arizona,
I know.
Berkeley. That's cool.
I went to El Camino.
14.
I was such a
Eric,
bug up.
take the money back. It's 14. Do whatever you want.
Shit, man. I hate when he does that. And then I'm gonna fold and crush the block.
1,400.
Keep the blind out, though.
You pulled the 50 back.
It's 50.
So Ito raised on the button.
It's the most.
Garrett 3 bets from the small with 5-6 suited. We do not know Ito's hand.
Yeah. I don't sleep well. That's my problem.
Oh.
Is it going to sleep that's harder, or waking up in the middle of the night?
Overlook, no, I would not like it if the main event
Like
had one rebuy. It should be a freeze out the way it is. One shot.
You know, like I wake up in the
You know, it already attracts thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and part of the appeal for those people is that it's a level playing field for them, you know.
You know, it's like a
Everybody
big
can only
change.
play it
I
once.
moved into this house with this fucking crazy view. And before, like, I never got to see sunsets. Sunrises. And now I wake up consistently and get to walk out and see the sunrise.
So Ito does appeal here.
You know what I mean? And
Garrett
I'm
flops
so
an open
excited about
ender.
being in the house that it's hard to sleep.
Looks like Ito's gonna
Like I
raise.
I know-
Garrett bets
can you
1,000.
imagine?
Ito makes it
Like,
2,700.
It makes me drink more because, like, I look out on this view and I've always
With only
been
10K
around
behind.
this, and I just drink whiskey.
Is it in LA or? No?
It's in Palos Verdes,
Okay.
but I mean, it's gotta
Garrett
be-
makes the call with
it's
an
the
open
most
ender.
Amazing view I've ever seen from any house in LA. Like it's really a spectacular view. And that-
Spikes it.
before that, I was,
What a life.
like small apartment.
What a life.
So that's a good kind of change.
That's a big change.
A big kind of, so I get so excited, I end up drinking more.
So interesting to know what Ito's hand is. He could have the nut flush draw with the top pair. He could have another flush draw of some kind. He could have a set.
Have to be drinking too much stuff like that.
It's hard to see how too many bluffs he's got in his range here that he raises the flop like that to that size.
Drink in my life.
So I think he's in big trouble here. I do think he has a really strong hand.
Like if I was gonna do this game,
3,000.
seriously, like Garrett, after watching his video, you really
So we'll
wanna
see
build
how
that
Garrett
part of your
proceeds
life
here. This
together.
is a small bet, 3,000. Ito only has 7,000 total behind. And, you know, there's a decent number of river cards that could kill your action. You've got to put him on a very strong hand here. He's betting the turn. I feel like maybe I would just shove
Poker's
in
been
Garrett's
very
spot.
until he talked about my hand.
The SPR is just too small. Yep, there you go.
Play a long session. And before I could do it and kill me. Like I mean, if I didn't have an auto driving car, I would have stayed in a hotel here. It was tough.
You have a Model S? Or?
I got the new Plaid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Ito doesn't snap call.
Yeah. The yoke?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's awesome.
So not quite as strong as we had anticipated.
Which one you got?
Yes.
Did you love it?
Probably has ASEX of some kind.
Oh yeah, they offered to charge mine. I never do that. I don't want to drive mine.
Maybe a flush draw now, and he's just trying to figure out if he's priced in.
1100 horsepower.
Yours is like,
Do you have
yours
the,
is like a roller coaster.
it is.
He makes the call.
Do you have the P100?
Garrett currently with the nuts,
Or whatever they call it?
and that card can't help. So
And I got there the hard.
looks like we're not going to find out what Ito had.
When I first got it, I was pretty excited a couple months ago. And last
Biggest spot of the
night,
night so far. They're going to go to Garrett,
go to Facebook post.
who's surprised.
Kind of a love
Well played though, nice hand.
It's like I told
It's
you,
fun when you get there.
they said, I've had better
It's
stuff
fun when
than
you get there.
pizza.
Hey, no, I'm mode 5K, okay.
You know what I mean? But at the same time, like how much that car's impacted my life.
You know, the service is a bit of like paradigm
Yeah.
shift.
Good.
So,
No, just one. Just one of those.
He wants 5 more showing.
Oh yeah, of course, and then whatever change you want, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't
Ito's
understand.
rebuying for 50.
Now you're owed 5, okay, I'm gonna get change for you.
So I just realized last night how much of a positive influence the cars had on my.
Okay, so collection. Do we want to do bomb normal?
Is anyone down for bomb pots?
Yeah,
What do you think?
Heroic taxi driver, he said his table was out. I didn't see anything on the screen, so
500 is crazy.
the reader just didn't pick it up.
300 it is, bomb pots, yep.
Come on, Garrett, 500.
Auto every collection.
Ito rebought for 50,000.
Yeah, he's gonna get
Yeah,
it.
yeah, you're owed
I'm
5,000
offering
right
300.
now. Is that what you're asking?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Matt.
Garrett, 500 bomb pot.
Garrett turned over his cards and
Garrett,
Ito
such a big
mocked.
spender.
I mean, you gotta swing for the fences in life, right? Eric?
I like
This is what you keep talking about here, right?
No, yeah. It's so funny that you gave so much poker advice without giving any real poker advice in those 2 videos. Swing for the fences is a good one.
1,000.
Peter?
Oh,
But
look
winner
at
of the
that.
Damn it.
It's
I
winner of
should've
the
called
collection
there.
pot.
Oh, we're doing
Oh,
left.
no, it's always the number. We always
Always
do the
the
number
number?
here,
Oh, I
yeah,
got
yeah,
confused.
yeah.
Left to
How much
right,
is it?
123.
Oh, yeah.
I still can't get over that. So you did a Doug Poke podcast and you didn't give any straight poker advice at all. Like, and you like watching the Griener? He's like crazy.
If
like,
Ito,
crazy
if
poker strategy
Garrett
and
didn't take
rock.
all of
Like,
Ito's
I don't think
chips,
Griener
somebody
knows
asked in the
what
Twitch
he's
chat,
talking
just because
Yeah.
Ito probably
So
took
the
chips out
guys
of his
in
bag
poker
and
world
paid
who
him
share the most
in
info,
bigger chips
yeah.
just so that he could keep his chips that he's got in his stack. It's more efficient that way because he's rebuying, so
Like, he's using all
he
the
paid him
cool
out of
kid
chips
lingo right now.
Yeah.
that he had
Like,
in his
okay,
bag
so
there, and then
he's
Garrett
like
just
a
puts those
poker
chips on his
kid.
stack,
Yeah.
or just a stack of 1Ks, or a couple
I
5Ks.
watched his after watching yours, and it was just night and day. But I think Daniel is giving negative advice.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe
He
he's just
doesn't-
one level above giving fake advice.
Yeah, he doesn't really play like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Saya, don't fold. Yeah, you're the hunter.
No. He's
No.
fine.
Oh, he's
He's
buying,
buying.
now I see, okay. That would make sense why 3 people are.
Am I the big blind?
You
Oh,
are
you're
under
nothing.
the. You are. I wouldn't go that far. He's under the gun.
Oh,
Lakers
free.
Nation asked Jared, should you stick to one format of poker, or are they mutually inclusive between tournaments and cash games? I think it depends on your level of experience.
Are you gonna
I
go
would
smoke a cigar?
suggest trying to get fairly competent at one or the other
What?
first,
You're bringing
yes.
food over.
Yeah.
But
can
I
eat
think in
over here.
today's
Or you
ecosystem,
can
tournaments
try
are just
to.
so
It's
soft and
it's
have
like
so many
everything else, you
more
can try
recreational
to.
players that playing those
Yeah, do what you want.
is
1,500.
I'm just saying, I
so
will try
worth
to.
it. But there's a lot of variance,
Yeah,
you
you
know, and
know
you can
because
really
your
go on some
back's
big
to the,
downswings. So
How much money?
it's
do you
nice to
want?
have that
15,000.
ability to also play cash games, where you can make more of a consistent
You got it,
income.
man.
I thought you had a big hand.
150,000 more. call you.
What's your name again?
Joe.
Joe.
It's treacherous though, especially if you're switching back and forth on the same days. Bust the tournament, hop in a cash game, because the style of play should be very, very different. And if you're not able to kind of switch back and forth, that can really bite you. Bust the tournament and then go try and play your
Alright, so it's gonna be
your cash game like it's a tournament, and things don't go so good.
It's all relative, right? This is the code there. Yep.
I have like a 9 to 5 job, so it's hard for me to, I travel a lot.
Yeah, me too.
All over the
I'm
world.
one of those working guys.
I'm like hardly ever in the US. I'm all over the place. So with COVID, I get to,
Yeah.
I'll be in Europe when you're getting married.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Where you going?
I'm gonna go to Amsterdam, Germany, and Rome.
Okay.
All work.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
All work, but I'll do a little fun too.
Fun cities for sure, yeah.
You're in a company that does performance
Quarter,
stuff or
50,
what?
You know, I work for John
Well, yeah, Sid, I don't recommend playing tournaments on a steak with makeup for sure. That's not a fun way to live.
Put the Johnson &
But
Johnson shirt on.
people who say tournaments are depressing
No, no,
and they hate them, blah, 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 well, you've never made a deep run in a tournament
I'm
before.
thinking about using any money I lose
Because you just
here
wouldn't feel that way if you had.
write-off and say that I'm marketing. I'm advertising my company. You can look at the streams. I'm usually wearing my
you've
company.
got revenue.
I'm wearing my company shirt. I'm like I'm entering a contest and getting my company mentioned. So I think I could write off my poker losses.
What company is that at?
Unicycle. He owns an electric bike company.
Isn't
Oh,
it
I get it.
creative?
You're
I
right.
think it's work.
That's on me. I fucked that
When
one.
I definitely think that when I go play.
Yep,
in
that's
radio
really
and stuff. It'd be great for my company. Yeah, if I.
Sometimes you give me I walk, it's cool, and then other times I have ace queen suited. So thanks, thanks everybody. Cool of you.
Yeah, if you become a famous poker player.
Set an accommodation.
Yeah, they're trying to
Wait
get to
till
the
you
middle.
double up through
The
me.
TV
Sorry,
time.
that's when I like it the most. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Like I want my competitors to be scared of me, because in the electric bike business, I'm ferocious. Like I like.
98.
What do you do besides poker?
I think we're gonna run a business. Weren't we
First
just
up,
talking
Eric,
about
100
this?
to call.
Eric, what you want to do?
What do you mean?
400.
Did you ask me that?
I wasn't clear what business.
Oh, okay. You goes, what do you do besides play poker? Talking about it.
That's how good you play, Eric. No one can believe you have another
What do you
job,
do?
man.
What do you do besides play poker again?
No, it wasn't. I wanted more specific. Right?
Okay.
I wasn't clear what the business was.
We build electric bikes, and the emphasis we build our own batteries.
Oh, yeah.
So
Very nice.
right now, it's crazy. Like I could sell more batteries than bikes right now.
How long do they last, the batteries?
Quarter, 50-50.
Well, for me, that's why the car is so important to me. Is I'm about performance, so I'm trying to build like high performance batteries that no one else makes.
Okay.
So right now,
And you have a good engineer that can do that?
as a top engineer, it's like, well, you know, like the SF90, the Ferrari just came out,
Yeah.
and my top engineer designed the battery pack for that.
I need a straddle there.
That's the
I'm
good
missing a
part of the
quarter over
story.
here.
He's 25 years old
That's you?
and
Sorry.
a genius, one of the greatest geniuses I've ever known.
Alright,
That's
so
the
you're
good part
the
of the story.
straddle, Eric. I need 100, please. 100, one white chip, or 4 purple,
I
whichever
can't
you
even tell
prefer.
you this story, it's such a downer. What's that?
100. Either 4 purple or 1 white, your choice. Show your first. 300.
I'm the big one, right?
You're the
You're the
straddle.
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 Oh, we're straddling now. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay.
So Joe raised it up with 10 deuce suited from the cut. Eric defended the straddle with 9-7 suited. Top pair and a flush draw. Nice time to have 10 deuce
Yeah,
suited.
the kind of people I hung out with in the beginning, because we built bikes and raced them together. The guy who started Remac, who runs Remac and owns Bugatti now, he was in our little group.
Oh, wow.
And so I happen to know like some of the
Joey,
best engineers in
the commentator today is Jared Griener. That's me.
So, and we had the top.
Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
He was
Happy to see all you guys out here.
paid him
Loving the show so
crazy amount of
far.
money. He's only 25 years
Few
old.
sick hands. The one notable hand was the 5-6 hand where
Continental US?
Garrett peeled versus a 3-bet.
Yeah, we have dealers in Hawaii, and then outside the US.
Actually, he 3-bet, flopped an open under bet, got raised, called, and then turned the nuts,
No, I'm only interested in the really fast shit.
and ended up stacking Ito.
15 more to color.
Yeah, like I'm proud that we don't sell
I'm
any.
not gonna, my son wants a motorcycle, I gotta tell him to get that.
My competitors sell these shitty like Walmart bikes with dumb little motors in them, and I'm selling the stuff that kills people.
Ha! No, Matt, I'm still a Pats fan, not a Bucks
Where
fan.
do they go?
But I'll admit, I do cheer for the Bucks. I want them to win.
90 miles an hour.
It's pretty inspiring.
Oh my
Tom Brady just blows my freaking mind. I mean, how is it possible that a 44-year-old is doing this?
They're not legal. They're
Crazy, but-
illegal in all 50 states.
Dude, I never
Nah,
play with
Pats for life.
Ado, where he's not up like 500 big blinds in the first half hour. I
Mac
never
Jones
seen
looks
it.
pretty good too.
was
I like
fucking
the
blown away.
I like the
Fucking
future
seven, I was like,
outlook for the Patriots.
Like, yeah, I'm like,
Actually got
good,
tickets to
but I
their game here in
never
LA
knew
coming
this
up
guy.
against
Still
the
trying to do
Chargers.
it most of the time.
Excited to go check out that new stadium. Should be a fun time.
I never beat him in a hand before this one, so.
Player shows kings and sixes with a queen.
I mean, you know, he doesn't have much. But.
No, 2 pair.
Oh, 2 pair. You're good.
All right, we need an action hand to come
Down
up
the
here.
river.
On the river,
We need some more blood.
I got lucky.
No, so
It's
anyway,
definitely the first pot I've ever beat him in.
I started
I've won
thinking of
20 big blinds.
this guy again because I really am a big fan of the SF90. It's Ferrari's new car. Like, you know, like it's got an electric motor in it and a gas motor.
So with the acceleration.
And our top guy designed the battery pack for that. 25-year-old kid, genius. You know what I mean?
You need to design from scratch, you need to use existing.
So I mean, he did all the CAD work for it. And he like, yeah, he designed the battery pack for them, showed them exactly how to do it, talked them into doing it. You know, like, you know, when he was
25, it's amazing.
25 years old.
Electrical engineer.
No, he's a mechanical engineer. And the sad part of this story is last year he built himself an electric airplane, and I taught him how to fly. I'm a pilot, and gave him a real airplane on top of it.
300.
So he wanted to kill himself in this little electric airplane. And last year he killed himself in an electric airplane.
That's terrible.
That's it.
And like, yeah, and he was my ace, 2 black aces.
400.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, like
That's like depressing.
it really threw me off last year a lot, like a lot. You know, like, 'cause I'm really close to this family.
Maybe that's what's keeping you up at night.
Yeah,
Because,
yeah.
you know,
It's-
it's depressing. Yeah.
Player shows 2 pair. Jackson.
And it really made my business hard to run because, like, he was in charge of a factory we have up in Oregon, and now we have that factory up there without him.
You're the straddle.
And now I have to go to Oregon a lot, and I hate Oregon. I hate going to Oregon.
You don't have a,
But mushrooms are legal in Oregon.
I don't, you know, every drug is legal in Oregon. It's the stupidest shit ever. They're so stupid out there.
even marijuana?
Like, I can't tell you how dumb Oregon is.
Even marijuana?
Like, I give it a fair chance. Like, I went to the protest, like, you know, to go check it out. It was the most disappointing thing I've ever seen. Like, those guys are so confused on what they're protesting about.
300.
It's like Oregon's like the king of crazy. You know what surprises me about it? It's not that beautiful. I always think Oregon is beautiful. It's not that beautiful either. The weather sucks.
We're gonna have a lot of rain. So, if you ever.
Well, we know Eric's not a fan of Oregon, so that's been made clear.
Co-writes like a book that's used by
Dapper Dave says, discussing a bet with my friend of who will make the Super Bowl first, the Patriots or the Giants.
So is it electrical engineer or is it mechanical? We have a
Oh,
really badass electrical engineer.
I mean, the easy bet there. If it's even money, you bet the Patriots all day. Number one, they still have Belichick, and they probably will for a few more years. But even if they don't, it's the ownership group. It's just the way the team is set up, the culture that's been established there. Like, their odds are so much higher. Plus, I'm telling you, Mac Jones seems like he really could be a top-level quarterback. Still a long ways to go, but the Giants. Good one. If your friend wants to bet the Giants, pile,
But I met this
go all
guy,
in.
we build these like really fast electric bikes and we take them to racing tracks and race each other all the time, and we became really close that way.
Three-way flop here,
The guy was
and
doing the business
it's
side of it. And
Saya with an
he was
open-ender.
So inspirational that he became so brilliant. He worked for Airbus. He designed like.
This is a 3-bet pot.
Drone or whatever they're doing.
Some Juice in here with Queen 7 suited.
Uh,
Middle pair, which is the best hand right now.
who I stole him from.
This is a card that Saya could definitely go for a barrel here.
But we have them.
Can't really. I think it's a good barrel spot. See what sizing she chooses. Maybe like 4K.
Yeah.
3,500. And now, this is just not a good spot for Jew. Ace on the turn. He really doesn't beat anything, but
Less cars passing me, the better.
he just doesn't believe.
Like to really fast. Like,
And he doesn't look like he
we
believes.
all.
And he does let it go. So,
Too. Like,
well played there by Saya. I think that's a great barrel there on the turn.
slow in traffic, you won't last long. You know, so I think the same thing applies to bicycles.
200.
So I don't like cars passing me ever. I don't trust people enough right now. Right now, America's texting and driving.
Oh, you're mine?
So it makes it for 50, 50, and 100.
50 in the middle, right? Oh, 100 in the middle.
We're good.
Confusing.
It's a terrible time to be writing anything.
Error Eliminator says, who's this guy commentating? I don't know, some idiot. My name is Jared, by the way. Nice to meet you. Jared Griener. You guys can follow me online on Twitter and Instagram at Jared Griener. I should be doing some cool updates soon, just 'cause I'm going to be playing a lot of poker tournaments.
They're having a problem with those guys.
Hopefully giving you guys some updates from final tables, but
And it's all the
probably
texting
playing
and
this
driving.
tourney down in San Diego this weekend, MSPT. Get me a little warmed up, and then next week I'm off to Vegas for the World Series. So if you've heard me say that already 5 times, it's because I'm very excited about it.
My girl.
Come say hi to me in the halls of the Rio if you see me around. I'll be there grinding.
Motorcycle for a while. And it got stolen recently, and she thinks I paid somebody to steal it.
Did you?
No, but I thought, you know, like. Now she wants to buy another one of these. There's no way.
What's the issue? Is the danger?
I really wouldn't recommend being on 2 wheels right now
300.
in traffic. Until the cars start driving themselves, right now people are just, texting and driving thing is just so bad. Or they're on their phones. Like I'll be with a friend of mine and he's playing poker on his phone while he's driving.
True that, Wes. I agree with you on that one.
I go,
So
"Dude, this is so nuts. It's so dangerous. You know? Like people are just glued to their screens right now.
what do I think about players wearing sunglasses at the table? I think it's fine. Whatever. I've worn them from time to time,
So eventually
but
everybody's gonna auto-drive.
nah, it's not really for me.
They need it fast.
If I'm at a live stream game or final table where the lights are really bright, I'll sometimes wear them because it gives me a huge headache after a while, like the TV lights.
It's happening really fast. That's what's happening. Because they say, okay, you gotta just have your hand on the wheel and that's it. And then what you do, like with my Tesla, have you done this, Garrett, yet? You put a weight on the wheel. And
You can get one, and it vibrates a little.
no, you just put a weight on it.
Does it work?
It works.
Oh.
Works. It's just like a wrist,
Yeah.
like one of those
Did you
weights.
buy it on Amazon?
I
did.
wanted ice
Yeah.
cream tea,
Yeah.
he brought me hot
And
greens.
for long trips, it's awesome. I use
You
it
don't
all the
have to
time,
keep
honestly.
hitting the button.
Yeah.
I looked online. I don't know if I'll get one or not, but like it's like marketed as not that, right? That's
no,
what they
I
are.
bought a regular weight belt like you can put on your wrist.
Exactly. Yeah. Like when you search for it, that pops up, even though it's not marketed as that's what it's there for, huh? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think
How
if
much
they
does he wanna
market
make
it
it?
that they
400
can sell it.
$3 more.
It's in the no, you're exactly right. They use euphemistic terms.
Yeah.
It's just a weight belt.
Thank you, Jimmy
Put
Bluffett.
anything on
Appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Matt.
You know, and
You too,
Tesla
man.
Purposely did that, by the way, because they could easily make it where if you're not paying attention, but
That's right.
they know. I
Dolphin
have
fan. I'm
friends
gonna
who
play a
ride
lot
the
of
weight
events. I
belt
don't know
and
the
they fall
number,
asleep
but
on the highway.
for the first 20 days of October, I'm gonna play a tournament every day.
Like,
Come back to LA for a little bit, and then go for the last,
Trapping you, bro.
for the main event and some other ones.
I'm on the highway. I feel more safe with that than I do knee drive.
That's right.
Right, because it sees everything. Right?
Right.
You knew I meant business when I
And the
put the
way they're gonna
400
make it
in, huh?
legal,
You
they're
knew.
just gonna prove that. They're gonna show that the statistics of how many accidents they have when the car's auto driving and how many accidents they have when it's not.
No,
And right now on the highway, it's really, really good.
no.
I can tell you what the holdup is on why they haven't released full self-driving too. It's because our new cars that we just got, they don't have radar in them.
Don't fall there. You're the 100.
I'm the big blind.
Yep.
You're the straddle.
100, whatever.
It's 100 is a straddle, it's just
Yeah.
100, it's cheap. We should make that permanent.
We're way ahead of you.
It's being permanent.
Way ahead
Okay.
of you.
It's fine.
Check.
Well, I've got position. That's my only advantage here. Playing against two very good players.
200.
I'm gonna get the weight belt for your wedding presents, don't buy one.
All right.
Because I know exactly which one to get.
Thank you, Eric. That's thoughtful. I swear I was literally looking that up the other day on
No, I get
Amazon,
it for you, yeah.
and none of it like referenced use on a Tesla, you know.
No,
So I'm like, I don't know if I'm buying the right product here, so that's why I didn't buy it. Yeah.
Quarter.
Yeah. Sorry, it's my fault.
Quarter, 50, 51.
It's like a world of difference. I was really paranoid that the yoke wouldn't let us do that.
Yeah, of course.
Because it would have wrecked the car for me. Then
Yeah.
I would have really not liked it.
And they, if you don't, like, it's more intense than ever before about keeping your hand on the wheel. Like, I've gone on a couple longer drives, and like 15, 20 minutes in of a few hour drive, it goes, nope, autopilot over. And so then you got to decide whether you're going to pull over
Exactly.
or you're going to drive the rest of the way.
Like
you know?
it punishes you, right?
For sure, yeah.
No, I hate that.
Sucks, yeah. Yeah, one night we were driving home from a rave, actually, and that happened. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. What am I supposed to do now?
Yeah, no, I could totally see that.
Right? Yeah. So we just pulled over, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah. No, the weight belt makes the car so much better. It feels like, you know, like, well, you know how you had another Tesla as well.
Yep.
The auto driving on the highway is just phenomenal.
For sure, yeah.
And
Any day now, 10 point, whatever, 10.2 or whatever's coming out, it should be awesome.
have you heard what you want to announce is that they're gonna let people apply to get the new one, and then they're gonna use their Tesla insurance to monitor your driving.
Right, I read that, yeah. And then
And
if
then
you're
it's
not a
gonna-
good driver, you can't do it or something, right?
Yeah, so here you got a Tesla Plaid, and you got to drive like a grandpa for the next month. 'Cause,
How can that even work in terms of if you bought the full self-driving, like, they have to let you use it? I don't really get it.
No, they're being careful who they release it to.
Yeah.
I know somebody who's working on that program, and they have a lot of problems with it right now.
Got it.
Because you know what happened is they took out radar, and that's making the problem a lot harder.
Right.
And the reason why they took out radar is because of the chip shortage.
1700.
And there's a reliance on the chip.
Yeah, like So like on our cars, for example, they don't have radar. And I noticed it right away, because you know the summons doesn't
So I had
work
3
well
betting
on
pocket
our
nines and
and it
instantly
works really
taking
well
down the
on-
pot.
He said he's gonna come
my girl's
closer to
car, yeah.
5 now. Like,
So
I should talk to him.
got it too. Thanks, Eric. Hey, where do I get
Dapper
these?
Dave asked, who's the tournament player I've been most impressed with being at the same table and why? And there's a lot.
What up, Jonathan? How you doing?
Nice to see you, by the way.
Guy who has just such a strong table presence in general and is just makes it so difficult to play against is Alex
Nice suit,
Boxon,
man.
one of
Are
my
you driving to Santa Barbara?
buddies actually. And just a beast, but it's more about like his presence at the table. It's very intimidating.
No,
No,
stop,
I'm
stop, stop,
giving it
stop.
to you. Giving it to you.
There's no reason to.
No, I'm giving it to you. And make your,
To think of a
your
few
trip so
others.
pleasant. I'll have another one in a few days.
Stevie,
Very soft.
British guy, he's just top player. And it's just something about like their aura, man. Like yeah, they play really good, but they're also just very intimidating and tough players.
Drive yourself home.
Could name off like 15 other people that I feel like that.
Not saying that you guys would ever do anything like that at your wedding.
I hear you. We're on camera, right?
Pocket nine's going around. Ito has it this time. Flop checked around between Candy and Ito. Ito bets 500. Candy's going to call with king high. Four on the river.
Nines is good.
Goes check, check. I'm not sure if Candy thought king high was just possibly good there, but I don't know. I would have been tempted to bet there. Try and get a hand like nines or smaller pairs to fold. But I would have folded on the flop. But you know, it is what it is. Be creative there. Fight for these spots. Joe here with kings.
I know what it means. It's fine. It was a secret message from me.
Okay, not for me, right?
Cut shot for Candy. Pair and a backdoor flush draw for Garrett.
You guys got
Top and bottom pair for Jew.
that's so cool.
2400.
And he is going to raise it up.
At one time, pocket jack. Ruby card.
New 123.
How much?
123.
Is this a bomb pot? I think this might be a bomb pot. Pretty annoying spot for Joe, but he does lay it down. There you go. So King still had a decent amount of equity, but good fold there in that spot. If that was indeed a bomb pot, then I really don't blame him because they can have every two pair combination.
Where you do for Johnson and Johnson again?
What's that?
What do you do for Johnson and Johnson?
Oh, I am head of global strategic marketing.
Nice.
Yeah. It's all strategy stuff.
you tell them, hey, we got to come out with the best vaccine
Hair
and come out
hurting
first?
job.
Did you say the vaccine was a good strategy?
I can't comment on anything.
Neither confirm nor deny.
So we're going to do the one single shot vaccine. That's a vaccine
George
that
is on
doesn't
the
need
way.
to be
He says it's gonna take
refrigerated.
him like an hour to get here.
It's a nice elegant solution for some countries.
450.
What a cool thing to be part of. You know, even if you're just distant from it, it's pretty good.
That's
Oh, yeah, just,
Yeah.
you know, the humanitarian
Yeah,
impact.
the race for the vaccine. Strategic marketing.
Yeah,
I like
global,
it.
yeah, global strategic marketing. I think it's working well with engineers and folks to develop, you know, new products.
Yeah, let me get the guy's number for the batteries. That would be awesome. He's a battery engineer of some kind. And he's not working for anybody right now?
He is, but, I think he's got capacity to do consulting.
Oh, cool.
Cause he does more like consulting, but I think he might have a job now that,
Guys are really.
Tough river here. Gives both players 2 pair.
I can give you, are you on LinkedIn?
Garrett with the better end of it though.
Maybe we should change emails or.
See if he decides to raise here versus this bet.
I don't even have business cards.
There are flush and straight possibilities on the board.
Should be like LinkedIn, that's
I don't even check my
However,
emails
I think
anymore.
you can just raise, fold,
Somebody just
because you
texted
can
me
get
and
value
said,
from
"You know,
all the
what's
worst
your
2
email?"
pairs.
good. Emails get lost for me too.
Yeah.
There you go. This is a pretty big raise. Feel like I might not have gone quite that big.
10 seconds.
Just to make sure I get called by hands like this. He makes the call though, so Garrett gets max value. Brutal river. Well played by Garrett. All right, guys, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be back here in 5 minutes. Hope you guys stick with us. Keep enjoying this stream. The action's just getting going. We've got a few hours left to go in this 25, 25, 50, 50 game, so stick around. I'll be right back.
We haven't decided to quit our job.
Oh, yeah, this guy's easy.
Chip drop when they, you know, the, like, you know, it's like, you see how the floor guys come in here and make sure that the,
I wouldn't say that if you weren't up
We
lots
just
and lots
invented
and
a
lots
little
playing.
thing.
You know that, right?
you know how much you see that little lead?
Plus, I
Yeah, so then, like,
can
it's
read
so
people.
archaic,
I can tell you
yeah,
can
so
take
the-
it, right?
Every time
You
the floor
understand what I'm
guy
saying?
comes in, you gotta put on your mask on.
You can explain to him too later. You could handle my jokes. Now you understand? Oh yeah. Right.
I'm joking.
Of course. Same, yeah.
1700.
You gotta tell me, what was the hand of the bomb part? Or you wanna wait till I see
Quarter,
the screen?
quarter,
You can't wait. Okay.
100 there.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed what I told her.
Of course he had it. Yeah, you
So
don't
it's
mess
either
around
gonna be a
with
great
the ball
fold or it's gonna be like a really bad fold.
I think he's telling the truth. I think he said he had it. He's telling the truth.
That's 2 pair. Right?
Those two fold now.
Eric, you are the straddle. 100, please.
It's such a nice game. It's so pleasant. And even the straddle's only $100. Good double straddle. $200 won't even hurt that bad.
It hurt me.
I can see what happens. You get sucked into this game.
A lot of fun.
300.
It's been a long time since.
Your whole ensemble matches here, so
I know, right?
I
Got
got
the phone,
yeah.
mask,
Yeah.
The
I
phone,
did it on purpose,
mask,
I think.
the
sweatshirt.
chips.
Shoot suit, I
You put a different case on it every day. Huh? Depending what you're wearing.
$1,600. $2,000. $6,000.
What the hell did you have there, Ryan?
Just now?
Yeah.
I know, $300 bomb pot.
I turned it back to a diamond.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said there was a straddle.
Yeah, you're not holding.
Hello, buddy.
No.
Okay. Mike. Yeah, he added 5. Yeah, you added 5. Yeah. Hello, bro.
Hello.
Sorry, is pink your lucky color?
Yes, I told her that's pink.
Yeah, it doesn't match you.
Yeah, I got
It
it.
doesn't match my personality.
Yeah, it doesn't match your personality. You're not a pink. You're not a pink kind of girl.
The sweatshirt's like lavender.
Yeah.
Lavender is like a little bit more of like a dangerous color than pink, right? Like I can see that.
You're not a pink girl. Well, I forgot.
So I should wear like a red or black?
When Jordan
Black
comes in,
and red is like
black and
that's
red.
That would make you too scary.
Thank you. So don't worry about it.
They said don't worry about it?
I'll bet 400.
you'll 50 yards.
Black and red.
Yeah,
is a
like
good
black
answer.
and red stripes, like top and bottom.
Yeah, how the hell did pink become your color? I want to hear that story.
Eric, you'll 50.
I think it's a pleasant color.
That's it? It's just
Yeah.
always been your favorite?
Yeah, but you're not trying to be pleasant. You're out for blood.
You're in for 50.
I mean,
With the gold necklace will be big one.
You need like to wear a necklace that's got like blood of like a human in it or something. You know? Yeah.
I wonder what size bedroom looks like if she has little stuffed animals and pink.
I have
pink-
stuffed animals.
You do, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your favorite one? Do you have a favorite one?
I have like a pink bear, which is my favorite.
Yeah, nice. So you don't have those like $8,000 Gucci ones, right?
No, I don't spend money on like brands.
Hey, how long have you had a stuffed animal?
A few years.
Just 25 there?
Saya.
I can totally imagine it.
You're a country.
Sorry, you're trying.
Yeah.
That's like 25 about. So strange.
300. King jack.
Oh, not that.
King Jack's pretty good.
That's not too bad. Come on, you can chop that down. You got it.
You guys are no
And
fun.
they're scared of you. Well, with that big raise,
Because I'm wearing red?
a big 4X.
There it is. That's the
With
red.
the
That's
black,
right.
black and red. You can't fuck with it.
That's
You gotta put a
So
nice
this should be my
color.
style?
Yeah, that works.
No, because then you'd be too scared, right? You want to be a little more incognito, right, Garrett?
Yeah, that's right.
You want to be a little more surreptitious in your approach.
Like, I look like a nice guy, but we all know I'd eat my young for $1, you know? So, fuck it.
The authenticity of that.
I wonder how Garrett's gonna change once he's married. If he becomes a pussycat.
Well, no, I think
I'm already such a pussycat, dude. There's one person that tells me what to do, and I just listen to whatever she says.
Yeah, maybe that could take a weird turn. I mean, you become a pussycat at the game too.
Yeah, yeah. Could happen.
You never know. It's a big change.
Take it.
What color of tuxes are you guys wearing?
I'm charcoal, they're gray,
Oh, nice.
and everything else matches.
Yeah.
Again, not my decision. Do what I'm told.
You don't need to make that decision.
Yeah, I don't even care. Yeah. It is funny how that works though, like, I can't even see what she's wearing and she picks what I'm wearing.
Yeah. That is weird.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I never
I'm
thought
gonna
that.
add 20
Not yet.
2500? Okay, candy added 2500. Four.
All right, boys and girls, I'm back. Just in time to see somebody had pocket aces there, but wah, wah, no action.
That one I would really think about.
Did I miss anything crazy?
You don't have kids, right?
No.
What made you decide not to?
Yeah, I never wanted to have kids.
You just always kind of.
Orem Walsh, commentators only talk to YouTube, whatever.
What I found is that even
That
at
seems
my
like an attempt just to get me to say something, and now it worked. Damn it, you got me.
So easy. It's like kids are like, stop everything. And they have a way of.
Snowy HS, hey, what's up?
I agree with you. I just don't know why so many people have kids. It's like,
It really hurts a
It's
player's
actually
game, I think.
7, Michael.
Adding on 7,000?
it's super weird to me. So many
Candy
people
added on
just do
7,
it.
25.
Like, makes no sense.
You copy that?
Joe, this is a tricky one. You want to chime in here though with kids and
Candy added on
sort of
7,000.
why you
When you
decided
have
to,
kids,
or
you're not even allowed
don't
to
feel
talk.
obligated.
It's-
Fine, I'm just here and I'm listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like
Here
when
comes
you
a
guys
clash.
I'm definitely going to have kids.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
No, but it's when you look at the expense and
The
the
expense.
anguish,
Uh-huh.
it is definitely doesn't look like a good value decision.
Sure, sure.
But just the
Pretty
joy I
safe
get
flop
now,
though for
like,
aces.
seeing
No,
my
not much
son and
action here for
daughter,
ace king.
like, kind of moving on their life and doing great.
Yeah.
Not from a selfish reason, because I want them to be happy.
Yeah, yeah.
Candy just called
Yeah.
pre-flop
See that,
too.
see them evolve is actually very rewarding.
I'm sure, yeah.
It's something that money can't buy. You know?
Wow, Candy lost the stone minimum.
Especially when a kid's a teenager. Think about when you're a teenager, right?
Uh-huh.
It's awful, right?
I was the
It is.
worst teenager, yeah.
Right?
Sometimes that's like,
Can I have
I used to be more on the fence about having kids, Joe, and that would be the first thing I'd think of. I'm
Is
like,
the expense of them?
well, no. What a terrible teenager I was.
Right.
How I would never want any parents to deal with who I was at 16. You know, like, yeah. Did you ask something, Eric? No? Okay.
I mean, for a while, I was really blessed
Eric, you're the hunter, don't fold.
that I got to work with really talented kids, and
Mhm.
extremely talented kids. Like
Yeah.
I taught like the best kid in the nation chess.
Right, oh yeah, we
Chess.
talked about how you used to be
Yeah.
a chess instructor, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah. And
What is this?
That's
It's
the
a hundred.
straddle, there we go.
but yeah, and that's when I decided, and I did that when I was a student as well. I worked with really ultra talented kids,
Uh-huh.
and I
Andy,
know the
sometimes I can
difference
see your
between
hand.
kids now.
I'm sorry?
Between regular kids and talented kids. And
Oh,
my
okay,
chances
thank
of
you.
having a talented kid aren't that great.
Right.
Like if I knew I could have a talented kid, I'd do it.
Right.
But, like heck, you have no guarantee what comes out of there.
Right.
So true.
And I'll let you finish it.
Raise.
Some of that you're talking about, Joe, in terms of like rewarding and whatever, I mean, that applies throughout their childhood too, right?
Yeah. You know, the other thing, like selfishly, you think about the
No,
selfish
you need to
benefits,
put
you
the
know?
Yeah, of course.
The
Yeah.
selfish benefit is, if helps you to relate to people and situations better.
Yeah.
So
having
Joe
kids.
bluffing with the best hand
You
on
can
that
relate
one.
to people and challenges.
For sure, yeah.
And it actually keeps you on your toes like you want to imagine.
Right.
You know, in terms of whatever. the
Dapper
visual
Dave,
is
your
going
question
on.
about
Yeah,
tournament
Keeps
poker hands.
you,
Young.
from getting too sure of yourself. You know?
It totally
Don't
depends
fold.
on
Like
the stack
beginning we're always,
sizes.
stoned,
You know,
which
depends on how
kids
deep
cut
you
the
are, I
teeth, you
think,
know?
in that
So
spot.
you're always
You could just
being
call on
criticized.
Right.
flops like that and then decide on the turn. If it's shallow enough, you maybe check.
Yeah, it's funny how that
Check
went
shoves,
for me where I
you
went
know.
from being like, I don't know.
Depends on who your
to now
opponents
it's
are
like
too,
so
as
sure.
usual,
So
of course.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that I'm like so sure I want kids actually like makes it so easy for me to respect like opinions of someone like Sai who's like very clear she doesn't. Like I get it, you know, because I've seen both. I've felt both sides of that. So.
It's an absolute miracle. I just think that
Yeah.
you can create this child, you know?
And of course, like a lot of our closest friends now don't have kids, aren't having kids.
13.
13.
Oh, 13. Can I take this back?
Yeah.
Take it back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay?
for
All
sure.
right.
Yes.
Thought I'd ask before
Yeah,
I
yeah,
fold.
yeah.
Definitely revealed the strength of my hand there.
I don't get along well with people with kids. Because when
No, come on, Eric.
Yeah, I
That's
don't.
way too judgmental. That's way too much.
No, because the reason why is I always want to tell them how to raise their kids.
Okay, then I
Yeah,
get
and then
it.
they say, like, you don't know, you don't even have kids, you've never had kids. And
but I
like,
think
it's
it's
so
always-
clear to me, like when parents are screwing
I
up,
think they have a point.
because I used to work with kids, that was a big part of my life.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
But not every parent's like that. Like,
Yeah.
like for me, like I love getting
25,
advice, you know,
50,
hearing
50.
different perspectives.
51.
I know they get defensive, right? Some people.
I get everybody's too easy on their kids. If I was a parent, I'd be so hard on my kids. I like expect so much and be so hard on them. That's how you make a good kid. But, you know,
It's
100.
100.
people like
Eric, it's 100.
baby their babies. Screws everything up.
No.
What's going on?
He's
I was
changing.
told you.
Okay. I'm so confused.
I was gonna do this since I haven't changed. 6, yeah.
I definitely see kids as a big gamble.
Oh, it's a gamble, all right, that's for
Yeah.
sure, yeah. I've definitely thought a lot about that, like, all these different ways, like, having kids could just be, let's put it this way, like, so much more of a struggle than, like, if it
Yeah,
happened
no, they
different.
can make your life really miserable when it goes wrong.
Yeah, but you gotta hope they're healthy and
Yeah,
All that, there's
Yeah,
so,
there's so many
it's such a
variables.
gamble.
yeah.
there's a lot of variables. And then you're sick a lot for the first 5 years.
And then they become teenagers and become shitheads. And, you know, like, I spent all this money on you, I did all this, and now you're gonna talk back to me? I couldn't handle that.
I mean, not every teenager sucks, I certainly did, but some teenagers
I think
have
most
gotta be good
teenagers
kids,
suck.
right? Yeah.
Like, they suck in some way. You
At
can't
least
have
some
a
ways,
perfect
for sure.
teenager.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the brain is,
Or you could have a daughter and have to put up with her dating. Can you imagine that?
Oh, God. No, that sounds like the worst.
it's a nightmare.
You have a daughter,
I
right?
have a boy and a girl.
How old's your daughter?
She's 18.
Oh my God, that'd be the worst.
Yeah, no,
I
it's.
gotta handle
Super
that.
tough
I
age
don't
to be
even.
a
I
dad.
don't want to talk about any of the stories.
Because we're guys, we know, right?
Yeah.
That shit would be super
I don't want to
challenging.
talk about it.
See?
No, we changed so good.
Because a guy knows, yeah, I know how guys
That's
think,
right,
obviously.
exactly.
Of course.
And it's like, the person comes over being all nice.
Yeah,
It's like, let me be really clear here.
right, exactly. And like, you know how guys think, but you're like so much more of like an evolved, like better man now. You think
Yeah.
about who you were when you were 18, and you were
right.
such a piece of
I
shit,
know.
right? Yeah.
And it's the ones who are really nice you gotta be careful of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, those are the real fucking
Yeah.
sociopaths,
That's
right?
right.
You gotta find those guys in poker. It's like the
That's
same
right.
thing.
It's Mr. Adams.
Yeah.
You know.
If like someone's being really nice to me at the poker table,
Trip
like,
King's here for
yeah,
candy.
I'm very nervous, you know? Like,
Cracking
what the
Ito's
fuck do you want
jacks.
from me? Yeah.
I'm just letting this table talk roll while it's going.
No,
such a
like
good-
Not one to
carnal
try and talk
instincts
over it.
kick in.
It's such a crazy time with social media too for these kids. Like,
Yeah.
it's so crazy. Like it's hard for adults to stay off that right now. You know, like it's messing up adults. I can't even imagine what having a teenager
Social
is.
media
The turn goes
particularly
check
about
here.
Girls, because of the social
Absolutely.
comparison, right? When you think that Snapchat's okay, but you think about Instagram.
You know, may
things
think
no,
pocket
no,
jacks
no.
are
Oh,
good.
yeah.
like high anxiety.
Body image issues for girls.
Go for a
now
small
is just-
value bet.
I've been watching.
No, it's proven. And you know the Facebook.
Or actually,
posts
there's
and
4
retweets
hearts on the
and things
board,
like
so
that. It's forwarded to you, but
this
Wall
is
Street
more
Journal
of
have,
turning
like,
your
4
hand into a
stories on
bluff.
it. They came in, just happened recently. They have actual internal files.
It's just not a
where
very
their
big
own data
bet.
shows that women are disproportionately, young girls have higher anxiety because of their
Oh yeah.
programs.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I've
It's
read some
absolutely-
stuff. Yeah.
No, social media is huge
Does
right
get
now. It's having tremendous
Candy to
impact.
lay down
It's so
trips
hard
though.
to be a teenager right now. Like you wouldn't want to coach a kid through that. You couldn't anyway, because you can't control them once they're that age anyway. You know?
I mean, there's obviously benefits to it, but
Yeah, Candy
what you
definitely
got,
missed a bet on the turn.
all this never really existed.
That's right.
That wasn't that
It was
long ago,
totally different.
right?
Like I remember growing up and deciding I'm not going to watch TV. That's how I learned to do so many things, because I didn't watch TV. It was just so winning if you didn't watch TV. You have to do something and you find something to do. But now people feel they're smart because they're in front of a computer all day.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Well, they
You
don't
know
want
what
to
I
be bored, right? Like, doesn't boredom cause creativity? If you don't want to be bored anymore on
That's
social
right,
media,
right, but
so it kills
yeah.
the creativity, innovation.
It does. It's really a crazy time. Like, you can do so much on a computer, and you can waste so much time. You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't watch it.
Who's that? Aye, Jung. What are you doing with a hot wife? How do you do it?
She's not waving at you. She's waving at me, bro. Relax. Did you see me? Did you see me
Hot
pretend like
wife.
she was waving at me? No.
And a hot wife.
And then I waved back
Hot
and
wife
she's
is
like
hot wife.
looks at me
Your
and
wife?
shakes her
Bring her
head.
on
like,
here.
Your wife?
Bomb pot, everyone.
You know them?
You gotta have,
That's my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
Bomb pot
I think
time.
that's my girlfriend. You said.
Oh, she's what you doing? His wife and your girlfriend are
Dude,
hanging out.
Edo.
Yeah, she looks
Bomb pot.
great, man. You guys are doing good, man.
300?
Yeah, you got kids too?
Not yet.
She's too small, man. She can't have kids.
300? Yeah, don't give us that. We've been trying to have one.
How much does Eric got?
It was 3.
3.
I'm 3?
Yes.
Bomb pot.
Oh, bomb pot. That's the other part of having kids. Like it,
Bomb pot?
Is that me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Six.
Bomb pots are always treacherous because you really never know what you're up against fully. Interesting turn card here. Candy turns the nut flush draw, and she does have the straight draw to go along with it. Joe with a pair of 3s and a heart draw. Chu with an ace. Garrett with a 10. Currently, ace-4 offsuit is the best hand, and he's going to continue betting it. Which, against this many players in the bomb pot, is... He's just trying to control the pot, I guess.
easy game with
Wow.
Is it the last one?
You won't get there.
June, how long have you been married?
70?
No kids, right?
Landed on you for the collection as well.
Smart man.
Smart man. I honestly don't know what to say. I wanted to,
Oh, it's
but
not
I'm a
15, it's
bit,
14.
I don't know what
You're
will
right.
be happening. I can't
123.
say,
I'm
Take
not
it.
sure what.
Oh no, it's 123.
Hey, you guys, never gonna have kids, right? Open
You're
ended.
trying though, right?
No, not trying.
Try before.
You did try.
We did try. But then stop trying for a while.
No, it's good. You're good.
I'm
You're
a
good.
settler.
Oh, yeah, never mind. I thought you were doing that because the button was still there.
You're lucky with the bumper.
400.
So they have been straddling, so it's 25, 25, 50, 100, and a $50 ante.
Another bomb pot. Just like that.
Pretty much.
It's like Eric raised to 400 with pocket eights and got called and by 4 players. Pair of 10s for Joe, open ender for Ito.
1,000.
The rest of the players in the hand with hands that really aren't going to hold up here. But Eric still bets with pocket eights. He was the pre-flop raiser. And you get called by Joe and Ito.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the bluff works here for Ito.
Easy to play a straight, Ito.
No, I'm bluffing.
Take it. $300.
So Joe limping here in the hijack Saya with an unknown hand who makes it 300 in the cutoff. Candy's going to call a threes in the small blind. Eric's going to call in the straddle with Jack 7 suited. King 8-5. Top pair for Saya.
5.
And Joe's gonna lead for 500. Saya calls. Gut shot as well now for Joe.
Nine.
Joe checks, and now Saya debating here whether she can go for some value. She does also check, which I think is good. She takes it down the pot.
It's just one?
Yeah.
Wow, 25. I'll get used to that. Why are they making one big one?
No,
Just only do that.
it's not graduated.
It's hard to go to the bathroom too. I'm missing blinds.
No, there's no.
Yeah, come here. What would be the bathroom strategy?
325.
Like, what would be the proper bathroom strategy? What would Garrett do? Would you leave it after your big blind? What would Harry do?
Go to be away from the tape.
Seriously, what would be the bathroom strategy? I can't even think of it. It would be
Grab a bottle, man.
Yeah, that's
That's the only move.
the sure bet.
Yep.
50 very discreet.
It's not worth it, man. At your win rate, there's no reason for you to take a restroom break. Just
I'm
bottle
saying,
or
like,
catheter. Those are your options.
yeah.
But
Missed blind, did you think about it before you left?
No.
You just left,
Yeah.
right?
To pick up some 15 outside.
And then what do? You just pay the, that's a good strategy. Go during your big blind, and then come back and just buy the bunches, right?
no.
Straight here for Candy. On the bottom end of the straight. For Saya.
I think it's 7 years, no kids. It's winning.
Yeah. This one, same place.
Good luck.
Saya lays it down.
No bluff, no bluff.
And pretty wide too. That's me, you know, like I just date somebody who's old enough to be my kid. There's my kid. It's amazing what a guy can do.
250, yeah.
I'm having my wife's girlfriend's dad's birthday party this weekend. And he's just a little bit older than me. I go, that's winning.
Take it back, Garrett. No, just take it back. He bought everything.
Oh shit, man, that's so confusing.
300. Love it.
So in this 3-bet pot here with ace-10 offers king-jack off, Eric going to be good. Let's see what the river action brings. Both players are just going to assume they have some showdown value. I don't know if Sire wants to really turn her hand into a bluff in this spot. Nope, it goes check, check.
Just in time.
I don't know what was going to happen on that one, huh?
Yeah, right.
I didn't know if either were ever going to show their hand. I was getting nervous. This might be a while.
I had something actually. So when you paused for a second, I thought I was winning.
You mean I slow rolled a little bit?
Yeah, totally. Oh, that was the slow roll. Oh, I see.
You know how happy that makes me?
It's 100, Eric.
Huh?
100.
100.
What's up, everybody? If you're just joining us, this is Live at the Bike. My name is Jared Griener, your commentator for this evening. The game we have for you going right now is 25, 25, 50, 100. So 4 blinds. Start out as 3. And then there's a $50 big blind ante as well. But I think they're still auto-straddling from what I can see here.
Does anyone want food? He doesn't come by very
The
often.
game may just be 25, 50, 100 at this point.
Can I get a ice green tea?
Ice green tea?
From the Starbucks. Yeah, ice green tea. No, not green tea. Ice.
Ice green tea?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What city are you in again, Joe? Remind me.
Oh, no, just near Irvine. In Orange County.
Orange County is such a beautiful place to live.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great place to have kids. Awesome place.
Could be you, Eric.
Like Kodo.
Huh?
Could be you in a different life. Couple kids,
You know,
chilling
recently
in
I started
Irvine.
thinking about having kids, actually. Yeah, recently. Oh, man.
7.
Super high up on the corporate chain. I could see it in another life out of you, man.
You know, like, for the wrong reasons, too. I go, what am I going to do with all this money? Like, I don't know who I'm going to give it to. Like, it's a big problem. Yeah.
Just double
Better
bigger.
kid, it's easy. Huh?
Gamble bigger.
That's it. You just got to time it right so you don't go broke too early, you know what I mean? It's the difficult
Yeah.
thing about life. So you go, for me, it's when to stop working. I go, okay, I got enough money now, I can stop. You know? But then you don't know how much you're going to spend, you know?
For sure.
Yeah.
I think about it all the time. About quitting working or then if I die, like people I don't like getting rich, that stuff drives me nuts.
You can't take it with you, right?
And you got to time it. Like, you don't know when you're going. It's easy to spend it all while you're alive, you know?
No, live when you're alive, you know?
Spend it all in
All the answers are easy.
5 days. Whatever. You never know. Take care.
Like you know why you're here, you know where all your
It's
money's
like having
going.
multiple Ferraris.
They break down every day.
And more money, more problems.
That's a good way to put it.
That's true, right?
I really think it's true. More money, more problems.
In terms of money, it's cash flow too, right? You can have a lot of money, you got that big cash flow coming in all the time.
300.
Yeah, people have all this people wealth.
Right. Like
Especially now. Everyone's got their money in crypto.
So Joe raises the button here with queen
Everybody
6 off.
thinks differently now because of stuff like that. If I would
Ito
just
now in the
hold
big
on to my
pocket
Bitcoin,
tens.
I would be like a millionaire, and so everybody's looking for the next.
Everybody's a life fish.
Everybody's looking.
Everyone's
Yeah.
a fish. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean,
Three
people
bet's gonna
don't
get
have
through.
the same values anymore because of that. Like if I just would have held on to my Tesla stock, I would have been.
Fucking new GameStop and AMC and Tesla
Yeah.
are going to the moon. Fuck!
Dogecoin, who bought Dogecoin?
Yeah.
How much is it? No, just keep
It's
it.
those magic internet monies.
325.
All the Bitcoin
It is those
millionaires.
magic internet monies. Indeed it is.
Not too much, but
I was actually at this game 4 or 5 years ago. I loaded up on Tesla stock. On stream, I was sitting here arguing with, I think, Nick on how good Tesla was. And everybody was like, Tesla's like going under and stuff. Tesla stock was $250 at that point. And I go, you know what? I'm tired of arguing with people about it. I'm just gonna, like, I just bought one. It was amazing. You know?
did you sell, when did you sell? Before the,
No, I didn't sell it. I got it. I still got it. I made a ton of money on it.
I bought it a long time ago.
Yeah.
I never stock pick ever. When I bought my Tesla, it was like the beginning of 2015, and I just like deeply believed in the company. So
Yeah.
I took some retirement monies and just bought a bunch at like 130, and then it hit 200 like months later, like quickly, right? And I'm like, well, it's the first time usually I'm just boring as fuck, index funds, like whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what, I made 50% on this, I'm done. And then I just sold it. And then I never bought a stock before or since.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because I both feel good and terrible about it,
Yeah, you're-
right? Yeah.
Don't they call that upstuck or something?
For sure, yeah.
Up stuff, yeah.
Oh, she used the word on me. She said she was upstuck, and I had to
Upstuck.
Google it.
A lot of people are up stuck right now.
It's just such a crazy thing right there. What the country needs is a huge shift in the stock market so everybody gets back to normal again. Because everybody wants to make their money the wrong way. I call it just gigantic investor scams everywhere. If I were gonna play the stock market now, I'd bet against companies.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of people getting scammed right now, for sure.
Don't invest in China right now.
I would invest in China heavy if I could. In fact,
China's gonna
that's
do
well, how come I won't sell any of my Tesla stock? Because what they're doing, you got to figure out a way to benefit
7's going to
off
be good here for Ito.
what's happening in China right now. And Tesla's doing it. You know, the minute they started.
I haven't had too
building
much
that
work
factory, I
today,
never
to
sold
be
my
honest,
stock
you
there.
guys. When the table talk is going like this
Makes
strong,
sense.
talking about interesting stuff, I tend to just let you guys observe, and I will as well. And if some notable hands come up, we'll talk about them. If things quiet down, I'll blab away,
That building right now.
No, it's crazy. Well, the population, right?
as I tend to do anyways.
So many Teslas now, it's crazy.
Sometimes have a
We just
blabbing
go to
problem.
China right now and you work with those people, they work hard. Like they work hard and they work long hours and they're driven. It's like California in the 60s right now.
Yeah, no, it's great. But there's a little instability now, right, with the real estate company.
Yeah,
Government is,
You know, I don't buy any of that. I've been hearing that for years right now. You know, like that ghost cities and stuff. But all you gotta do is just go there and see what's happening.
well, I go there a lot.
One more
Several
bullet.
times a year, I'll show you.
I was going to.
There just came
You
out
guys all
today.
troll the fuck out of each other. It's great.
Saya definitely could have taken that down if she did go for a bluff, I believe.
Just came out
But
today.
figured she had some showdown.
Did you get enough sleep, Saya?
Huh?
Did you get enough sleep last night?
No, I slept like 5 hours.
Right.
It's pretty profound.
No, less.
No, it is really profound what's happening.
Others coming into control. They don't want to see the type of capitalism that we have here.
But they have it.
Yeah, I didn't know you had a spade in there. I was thinking, you did have a spade, you made
So
it the door,
crazy
but
there
if you
right
had
now.
a spade,
It's so full of opportunity.
probably wouldn't have. I didn't have. Oh, then you had like.
Well, here we go. We got some stats going up here so far, and
I hope it doesn't.
what would you know?
That's our best.
Garrett, by far the biggest winner, currently up $18,575. Saya up a couple thousand. Ito stuck 10K.
It's really nuts what's happening there. There was this Bill Gates quote. one
Garrett
time.
winning
It said,
most of that in a pretty
in-
big hand.
In the last 30
Or he
years,
turned the nuts.
then the United States didn't.
Turned the nuts straight
The last
against.
100
I'm not
years.
sure what the other guy had. We didn't end up
More
seeing.
concrete. Oh, yeah.
Maybe
On-
100,
on this-
just 100 bucks.
Huge bot though.
One chip.
It was crazy too, like, you see all the cranes in China?
No,
It's
no,
like
no.
depending anywhere you go, tier 1, tier 2 city, just endless cranes, which is fun.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Very cool.
What city
Right,
do you
it's
go
500.
in?
I've been all over China, all over the eastern part.
It's your future. That's strategic marketing right there.
All over. So I've been south, north, like all the way up to Harbin,
How much?
up to Harbin.
500.
Up north, right?
Yeah, where they do all the ice sculptures and stuff. Near Russia, North Korea, north of North Korea. Shanghai, Beijing, Chengdu.
So Garrett makes it 500 to go here.
Learn the language? A little bit.
Not
Blind versus blind versus
enough
blind.
information.
Open ender for Candy.
If I learned a little bit of words, I can hear, understand how things are being said now.
You know they have
700.
like 100 different dialects, right?
Oh, it's crazy.
They have like
Garrett decides to check, and that induces a bet here from Eric, who just has 6-eye. Candy's going to call with an open ender. Now Garrett's going to call with just the ace-high and a gut shot, which is the best hand currently on the turn.
Check.
See if this
He checked.
checks around. Yeah, not surprising. And what's the river? Gonna check around. I think ace high is gonna win this. I don't know what the river was, but it looks like everybody missed to me. Yeah, the river was an 8. So Garrett wins this hand. Some aggression from Candy could have got the job done, like a check raise on the flop with her open ender. She would have taken down the pot then.
I can double, right?
yeah.
Okay, double's wrong.
Spicy.
But instead, they check it down and just allow Garrett to kind of win that hand.
Oh, you guys want to make it one round?
Let's do a round of it. I'm in.
One round?
All right.
50-50, however you want to put it out there.
You convinced me for one round.
I can
I
do
have
a
a
round
big
of
family. I have to be
So I
careful
think they're
with
doing
that.
one round of 25, 50, 100, 200.
Okay, I need a
50-50.
100, yeah. 100 purple. 100 purple. Yeah.
I mean, it's been 200 anyways. Yeah, it's 300 usually.
Candy limps the button here with king 6 suited.
Raise 500. Re-raise 1800.
Joe decides to raise it up with the king deuce. From the straddle, then from the double straddle, Saya has ace 10 suited, makes it 1800. Joe shows the 10
Shout out
deuce.
to Joy.
I wish I would have for sure showed it if I somehow
Quarter
had
and quarter,
it worse.
50-50,
Funny,
1.
'cause I don't know who wins that. I certainly can win that hand. Good for him.
Good, good. Quiet stand.
You know what? If you
Yeah,
want
One
back to-
tournament that
back to
probably
back.
makes sense.
You can't just go play the Chinese stock market. Like they're so smart about keeping their money on lockdown. But if you could play the Chinese stock market, it would be amazing.
You're just in for a quarter.
Keep trying to cheat me, bro.
Well, the government's setting up.
My second card. Oh, no. This is right. This is right. We're good.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
Yep.
Except those
You
are
are
good
in the
cards.
weather.
Oh, yeah, I did have 2 cards this time. My fault. It's because you gave me 1 last time, so I can't trust you anymore. Sorry.
Surprised you could trust me in the first place. 600.
You knew you gave me 2, huh? I had no idea.
I thought you were just moving the button for to a preferential spot.
Can't wait to go to China again.
Yeah, which part part do you go to?
I usually go to Shanghai and Chengdu.
Yeah. Which isn't too far away. And you take trains or planes when you're interior.
Trains, man,
Yeah.
that's when I knew they're lying to us. Like just 5 years ago, how good
It's
they're
amazing,
both,
right?
they're
I know.
super sick.
I sit right. I like to sit right in the front.
Super sick. And drink beers and
That's amazing.
it's like, you know, like 5 years ago, like nobody talked about how great China was. It's so far ahead. Like it's it's such a place to be. Just the train system alone is insane.
Yeah.
And nobody flies anywhere.
You think about LA, right? Like, you can't even get on the subway.
You know, if you behave badly in China, your social credit goes down, they won't let you travel anymore, and you're stuck, and they won't let you live in a tier 1 city. And
Well, even you though, right? When you go through the airport, they're looking at your facial recognition and
no, but what impresses me most about China
you're the
is they really got the whole crime thing fixed. Nobody does crime in China. You know, they don't have a problem with it. Whereas we say, oh, we're free. And it's like the wild, wild west here when it comes to crime, you know.
600.
So there, like, if you just renege on a loan, you know, and it's proven that you did that, they'll dock your social credit, and they won't put you in jail or anything, but they'll prohibit where you live and how you, they won't, travel the train anymore.
Ace
Won't
king
let you
versus
get on a
ace
plane,
queen here.
And everybody behaves themselves.
Two made it 600 on the button. We are playing the double straddle, so it's $200
you don't treat Uber drivers
straddle
well,
on.
you're not gonna get a ride.
Yeah.
He just 3x the straddle.
And they, like,
Ito makes it 2,400 here with ace king off from
with chaos, everybody's like,
the end of the gun
nuts.
straddle.
Now, everybody follows the rules, and if you jaywalk, you just get a ding, a notification.
And Jew's going to call in position.
In the mail, so they'll just deduct it from your.
All the shit you guys are talking about are like
Brick
episodes of
flop.
Black Mirror.
I know.
Have you guys seen that show?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's funny. What a
No,
great
it's
show
true.
that
And
was.
they
Yeah, I
use,
like that.
and I'll show you what app they use for that. They use this app here.
WeChat. I use WeChat.
You type down
WeChat's amazing.
Yeah.
Do you know when you go to China, like you know what I'm talking about? Cash is no good there. You think you're going, okay, I need to get some cash. Just need WeChat dollars, that's it.
When I use the cash, everyone's like always perplexed, not sure what to do.
No, you know, they
Or the
don't.
RMB.
Yeah, if you have a wallet full of cash, it's like not the way to do it anymore. It's insane. Like they're so far ahead of everything.
Wants to buy a car. I know the Marine selling a car. So I said, well, send me the picture. Because he wants to know what I think. I said, I need to see it.
What kind of car are you getting?
I have no idea. It's got 65,000 miles. That's all I know.
Some cars, 5,000 is nothing.
Right. Like a Mercedes, right?
Ito looking like he's going to barrel again here.
To give you an example,
He does have the best hand.
Toyota or anything like that.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he believes that necessarily.
4,600. What kind of car does he want?
4,600, and I don't think ace queen can call again here.
Oh, no,
Which I thought was dangerous.
no. Remember what I told you about?
In fact, Jew has 5,425 behind, so it should just be, the bet should be an all-in here from Ito, which would be 5,400 effective.
I would really fight for fun. Again, like I feel like I got a kid with my girl. You know, I bought her a fast car. I got her the Model 3 Performance.
Oh yeah, that was really nice. Which color?
I think we got her in white and we wrapped it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nice.
And
Yeah, those are really fast.
it's really fast.
Quarter, 50, 1,
Actually,
the 2.
Yeah. I bought an R8 for both of us at that time. That was the car that I dragged her away from the motorcycle with. So you just drive the R8 all the time. Get the motorcycle because it's fast and it's loud and the top comes down. So whenever you feel like going fast, you can just or being sporty, you take this car out. And
You're 50-50.
turns out like she doesn't enjoy driving that much when the performance.
6.
That'd be good possibly with the kid. On Tesla, but on Tesla.
No, but he's gonna be there for like 4 years.
Where's he going to school?
No, he's in Marines. He just graduated from Marines. So he's doing air traffic control in Honolulu.
That's it.
So he's only been here for like 4.5 years.
Wow. He signed up for the Marines, so it's hardcore.
I'm proud of him. You know, he was
How old is he?
just turned 20.
You know, like living in California, I just didn't know people did that anymore, join the army. You know what I mean? Like where I grew up, everybody joined the army. Oh, absolutely. I come from a military family.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I was in the Air Force. What?
Bomb
Oh, you were in there for
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I got kicked out. It wasn't a good fit. But my whole family was military. My dad was a colonel in the
Griener.
My grandpa was in. Every male in my family has been military except for me. So I know all about it.
Thank you for the service.
Yeah. For me, it was escaping that.
So. $123.
It's really good for kids these days. Really good when you think about it.
That's it.
Yeah. So Hawaii makes more sense.
Flush here for Saya,
Why he would want a motorcycle.
but
He's in Hawaii,
2
right?
doesn't have
He's on the
much.
base and stuff.
Exactly. Maybe just to drive around a little bit, right?
Ask him if he knows what a Suron is, motorcycle.
What is it?
Suron.
Saran?
Suron. S-U-R-R-O-N. It's electric motorcycle.
S-U-R.
Suron. S-U-R-O-R-O-N.
Glenn? Oh, it's like 2 R's. No.
Suron electric motorcycle.
Dirty bluff.
$123.
Huh? $123.
Yep.
What happened to our bomb pot?
We did it.
Oh, that's what the bomb pot. I wondered
Pretty
why
sure
I
that's
didn't
the hand
have
you just
anything.
played.
Now, why do I have these crappy cards? And why don't I have anything?
You're the 200.
I never hit bomb pots. Yeah, that might have been the motorcycle.
You're the
I was looking
200.
at, actually.
Eric, you're the double straddle.
So I can help you out. I can get that for you.
Eric, you're the double straddle 200.
Yeah. And it'd be perfect for Hawaiian. There's air traffic control there?
Yeah.
He wants to be air traffic controller?
Yeah, that's what he's getting. He just got his FAA. But he needs to put in
Seven.
more time, right? Because he's so early.
700. 500 more.
That's fine. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's a legit job.
That's it. $1,000. 4,000. Cool.
You should be here any minute.
$2,500.
Yeah, that's our bike.
That's cool, cause
It's a legit motorcycle.
Okay.
So I know that
100 and 200.
I know we sell a lot of them in Hawaii. Like a lot of them. Yeah, very affordable. And it's a perfect solution for Hawaii. Just, you know, like,
yeah, pollution. I'm sure the acceleration on it's insane, right?
it's pretty fast. It's not fast enough to really kill you.
Okay, I'll do a turbo throttle this time.
Like, it's just fast enough, you know, like, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna put a red outfit on you now.
Triple straddle, 400.
Oh, Saya.
Saya's on fire. 1,200. $4,000. $4,000.
Air traffic control very stressful.
So Garrett 3-bets the king 9 suited and then gets
I'm a pilot. Like,
4-bets blind versus blind and looks like he just folded.
Well, I mean, that's the balance procedures.
I think it's a lot easier to
Not seeing too many big hands
you know.
get to showdown or be played out on flops and turns. Haven't had any major coolers so far, so what I mean to say is we're due. And I can sense something's coming soon.
It just came a few years ago.
The
Called
double
ADSB.
straddle.
So it must make it a lot easier.
400. $1,200.
What's up?
You made it.
Nice to see you, George.
And we got a new player. It's George.
Everyone, this is George. For those who don't know.
Hello, George.
How you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
2,000.
Uh-huh.
7,000.
No more pink chips?
So we don't know what Eric has here,
George, you need some change?
but he 3-bet pre-flop and Jew peeled with the jack deuce of hearts. And look at this flop, queen deuce 4 with 2 hearts. Eric bets 2,000.
You need some quarters. Here.
Looks like Jew moved all in
Yeah.
and Eric folded.
Jared, do you want to buy or you want to wait till the button passes you?
I'm like this, I don't know. Right? Okay,
Just
let's
wait a few hands. You get a free hand in a few hands. It's good.
Okay. Alright, George, they're wanting to know how much you're buying it for. 30,000? George is buying it 30,000. Wait till the button passes you.
Actually, I'll be right back.
Quarter, 50, 100.
Amido.
You're the 100. 50, 50.
George, you're coming behind for free. If not, you have to post the blind right now. Okay? That's why.
I'll come for free.
Yeah. No one's leaving you hanging. Raise.
Raise 500.
Candy here with jacks. In pretty conservatively today, just gonna make the call. It's gonna end up costing her though here as the A6 offsuit will connect.
500.
Looks like Candy limp called with this hand. Or she's gonna bet 500. Trips on the river now. Or Garrett. You bet's 2K and Candy calls.
Garrett always
So Candy really needed to rethink on that one, I think, and raise pre-flop. Where she was gonna limp, she needed to limp 3-bet it. With this her stack especially. But
Tahoe, man, it's like
live and you learn.
Vegas, but better.
Really? I've always been so bored in Tahoe.
I like it. Peaceful.
You probably know how to do it right.
Yeah.
Do you want to buy it, Saya?
Yeah, I'm buying it right now. 50-50 one.
Yep. Good.
25.
That's correct.
Good. We're good.
Okay. Confusing blinds in this game, George. 25,
25, 25, 50,
One on now,
50.
so if you want to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom now. It's in, are we still doing mandatory double straddle or no?
No,
Just a mandatory single straddle.
Okay, yeah.
an optional double straddle, or a quadruple.
Just 100, George. That's what we're doing. Biggest one.
There's Ante too, right?
Yeah, 50 ante. Yeah, 50. The guy puts 50, another 50 ante. Uh-huh, yeah.
Three players. $300. Heads up. $1,100.
Has he heard of a Sauron or no?
What's that?
Did he hear?
Thank you.
Did he hear one? A Sauron?
No, but he's gonna check it out.
Oh, he never heard of it.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
looking at the pictures of it.
They're pretty hot in Hawaii. I wondered if that was the one he was thinking about buying.
Oh, it's a nice looking bike, you know?
It's a good bike, man. I think.
The only worry is it's very stealth, right? Quiet.
It is,
So
right?
people, you have to really be that much more vigilant, I think.
You don't need to license it. You don't need to register any of that. It's just small enough where they don't care. They sell for a lot of money in the world. Yeah. They actually, like, we're out of stock.
So it's a premium to like in California?
Where you can get it from me, it's California price, or even cheaper. You know, And then in Hawaii, they upcharge them. People buy them from us at retail and upcharge them there.
I don't blame them. Supply and demand, right?
Yeah, so if we're out of stock, like right now we're out of stock,
200.
the price goes up over 5,500. You know?
And what's the top speed on a motorcycle?
It's 45 miles per hour.
25? So it probably has nice fast acceleration on it.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Well, I like that it's only 45.
Yeah. Actually, one of my friends got married this summer, and my girlfriend's sister got married to this guy who lives in Hawaii, and I set him up as a Surlon dealer out there. And he just retired and moved to Hawaii.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's making so much money selling those things. Makes me jealous.
That's it.
How many do you have? Okay, cool, that's yours. Just want to make sure I don't steal your time, but yeah, no.
400.
$400 race here from Eric in the hijack. Joe's going to call him on the button. Garrett's going to call in the straddle. Do not know what Joe's hand is currently. Get the jack, jack, deuce with 2 spades, flop. So a flush draw here for Eric. Not too much for Garrett. Eric bets 1,200 and takes it down. So
Well, the market's tight right now.
That bike is really hot. If I'm in the middle of it, you know, I can't believe how hot that bike is. Like, we can't keep them in stock.
Jordan, the traffic was bad, huh?
Nothing?
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Okay, but it took you like an hour.
It took me about an hour.
Yeah.
It's traffic time right now.
Better than before COVID, I guess, right? It'd be worse. I think a couple years ago it was worse when everyone went to the office.
$300.
You still working from home mostly, Joe?
No. Well, yeah, I could, but I do go in the office.
Got it.
And I travel.
Yeah.
Can we start making wine?
But even when we're working at home, I was trying to go to the office.
Yeah,
Just my
but I have-
opportunity.
For sure, yeah.
But I have
Around your
those.
kids like
Yeah,
all
I
the
guess
time.
I gotta go.
right?
I gotta go
We're
check
just
in
one
with
of
it.
them.
Need to
And get
back.
glasses.
Yeah,
Okay.
Like I was getting tired of the Zoom calls and seeing.
You want a drink?
I'm starting to get thirsty. Yes.
Yeah, like at the
Snacky
peak
up.
of it, I was just like doing something to leave the house 3 times a day. Like whether it's a walk or, you know.
Exactly.
Oh shit. Can't go on the war zone without my knife.
Are we doing wine or who's doing wine?
Yeah, we're doing wine. I think.
That was a good weight.
Usually one at the beginning, two at the end.
Okay. I've had that pattern before.
I always do good at the beginning.
That's what's been happening to me. I went at the beginning and I gave all my money to Jew.
You're the straddle for 100 there, George.
Is there really an end game though? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Right?
It goes on and on.
Yeah.
The pain never stops in
Yeah.
this game.
It's like maybe one day you do okay.
300.
I have to use the restroom. I don't want to be that guy that misses.
It works. You can like buy a couple.
Okay.
Like, now's a good
There we
time.
go.
Yeah, yeah,
850 or 825.
I didn't even know that was 500.
Quarter.
Keely had like
50,
2,000.
100.
I know, I was calling you good time business. I called you 2,000 with my hand, I can't call her.
Yeah.
400.
Finally, somebody with a premium. See if anybody else wakes up with a hand. Saya's in the straddle here. King high. She does call, and she flops top pair. Looks like she's gonna lead out at this for 500. Oh no, she check raises. I see. Interesting play. Definitely see this happen a decent amount when you have a weak top pair. I do expect the action to slow down once she gets called there. Now we'll see if Jude decides to go for some value here. He'd rather keep her bluffs in. He's gonna win this one.
Alright, so it's gonna be quarter, 200.
Uh-oh, party time.
Hey.
You're drinking wine today?
Yes. Changing my style.
Nice.
Okay.
That's good. The duck one, do you want one?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, I got a wine locker
Can I
today.
pay you a little?
No, no, no.
bonus here?
No, I brought him in my backpack.
You are 25 only.
25.
Yeah.
Thank
There
you
you
so
go.
much.
No way, can you?
300.
Wait. But you gotta cheers with me.
See, we gotta look in the eye.
It's bad luck. You don't want to fuck around with those. Yeah. I know, you don't fuck around with those superstitions. You know what it is if you don't look each other in the eye?
It's a long, I know, calculated.
7 years bad sex,
That's right.
right?
Still gonna have it.
7 years bad sex.
If you don't make eye contact during
When you're
salute,
toasting.
interesting.
Yeah, it's like this.
You gotta watch out for that one.
And you don't mess around with those superstitions. Like it's better to believe than not believe and be wrong.
Players. Here, then get your hand up.
Sorry, yeah.
And it's
They
fun to
wouldn't
cheer and look
have.
at
I
people.
didn't do that.
Right. Teaches you good manners. Hey George, you want a glass?
Maybe.
Okay.
600.
We need more glasses. And we got the small glasses too.
Yeah.
Can't get sick before the wedding, Garrett. Do you think about that? That would be a really bad one right now. That would be running bad.
Well, so the couple we're going to Switzerland with, we're going with the wedding couple before their wedding.
Right.
So she's like a little leery about like, you know, bouncing all around Switzerland
Right.
and then getting a COVID test and not being able to get into
Right,
England
right.
for her wedding, you know?
Yeah, no, like there's a lot to
That'd be the
lose right
worst,
now.
for sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine if you just catch a cold? Well, I guess you could just get tested.
Yeah.
But
If you were positive with COVID during your
It
wedding
would-
day,
Do you want to post?
yeah, so
What?
if you do, if you gotta, you'd have to call it off.
you'd
right?
have to call it off. I mean, it's gotta, that story has to have happened several times.
I'll bet you.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the traps right now.
Yeah.
Excellent. Amazing.
It's the first good wine I've had here.
Amazing.
Good one, definitely.
I got another bottle in there, the same thing. So,
Amazing. I had-
Still why I like that one.
I had Ante last week. That was pretty good too.
oh, nice. Wine, good wine's one of the good ways to spend money.
Don't. You're
No,
I don't.
she's not there. It's
fine.
post.
Now I get it.
I bought it.
Yep,
It's
yep.
so confusing, man.
All good.
I like it when Garrett gets confused about the blinds. And he feels,
Yeah, we've kept the 100 on. Do people want to change it where we drop the one of the 25s? You do, right?
I feel like we should just do 50-1-1.
yeah, make the blinds
Nobody
simpler.
gets. This is way too much.
Okay,
Weird.
I'm in.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm in.
Let's do it. So we'll draw
So it
for
sounds
it.
like they're
So
gonna
on
change
that
the game to
person's
50,
button, we
100,
switch to
100.
50, 1, 1.
We're
Okay.
gonna keep
All
this
good.
game going here for a couple more hours.
Yeah,
Hope you guys are having a blast, just like me.
I would do it.
Right.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna run to the restroom real quick, and we'll be right back with you guys. But stay tuned.
do a flop if they're
Yeah, do a flop.
in the way. Yeah.
The reason why I like drinking wine at the table is when the mass police come in, they can see we're drinking wine. You know what I mean?
Is it cut, right?
That's right.
We need a
on.
When
horror.
people ask why I'm holding a glass in my hand,
We got it.
when I'm playing a hand, it's in case the
Oh, I
mass
get
police
it.
come
You
in.
got the X's hand. You don't care about your fucking hand, too.
No, because the drawing for when they change the.
Hey, so you gotta,
I'm not just a
Someone called. It's
No,
like,
no, no, no.
you know, like I went to Orange County
Now you want
recently
it.
for pageant and the masters, you know, my mom
Oh, yeah,
there
been
for
there,
her
been there.
stuff. And I went there and
Once. We'll change it on Garrett's
you know,
button.
you know, like a different world right now. It was
Yeah.
really refreshing to be there. You know, the
We drew,
restaurants
yeah.
were nice, like, it's all wide open.
Was that your first time going to the show?
I actually didn't go to the show, I just went to go visit my mom who was there for that.
Same.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I wanna go
The
next
collection
time.
hasn't changed.
though,
But we're doing a
because
bomb
somebody
pot now.
I respect told me it's actually something great to see.
George, we've been doing $300 bomb pots only on collection. You cool with that? Sweet.
Yeah, you've been to pageant and the masters and it was good?
Yeah. I knew I've been to Pageant and the Masters.
That's the flop, right?
You know what that is?
Right, yeah. We start playing normal after the flop, correct?
That's pretty cool. I mean, good thing to go.
We'll still play Terran River.
Yeah.
You know, there's a movie theater.
No, no, it's
There's
no
a movie
limit. Yeah,
theater
yeah,
I
yeah.
found out there. It was in the Newport Beach Mall, what do they call Fashion Island or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I go, what's so good about this movie theater? And I go there and they said all these big stars come there.
Really?
Yeah. And
All right, George, so the
couldn't
hand's
figure out
gonna
why.
start on the flop, on you,
They
okay?
got this amazing wine list and they sell the wine at like grocery store prices.
Really?
Yeah. I go, man, and now I want to go down there just for this movie theater. So I ended up taking my mom there. They serve dinner and stuff, you know.
Did he act? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
It was a quick check.
I missed it, yeah.
Bomb pot thing.
That's the other special.
Who's won the bump up here?
Jew won a
Yeah,
couple.
Jew.
Yeah, I'm taking 6 now.
That's right. With some decent hands too, I'm finding out.
You got your.
For how many?
Everybody's so scared when they're bomb pots.
Yeah.
Cannot win. I don't think I've ever won a bump up.
I don't remember winning a bomb pot here.
I never win these things.
Should be up all the way. This way, you know. I mean, you got what? This is like negative flip. Yeah. You know, like turn the turn on the river open. Yeah. $4,000.
Alright, initial MA to the card and MA. Facing MA to the
That's like-
card 10.
raise.
Evidently, the small man got caught up with a couple of jackpots. There were 2 drops that were dropped here, is that right?
Yeah, that's done.
We'll drop right now.
We're doing one right now.
Oh, I
With the
got
hand.
you. Okay, all right.
You need to invent the drop machine.
Sends a right to your Apple Watch.
10 seconds.
Can you imagine like how far we got to go when they haven't invented that yet?
It seems basic though, right?
Yeah, like I'd have it done by the end of the day if I own this place. It'd be so easy to do.
Can I get one time shift?
All you have to do is you program it for if you didn't drop, then it'd send an alarm to a cell phone, that's it. Then they can come and check and see what happened.
But then what about verifying the amount of it?
That's true.
Right.
That's true. That's right. That's right.
Alright,
That
now
would make it
to the
challenging.
collection. I believe it's.
All right, boys and girls. Jared Griener in the booth here with you guys once again. Looks like we had our friend George join the game now.
It's when they take out the collection thing.
So we were 8-handed.
Denominator
123.
I think I saw the stats going up a second ago, so you guys should know
So in other words, that
where we're at with all of that. I believe Garrett is still up the most.
it just seems so archaic that they're coming to check everybody, you know?
You wonder if it's a management or control. Is this, what are we doing? Are we doing the new blinds or?
Same thing, no?
Not yet.
Oh, when
We
the button
drew
gets
for
to
it,
Garrett.
so
Oh, Garrett? Okay.
yeah.
When the button's on Garrett, the thing it switches.
Okay, I'm delayed here. I think you guys talked about that.
It's all good.
No worries.
Great.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'd say that's a big raise
Oh,
there.
yeah.
That is a big raise.
12.
1200.
That's why I always say it, in case I still off the wrong
300 from Drew. It's going to be a 3-bet here with the ace-king off from Eric in the cutoff.
You guys are nice about it. The World Series of Poker, they don't mess around.
Oh. No, there's none of that.
Can you take that button? Take it.
The World Series of Poker, they're playing for blood.
You won a title? No?
No. Gal won a title.
Who has titles here? No one has a title in the tournament.
Nobody has a title.
Not even close. Not even like a final table.
Gal has a bracelet. I'm trying to buy it from him.
He's not gonna sell it.
I bet you I can get it from him.
Here.
Just gotta get him when he's drinking. That's a secret.
Those are priceless, I don't know.
Well, if you wanted a 6-max no limit.
Hope you had it, bro. Hope you had it. I hope you had like 9 fucking 9s, man.
No way.
That's what I hope you had. I don't.
He didn't pull
I don't know
9.
what you had.
I think he had a class three.
29, 25.
I think you don't have a flush draw.
29, 25.
I don't know what you have, but I hope you have a very big hand.
Or else he's gonna meet you in the parking lot. No.
That's how Garrett has it.
God bless. You don't need to tell me. No, there's no reason.
That's how Garrett does it. You better have had it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see it later.
I'll be
I'm
fucking
gonna
pissed
see it
if you
later.
had it, bro. If you
I'm
had
gonna
it.
bluff the hell out of you next time if you bluff me.
No bluffing allowed here.
Hey, Garrett, what did you think of that hand when Harry flopped a set against you and just called you down? That's a big bet.
Could I have straight?
Can't be too careful, right?
Yeah.
People are scared of you, Garrett. It's an easy life when you're Garrett.
Drop it.
Can't argue with that. This guy's
Like, I
on
don't
to me,
care.
George. Huh?
Like I flop a set, that's like Garrett kryptonite. You know what I mean? I don't care who you are. And Harry flopped a set, and he just called down. Just check call, check call, check call.
So what is this now?
No, you're straddle.
Because I know Garrett, if I raise him, he's gonna fold. Garrett has aces.
All the money I lose for poker's when I have a good hand, just to be really clear. You're getting right, you know?
Yeah.
When things work out great, that's when you're most vulnerable.
For sure, yeah.
3.
It's when a lot of people go down the road of self-sabotage. Feel uncomfortable with shit going too well.
That's a good point, actually.
I got a thing for that.
Well, there's a mental fortitude that's needed, you know?
I got a really good saying for it. If you go looking for trouble, you'll find it every single time. If you go looking for fame and fortune, it's not so easy. If you go looking for trouble, you'll find it. Yeah.
That's so true. That's
Yeah.
very logical.
When I see people just really making bad life choices.
Okay, I'm going to call you Eric the philosopher. That's a very good statement.
Yeah.
Got the look for it too, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Berkeley
I know,
grad, he's got it all.
Yeah,
Right?
Berkeley
He's got
grad.
the mushrooms to expand his conscious, his unconscious thought.
That's right.
Right.
Take the mushrooms, they make me better at poker too.
Oh my gosh. If I did something like that, I'd probably see like devils in your faces or something. I'd probably like run away from the game.
Being at Berkeley was pretty outstanding.
You guys can pick up, and that's what we're gonna.
Like, it was a pretty big experience for me.
My radio is not working. Hold on.
Stanford business. You're a Stanford grad?
Well, not really. But
I hate Stanford. You know
no,
that.
no, but of course. Well, it was when I was older. I had a company paper executive.
So you went.
position.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Get it.
So it wasn't like I went there when I was young.
Eric, you're the straddle.
I got a huge rivalry against Stanford. I'll
Don't
never
fold,
forget
Eric.
it. I go into the big
Oh,
game
yeah.
and stuff.
Eric,
That's
you're
a
the
big
straddle.
deal. You do not want to see any tall trees.
He's on it.
Like, we were like, take off that
Don't
red
think you
shirt.
better stop it.
Take off that red shirt. Like,
Yeah, now I can hear you. I
like you
couldn't
can't
before.
wear a red shirt to a Cal game.
I couldn't before. Yeah, the 2 hands are changing the structure. You guys got that right. Okay. Yeah, when the button. All in. I'll handle that in a minute. We can all
Like 900 and change or 1,000.
yeah, can't do an all in.
How much is it, Candy? Like 1,000? 1,000, 14.
1,000, 5, 6, 25. That's 1,000. 4, 5. 1,005, 25.
That's over 1,500.
Yeah.
Candy's all in here with ace jack
1,500,
suited.
25.
Joe opened to 300.
Complicated. It's complicated. It took me 4 counts before I got it.
I was
You-
going to ask
you
you
did
for
it
the
right.
right action, but I didn't want to sit on the game.
Yeah, you did it right. The yellow.
I have K10. K10.
It's a good hand.
Good hand to call. Good hand to call. But you have like ace queen, ace jack,
I'll go over it again with him and just get it right in the hand.
or pocket nine.
You guys can update it on there. Figure it out in the hand. I'm next time, because that's what happens. Your straddle, 50-50? 50 more, Eric?
Are we at the 5,100 part yet?
Next
hand.
hand.
Next hand.
I can't wait.
I can't wait. Have you, like, the whole run of, like, let it pause?
Remember when you weren't there, but you were next door. When I played that 20, 40,
I like
80
the
game,
mental.
Yeah,
so confusing. Like, what's the point?
I know.
It was so confusing.
There's a lot of money to be made of confusion.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Sharks are there to
That's right.
confuse us.
That's right.
Can I have that?
Like, blind should be simple.
400.
Yeah, I'm gonna table. Like, I need to do simple
I don't
math.
think
It's
Yeah.
a test, Eric. If you can't post the blinds,
I know.
then I got you.
Hey, you know what I can do is I can just become one of those online guys.
Yeah. Auto post, right?
Yep.
Seven.
small bet, 1100.
1100.
Keeping it friendly, guys.
I'm gonna make a friendly fold.
Okay.
Well, that's sweet, Garrett,
He has a-
too.
he has a
Yeah, we know you had it.
You know it.
Keep it friendly.
Oh, better than.
Alright?
Yeah, I know.
Alright?
So 50-1-1 now, right?
Good job.
50-1-1. 200, Eric.
Alright, let's do it.
200.
I'm the straddle?
No, 200.
The 100 with the 100 ante. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone that says keep it friendly, we know it's very disingenuous.
I watched the podcast with Garrett and learned that you gotta watch yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of
There's
crap.
some social observation going on right now.
Yeah, please.
A lot of traps in this game.
A lot of traps in life.
And life, I was just thinking that. I think
A lot of traps in life.
I think life is way
This is
harder.
metaphorical.
I think life is way harder.
Shit's getting deep today, huh?
I know, right?
Got it.
I'm gonna start crying here.
He's about to get married in 2 days.
I know.
It's insane.
50 from the
Amazing.
small blind, 100 from the big blind with a $100 big blind. So that was 250. big
I
blind.
told Jen about that kiss the other day, George. She was pissed.
About what?
You hit 3 aces and you give
Oh,
me a
yeah,
kiss.
no.
She was mad.
Oh, you got an actual kiss, huh?
From Garrett?
Ah, yeah.
The
I
other way.
kissed him, yeah. I kissed him.
I received,
He likes to be a receiver.
for sure. It's way better. Less work.
Did you check?
Oh, I'm the button.
Oh, I checked.
All in.
Oh, candy.
Well, I don't got much behind, so.
You got kissed from Garrett?
No, I kissed him.
Okay.
I got a race on the river. I
No,
won the
don't
snow.
fold that.
And you kissed him.
You know, I told him, can I kiss you? He said, yeah.
Oh, no, try
That's awesome.
Oh, I loved it. By the way, it wasn't some,
Yeah,
you know,
$100
small pot. It was
big
like a
pot.
200,000,
No, no, no,
$100,000
No,
pot.
yeah.
Okay, one out there, right?
And then the big blind is an ante.
Yeah, the thing is, I had to raise 2 aces.
Yeah, I've been drinking.
And
Yeah,
Good, right?
yes.
25 more.
one guy flopped
So what is it,
set of 9.
am I,
Nothing.
You're under the
Nothing
gun.
yet.
Yeah.
First set.
yeah, we're only doing two
Just
now,
small
right?
and big, yeah.
Two blunts, yes.
And we were three.
Easier.
That's confusing.
25 more.
One
Easier
other-
for me to.
Eric,
one more.
25 more, 50.
Yeah.
You're 200. 100 dead money. 200.
You're 100 and 100.
So it changed now?
Yeah. Change last time.
Why are you making it so?
We're trying to make it simpler.
We're trying to make it simpler.
Yeah,
It wasn't more
simpler.
confusing
It was,
before.
it was too hard before.
Yeah, just 200, yeah.
Oh, okay, so 50, 100.
Yeah, that's it. It's simple now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
300.
So you
So
want,
he flopped a set of 9s.
You
And
might defend
the other
it.
player
Nothing's coming through.
had a flush draw.
Neither. Neither.
So I was behind.
15.
So we were 3 players, all in, all in, all in. And I got
You
an
put
ace
that
on
in
the
there?
oh, I saw that hand. That was, and then you asked him to kiss him before you kissed him, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good idea against Garrett.
Very polite.
Yeah.
$2,000. Yes.
That's a very important part of the story, is that you asked him,
I asked him.
and he said yes.
He said yes.
Fuck yes is what I said.
Fuck yeah. After he lost the fight? Yeah, you go, wow, man. That's amazing.
Perfect.
I saw that ace on the river hand.
Yeah.
I remember, somebody had a set and Gal had a flush draw.
Right.
Yeah, that was epic. Was the parent a flush draw Gal had? Yeah, parent a flush draw. Wow, what a monster of a hand.
Three. 11.
wanted to know if you got it, if I got the number correct.
Raise,
You never got my
4,000.
text? Spirits, I got a number right. 'Cause I was just weird.
You,
like, I
one of
texted
these
you-
days, man, one of these days you're gonna do that,
Let me see.
and I'm gonna have better than pocket queens, and I'm gonna just give me a number.
What is it?
Man, you gotta wait.
I'm gonna.
Where's the quality?
I had pocket queens just now.
Oh, I got the number wrong. 0382.
Yeah.
065 favorites.
0382.
One of these days I'm gonna have kings or aces when you do
Right
that.
now I'm gonna try to text her. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you get there. I'm gonna jam it, and you're gonna fold.
There's no waiting on the side, okay? Hang on the 14. Remember 1,000, no, buying the 5,000, no waiting, 5,000.
4.
When did you get married, Jim? How old were you? How old were you when you got married?
Do it next time, Mike.
28.
Man, he got a deal, dude. He's been married 7 years. His wife's still hot. Like, are you serious?
Asian girls don't age.
That's
why.
right. Can't go wrong with Asian.
Uh-huh.
When I was married to a white girl in a previous life, and I would look at Asian girls all the time. Yeah, I remember. Like she was like the girl everybody wants. She's like blonde hair, blue eyes, and stuff. And I knew, when an Asian girl walked past, you know, like, I always knew I ended up with Asian. Even when I was married to a white girl, I had a natural attraction.
8.
But part of it's that. It's like you can't go wrong when they don't age. They don't age. It's really hard to tell how old an Asian girl is. I dated someone, I remember when I was 25, she was 35 and she was Asian. She looked
She was
amazing.
young, right?
She looked amazing. And I go, man, like, the trick is, that's when I was big in Orange County, she was in Laguna Hills. So I stayed in her house and got to know her kids. She had 2 kids and she was all these kids.
3,000.
I go, man, I gotta find a young version of you.
Chinese,
She was half Japanese.
oh.
Half Japanese, half French. Beautiful. And I go, oh man, I gotta find a young one like this. Eventually, that's what I did.
So right now your girlfriend now is Asian?
She's Asian and she's 20 years younger than me. That's a good deal.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like she's gonna be one of those who ages
Huh?
just perfectly.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's winning, man. I'm telling you, I could have.
She's a good girl too, obviously.
I'm winning. Like, you get the money part figured out. You get the girl part
George here
figured
with the
out, and
straight
then
raises
figure
on
out
this river.
That's all you're living for. You know what I mean? That's the secret.
Saya
You can
with top
decide to
hair.
throw it all away and have kids. That's one way to play it. Or you can like go looking for
All
food.
she can beat is a bluff, but she's gonna call.
She calls you, George.
I'm asleep. He's got to travel already. I haven't gotten to travel yet. But I want to travel.
And there it is.
That's my next goal.
George takes on a decent sized pot there from Saya.
No, not freely. Like I've never been able to travel like with a light heart. Like
Yeah,
when I
he said
travel,
deal
I
next
couldn't
time.
afford to travel. Staying in youth hostels and stuff. You know what I mean? So I love to travel with money and see what. Maybe it's not that great. You know, my next step is I want to go to Switzerland. I want to go to all these places. You know?
Joshua says, what cash game where are you playing during WSOP when not commentating? Well, if I'm going to play cash games in LA, I play everywhere. But while I'm in Vegas, if that's what you were asking, I think I'm going to play a lot of the cash games at the Rio.
He does the big
Mainly
one.
because you don't have to wear a mask,
Yeah, he's right there. I just
which is super nice. It's the only spot in Vegas at the casinos where you don't have to wear a mask is at the World Series because everyone there is required to be vaccinated.
You always want when you can.
So I guess there's pros and cons. I kind of was a little disappointed that they were requiring the vaccinations, but in the end, I understand why they did it. They have such a huge number of people that show up to these events. But the nice thing about it is no masks. So
Play this game all day.
I'll probably spend most of my time at the Rio. If I bust a tourney and there's another good one to play, I might hop in. I have a feeling the games are going to be really good, and like I said, no masks makes a big difference for me.
Which country you from? Right now you can't go back. Right? 2 weeks. quarantine thing's stupid. Just show them you're vaccinated and if
Yeah, was I blind last
vaccination and a negative test, what's the point? Quarantine.
What if the PSP Delta kind of
Two big ones.
yeah.
People come
Big
in,
blind, please?
people lose.
Hey, no, throw 200 or throw 200 out there. Two big blinds.
You ready to go? All right, cool. All right, boys and girls. Well, we're going to do a little tag team commentary today for the rest of this session. Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. The world famous Wayne is now going to take over for me. I will be back in the booth possibly next week, or if not, I'll see you guys when I get back from the World Series. Good luck to everybody out there.
He's a
Hope I see you
limousine
guys
driver.
all at the table
Yeah,
soon.
like B-list
Later.
celebrities. Yeah.
I thought about being a limousine driver recently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, my Tesla was in the shop,
Yeah.
and they gave me like $500 credit in Uber
course.
credit.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
so I went Uber Black.
Yeah,
And I got to talking to the Uber Black driver, and he told me how much he was making.
Take it.
And I go, man, this shit is great. And I checked it out, like our Tesla is
It's been a long
qualified
time
as an Uber
since I
Black,
left.
as long as they're like black color.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I went
Jason.
He was making real money. Like right now, like because they have a shortage of drivers, and he just will work like 4 hours a day, and he makes 3,000 or 4,000 a day.
4,000?
Yeah, doing Uber Black.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
50 on the button.
because right now they're making money.
200 miles, eh?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
100 more?
Although I do pay a lot for Ubers when I travel.
No,
Hey, 200?
but it's specifically Uber Black. It's harder to do. So there's like,
Your first, Josh.
they give you all these hoops you have to jump through. I'm like, shit, man, I can do those hoops.
That's amazing.
Like you have to have a business, for example. Like,
You have to be incorporated.
yeah, you have to have, and then you have to have insurance.
The LLC.
But I just put up a bond.
What is it?
man.
5.
Yeah, LLC is easy. That part's easy. But
500.
then you have to have this crazy insurance. But I just put up the bond. You know what I mean? I put up $1 million bond. And then I was like seriously thinking about it. My wife said, my girl said, you're crazy. Like, what are you doing thinking about driving Uber Black? I said, I can hire like some of my friends to drive for me.
Garrett with a classic position call. Hashtag suited.
And I said, yeah, you're crazy. I'm being crazy. I just thought about it for a second.
Always the flop. Eric pulls ahead with top pair and a flush draw.
Again,
Yeah. We're
I go 1,000.
1,000.
George with a half pot bet with his pair open-ended. I think,
Hi, why are
I
you
guess
so quiet today?
Eric
I am?
folded his time.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe the one makes me a little more mellow.
I think she's in love. Garrett's getting married and she's steaming.
She's not in love with me.
Steamy.
I promise you that.
Are you thinking about some guy last night
50,
who took
one and
all
one?
his money? When you had
No,
quads
I
and
was
you had top
thinking
full house?
how you took all my money.
200.
She had
One of
quads
it's dead.
against full house last night.
One of it's dead, Ante.
He didn't have full
Oh, okay,
house.
so yeah.
He told me he did.
Of course he claims he does. I struggle.
How do you know
Shut
he
up.
didn't?
He's
Oh,
dead.
that's,
You think he's just bluffing?
yeah.
No. For his whole stack? In that game, no.
50
He's not
X?
bluffing.
He's bluffing.
Nope. If he was bluffing, he would have shown it.
I don't think Eric
So
called
you
pre.
think when
He had kings.
so you think when 3-bet with jacks and somebody called and he just called with kings?
Yes. Oh, you 3-bet pre-flop?
I 3-bet pre-flop.
Hey,
Somebody
just call.
called as well and then he just called. And then claimed to have king.
1,000.
Yeah. It's fishy, you're right.
I mean, in my mind, he bluffed out.
You're that sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we blocked that.
And Jew flops a royal flush, aka open-ended.
Yeah, he'd show it if he had kings, right?
Yeah, I fast rolled him.
That's like a big, like top full house first.
George with a continuation bet after the 3-bet.
I fast rolled him when he
Fairly
jammed.
large
I just
half pot.
Snap rolled my hand over. I didn't want to,
You know, I'm starting
Sorry,
to
that's
believe you
fairly
now,
large.
'cause he would show that he got
He for
kings.
sure
Half
opened
pot.
his hand
This half pot
and
bet.
be like,
Jew
"Can
opts
you
to
believe this?
check
Blah,
call.
blah, blah."
George
But instead, he just
turns
blocked
top
his hand
top.
and he claims he has kings.
You're right. Saya, you're right.
Uh-huh.
You're right. Yeah, and he just flat called the 3-bet.
There is no way he didn't show such a big beat, bad beat.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest bad beat there is.
Yeah.
another half pot bet
You're
from
right.
George.
Saya, you're so good. That's amazing. You're right. Now suddenly I believe you.
Jew with a call.
Take it.
And Jew bricks.
How much money was the pot? It was like 60,000, 50,000.
With about 60,000.
And George is going to induce a bluff from
That's
Jew.
the biggest pot Iden's ever played, probably. I don't think he'd do that on a
That's
bluff.
a big
No.
pot for him.
I don't see George ever folding here.
That's the
I guess
biggest
that's-
pot he's ever played, for sure.
But of course he...
I don't know.
It's no limit hold'em. You got to take your time to think about
he's
it.
doing that on a bluff?
Don't want to think about
No
it.
way.
10 seconds.
So you won $60,000 last time. Then.
No, I lost like 100K to Jew. Oh.
Oh, I guess Jew is suspicious that, you know,
Party
George...
crasher.
Or, sorry. George is suspicious that Jew may have slow played a big
Jew
hand.
assassin. You know, I've been saying to him all night, it's easy to forget he's there. And he just raised. You lost money to Jew again last night?
Yeah.
You're good.
There we go. George successfully induces the bluff for maximum value. Also with me is a special guest commentator, DJ Melody.
What's up, Wayne?
How's your man Julio?
He's good. He's good. It's nice to be back in here. You know, the last time I was in the booth with you was when we did Poker Craft.
Poker on the
yeah,
podcast.
that was what, 2 years ago, maybe?
It's been a long time. We shouldn't have left you.
What's up, Chad? How you guys doing tonight?
I'm sure Jared introduced all these good-looking, special, above-the-rim poker players.
How did
Yes.
the action go?
Usual cast of characters. I recognize Joe in seat 4. I know that he's played on Live at the Bike a few times, right?
Yes.
Maybe a few years ago.
Been around in LA as well.
Saya, I know.
Yes. Super Crusher.
Hmm. I play with her at the much smaller stakes, but very tough player.
Back 9 with the 2 clubs.
Fearless.
I bet flop. He just called. Did not raise. Did not raise. And then on the turn when I made a plus, I bet small. He raised. When I had plus, he decided to raise.
And all in.
And
Four
then
ways to the
went
flop.
all in on the room.
Whoa.
Queen 9-6. And Joe flops top 2.
No, 4 players.
Not much for anybody else here.
I'll take a little more. Yeah, thank you. No problem.
Joe's just going to fire.
It's going to lead into the field. I like it.
Yeah, he hopes.
A couple draws out there.
And he's just hoping Saya raise with, like, you know, say
Try to drive home.
ace, queen, aces, kings. And
Wait. 17. You added 20.
did some. Oh, Saya does raise.
Wow.
She's repping.
Yeah.
I'm sure Joe and Saya know each other very well.
Where's Joe from? Is he from Southern California? Is he local?
I don't know. I mean, I know who he is.
I'll start my wine locker tonight.
And George
George with the
should
nut.
be letting this one go.
Yeah,
Unless
it's
he's
a tough laydown.
thinking about getting creative here. But
It's a really tough laydown. But Joe, I think George is going to do the
I think he's going to find a fold here.
Yeah. That's painful, George. I understand.
Yeah, I feel your pain, George. I hate folding too.
Just doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
5 of hearts.
Alright.
Oh, okay.
I just happened to glance over. You picked up his hand.
Yeah.
No problem.
This game's too gentlemanly.
So Joe bet 500, Saya raised 1700.
The only thing I do have is my integrity.
Which is Stanford.
10
That's
seconds.
what-
Okay, let me see here.
You think Joe's thinking about Vegas and the effing Mirage?
Yeah, absolutely.
That way, like, Saya,
Well, with the stack to pot ratio, you got to
Right,
think
he's
like
considering
how,
it.
Yeah, he's considering
Three
call,
bet.
either 3-bet or call, and then figure out the turn. But Joe's going to opt to give.
Yeah, and this hand's going to be over.
Yeah.
4,000.
I like the 3-bet though in case Saya was raising with the draw. She was a pre-flop raiser, pre-flop aggressor, so he could have got some extra value there, but unfortunately she didn't have the kind of hand that could continue, so.
No, that 5 was irrelevant.
These are just like all in-game decisions that you need to figure out on the spot. Because if she does have an overpair, one, you're giving her an opportunity to get away from it, but also based on Joe's stack, I believe he had like 15K behind. So you need to calculate and calculate and space out the bets so you try to get all 15K in.
Right, by the river, right?
I don't see. I just know someone else is here.
That's right. You're 300?
Handsome Man Brian Arakaki says yes, DJ Melody and Handsome Man
Oh.
in the booth.
Shout out to Brian.
There's a
That's a
donation.
Brian.
He's a legend himself, live at the bike legend.
You think I'm old school? Brian's old school.
I'll go to London and
Casino
Switzerland.
there. I don't know if you're allowed to play
You'll just
poker,
get the missed one
but
back after.
there's a casino there that has big cash games.
Yeah.
And the bomb pots are big. Like
Nice.
1,000.
And who's the player in seat 7, Wayne? Or 6?
C7's Ito.
Ito. Okay, I'm not familiar with Ito. Is this first time playing on the stream?
Nope.
In Green Park.
Just give away that you haven't been watching. I'm just kidding.
What's that?
Oh, well, that's a good flop.
No, I definitely watch when I can.
Yeah,
That's
no,
a good
no.
one. Yeah, who's got 3 shots of
You'll be
spades
there.
here?
There you go.
Would be nice.
Thank you, Westmoreland. Life goes on.
Shout out to Hin Lives. Harry is a white guy. People think he's funny.
All right, guessing this is a bomb pot.
It looks like it's got to be, right?
Bomb. I like to credit Blackpink with making bomb pots popular.
Yeah.
That's a key card for Joe.
Yeah.
Remember winning a bomb pot.
Picked up a lot more equity right here with the 3 of diamonds.
I think that's supposed to be
Open-ended straight draw and a flush draw.
Hashtag how do you miss?
Jew does have top pair with king. Not much of a kicker. Garrett with the mystery hand. And Saya with nothing.
Damn bomb pots. I don't even want to look. Am I first to go? I'm just going to go blind.
Jew get a little value here. He just has to fade
Yeah.
a third of the deck.
15 outs.
Yes, sir, with my texture.
that pot.
Oh, we don't even know Garrett's hand.
Yeah, he's got the mystery hand, but it looks like he's raising.
Going more money. You got 100 grand, you're getting through. Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Garrett puts in a huge raise.
Lot of action. Lot of action.
Really crazy hand.
I was behind.
Oh, yeah. Same as you.
So again, this is a bomb pot, so
Like, if you got 7
Garrett can have anything here. He could have 2 pair. He could have had a flop straight. He could have a set.
So it is pretty crazy because Garrett's check raise has to, or not has to, definitely leans toward value because if 2 people have flush draw, there's 2 flush draws on board, and obviously a Jack X is open-ended. So just like potentially these guys aren't gonna fold.
And they both call. This pot just ballooned to 21-6.
That's a pretty ballsy call by Jew. And Jew and Garrett have a lot of history, obviously, and Jew knows that Garrett's capable of just, gazoon tight.
and you can trade them in for money. and
with
do
like
things
so
with
many
it.
draws here.
Yeah, that's a hell of a call. I mean, it's a bomb pot, so I mean,
It's
you
total,
can't
like-
range anybody. You can't.
You can only make this call against like an incredibly capable player like Garrett, because most people, you know, if they check raise on that spot are nutted.
Right. It's always value, right?
Yeah.
What are you driving now? This one? X model?
I got the plaid.
Garrett checks.
$150,000.
Oh, okay.
And she's probably gonna check this one back.
It just looks like an S, but it's really fast.
That third
Oh, yeah,
club.
I have the X one.
I don't even know.
And I'm guessing Garrett is straight.
I have the X model.
You like? I want an X.
You know what?
Chu taps the table, nice hand, which signals to us that Garrett does have the winner. What is his hand? Oh, it was a flop straight, yeah. Wow.
Can I have 137, please?
Yeah, I'm not that great of a hand reader. I just.
Well, no, just knowing it was a bomb pot, like I said, I mean, just anybody can just, anyone's gonna show up with any two, right?
Yeah.
And also, Garrett did check raise into two other opponents, so.
It's not just check raising
Always-
two opponents. It's there's two flush draws and like a nutted hand, you know,
That
on
too.
board. That's like, obviously, most players would be weighted towards the nuts, but Garrett's obviously very capable. And one thing that, you know, Mello and I, we played on the stream, the camera doesn't catch everything. So maybe you saw something that, you know, was like,
Right, that's, you make a good point there.
River for you, Jew, huh?
Mine's really good.
Good river for you. Good river, Jew.
So there's the stats. Garrett the big winner, surprise, surprise. George up 14, Ito up 5K, and everyone else trying to claw their way back. Joe down 4,600, Eric down about 5K, Saya 64, Candy 12K, and Jew in for a 20 ball.
I'm so surprised I haven't done a big ass ticket yet.
and keep in mind, all these swings are still less than a Bitcoin.
Like I do this course, I take it out all the time. I do it on the course. You know, like, and then when I come back,
I
I
need
go
to
really
stack
fast
you,
because
like,
I know
10
there's
times.
not any police and I know I'm on my way home.
What's that Chinese
I'm
throwing?
stuck right now.
Jared
I'm
Friend.
stuck
I
right
go
now.
up to my house and they'll never find
So
me.
easy when you see the
We all
card,
stop
huh?
on the way back.
So easy when I show you the straight you play bad, right? So easy when you see the motherfucker.
You know what, though? I have to commend you guys, Wayne, and commend Live at the Bike. It's been, you know, ever since everything reopened and, you know, the streams been back on and popping. It's been really cool to see, especially at this stake, you know, just a well-balanced mix of professionals, one or two professionals with, you know, an assorted cast of recreational players, you know, or, you know, semi-pros, if you will, that aren't scared to step up, you know, and play with some of the big dogs at these higher stakes.
Ooh,
So which is cool.
Joe's going to look for that third three.
Eric opens in the hijack, 400. Joe says, I'm in. Ito is priced in. He's got a hand that's flop worthy. So he's going to come along. We've got 1350 in the pot. Oh, and Ito flops pretty nicely.
The universe, but not the nuts.
Yeah.
What a hand, what a hand.
That's not a good turn card for anybody. Ito's still in front, but he can't know it. But even if he is behind, he's got plenty of outs to improve his hand. And looks like he leads. 600, goes about half pot.
Eric Hicks, such a live read player.
Yeah, I played with Hicks a few times. Yeah, very tricky, creative player. Another fearless player. And Ito takes it down with the best hand.
He has like the pair flush draw there, so his worst nightmare is obviously being against the ace ten of spades, where he's just like drawing stone dead everywhere.
One exact hand, right? He's ahead of a handful of others.
And it's okay if she gets the money. But we're a lot of times when
Went to Eric Hicks' place like a month or two ago. It is nice.
What's that?
I went to Eric Hicks' place like a month or two ago. It is like, you know, MTV Cribs, you know?
Oh, okay, so his place, his residency, you mean,
Yeah.
where he lives.
Yeah, you know how some rappers like have this like place that's not really theirs? Well,
Right, this is really
this
his.
really is. He also had a Tesla, like the self-drive.
Very cool.
We were in his Tesla with his lawyer. One of, you know, I forgot somebody else in the car. I don't remember who it was. But then they did the self-drive.
Oh, yeah.
0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna
Mine's
say.
self-drive, but only on the highway. I didn't get the full self.
Like in a racing plane, yeah. It's really dangerous. Like the car is nothing.
Like one of those Red Bull plants.
George is going to open in the hijack with Queen 6 of Hearts.
You know how Reno has
Garrett comes along, as does Joe. And Joe flops pretty nice. Top and bottom pair in the cutoff. Garrett turns an open ender. And he's going to lead for half pot. Sound like 500? Yep, 500. George folds, and Joe is going to raise it. Clicks it back to 1,000. Garrett's never folding for this price. So Joe looking to squeeze a little more value out of his two pair. And of course,
no comment.
Garrett just continues to just run super pure.
The greatest of all time. Joe with the.
And Joe,
Well, you can get value out of something like ace queen, ace king.
Sure, but as played pre-flop, I don't think Garrett has any of those hands. But
That is true.
Like if you spin too fast, you know what I mean?
I guess he's looking to get value from a weaker ace or possibly Jack 10.
Oh God.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Make the magazine.
So
And Garrett puts in a massive raise, which is going to confuse Joe a little bit.
That's what I'm trying to find.
See, sometimes even if you have a lot of real estate,
So on the turn, there was really no draws other than a straight draw. So Garrett, Joe has to take a busted flush draw out of the equation.
I got a ton of cash.
He's going to put in a time chip. He's going to think about it.
Buy Bitcoin and stuff.
you know what? Don't buy. Yeah, buy some insurance. Like buy gold. Hold it.
You know, I'm trying to buy some gold.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What do you think, Wayne?
buy solar cells for my house.
Chat, what do you think? Is Joe calling?
I think it's folding.
Right now, that's like the best money spent.
You know, like,
One in the chat if Joe's making the call. Two if he finds a fold. Oishi Wonder says two.
I have some.
I'm trying to get
Scotty Magic 2. Twos are coming in pretty hot. Keem says 1 and 2 can't decide. Sandy Joy. Kiss the baby says 1. All right. See some ones and some twos. Interesting, interesting. He's thinking about it. He's not convinced.
Yes, no one hold him. Like,
Yeah.
You gotta take your time.
This is a very polarizing check raise on the river, and at this stake, and in particular Garrett, he's capable of doing this with the nuts, or as we've seen time and time again, a stone bluff. But in this case, he does have the nuts. But oftentimes, we've seen Garrett make this same exact play when he just has a dead read on his opponent and knows he can't make the call. He or she can't make the call. And maybe Joe knows this, and that's why he's thinking.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm rooting for Joe to fold. I mean.
Oh, he calls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's gonna show him the bad news.
Garrett, dude. How does Garrett do that?
Oh, wow. $20,000 call. Jeez.
He did it on me one time, but now it's bluffing.
Nice.
You had to suck out on him. He had a tough set. Garrett's amazing.
I mean, in all fairness, Garrett did have a pretty disguised hand there. That's just tough. I mean,
Yeah, my rationale was that King Queen was already the nuts on the turn. So you know, Joe did a really thin bet, like trying to catch like an inferior 2 pair.
Garrett's like winning life.
Right.
man.
And then
Ace
Mary's
9.
getting
You
married,
know.
and I heard she's beautiful. Is she the one I saw at Holy Ship?
Oh yeah, yeah, of
She
course.
was beautiful.
Oh,
dude.
thank you.
She was amazing.
Thank you.
so
In terms of percentage, Wayne, sorry to interrupt. In terms of
good
percentage,
memory.
what
That was like
percentage?
for 10
I played on the
seconds
stream
when
with you
I
guys.
Dude, I was
Sheesh,
looking
probably
for you
15,
last
20
night.
times.
Yeah.
So, in your opinion, what percentage does
Too many people on this
being
show.
on camera play
3,000,
into
right?
your psyche as a
3,000
player
people,
in this game and the way you play your
And I didn't
hands?
see you the rest of the time.
I
That's
mean,
weird.
I'm a bad person to
Yeah,
ask
because
because
I
I'm so
saw
used to it now.
I won't.
Because the
No, I
first year
saw
I was doing
everyone
it,
like at the buffet
played,
and
like,
shit. You know,
all
It's
the
weird.
games, like
Right.
limit, PLO.
He's the big one.
Oh, that's not
So
That's
I obviously
10,000
had a lot of
raised
time
from the
to
big one.
think about this stuff and just like
I
I observe
I had so
things.
much fun too.
It's like I feel uncomfortable playing with people on stream sometimes because it's like I know of
Yeah,
extra
that was pretty
variables
wild. Yeah, I
that
was like, wait, is that?
the viewers and maybe even the players.
Well, you're in a
don't
unique position
necessarily-
as
That's why
the host of the show.
Yeah, I mean, just
13.
Right.
it's rough.
13.
That's why you see me kind of like not buying super deep.
Yeah. Well, I remember I can kind of relate because I remember I was living in Vegas for a number of years when I was out there DJing a ton. This is like during the poker boom, so this is like 2008 or 9. But my room of choice has always been the Win, and there was two dealers that used to always like when they were not dealing, they would sit in the game with us, and it always just felt like a little weird, you know what I mean? Because it's like I'm tipping these guys, and I mean it's okay, you know what I mean? But I don't know. It's just a little weird. So I kind of feel where you're coming from, you know. It's like you have a professional relationship with all these players as a host and
Yeah.
the game organizer. So to sit with them and compete with them in the games that you put together.
Well, I mean, the thing is, when I sit down and play, I'm not gonna try to lose. I'm not gonna punt like I'm competitive, but I'll play looser than clearly
Right.
I'm supposed to.
Yeah, 7 is good when there's like multiplayers.
I just look at a stack and I want to call him.
Barking Bat says, I would just cocoon myself in bed for a week if I lost 20K to Garrett. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a better man than me, Barking Bat. That'd be at least a week. I'd probably, 2+ weeks.
So you said 4,000.
No. 1,000.
Laying in bed, watching a lot of Netflix, ordering a lot of Domino's, just being depressed. Yeah, that was a crazy hand. And I've seen George play some. He is definitely not one to fold. So he's going to call Sia's 3-bet. Sia outflops him. Middle pair, backdoor, flush draw. George with 2 overs. He's probably going to check call depending on the sizing here.
1,100.
And George might get curious here. I can't remember exactly how much he was up, but he is winning in this game, so
Are you calling him Curious George?
I was... I was not, but that was good.
Sorry, I
No,
had to.
he folds. He folds.
So I've not met Garrett's
Discipline fold.
fiance in person, but I've seen pictures, and she is indeed very beautiful. And one piece of trivia is there's the Hollywood Writers game I play in. The CEO of the company that she works at plays in the game.
Oh, okay. In the game that with your writers.
Yeah.
I was still thinking
He's
about
played
it.
on the show
I was-
before.
I was just thinking that was.
Oh, okay. I know that. Yeah, you host those like every
It's
now
so
and again,
hilarious
right?
because it's like $2, $3, and the chat's like these broke ass guys. I'm like, oh my god, like you firing shots at the wrong people.
Yeah.
I literally went to one of their houses like 2 weeks, or 3 weeks ago.
$1,000 pop.
Definitely not broke, I'll tell you that.
Well, he just really wanted to win the pot, and you said he lost the max.
Yeah, never judge a book by its cover. I mean, right? Like, just because guys are playing like 1-2 or 5-5 or 2, whatever it is, like,
Where I had quads, and the guy claimed to have not full house. But I
doesn't
think
mean they're not doing something in life. All right, Garrett. It's on the button. Eric and George
yesterday's game.
coming along. Eric flops best,
I think it's too early for her.
and he's going to check. And Garrett just binks the turn. No problem.
Hey, go on, let him have this one. This one's fine.
I mean, I'd be disappointed, honestly, if the king or queen didn't come, like, right away.
I honestly feel bad for like everybody ripping on how lucky Garrett is, because we all get lucky at some point. He just happens to be lucky on camera, you know.
And Garrett has the best hand on the river, and now he's just thinking about how much to bet. He's going to go on the larger side. Looks like about 75% pot. Is that 1,200? Yeah, 1,200.
Eric with a bluff catcher.
Yeah. And it's either raise or fold here. I can't see him calling. And I stand corrected. He calls. He's a non-believer. Garrett's going to show him the winning hand. Look at him. He's giving him the business. How does he do it, man?
Better every hand. What can I do?
Anybody can do that.
It's hard to make top pair. Yeah, it's not that easy.
Unless you're G-Man.
I had a podcast with Ryan Fee, and he told a story of Garrett just like, I don't know if it's 24 hours or 48 hours, they were at a session. Garrett was just losing like every damn hand, losing every sports bet. So.
Oh, yeah.
What you see on camera is just like a tip of the
Sure.
iceberg. Sure. But yeah, it just
it's only a small fraction of.
I get it. He gets a lot of heat for just like running uncannily good on streams.
Something amazing.
No, and if you ever get a chance to hear him speak, you know, as a guest on a podcast or anything like that, he's pretty open about it, which I think is really cool. It's good for poker. I mean, he's human like anybody else, so he doesn't win 100% of the time, you know.
Oh, he's been through the drills. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. And he puts in the 3-bet here, the queen jack off suit in the cutoff. Looking to isolate Ito, maybe sensing a little weakness from Ito. And Eric is going to come along. Pocket deuces on the button in position.
So far ahead. Oh, he's not. I guess him with card removal.
It's 50-50. Let's see what flops here. And Garrett, what do you know? Top pair.
Come on, man. This is usually a situation that gets you in trouble. Queen jack and the queen 8-8.
Check raise flops. Garrett on the Doug Polk podcast this week was really good. Yes, check that out, guys.
Thank you for the shout out, Garrett.
Yes.
We're live with the bike and myself.
Yes. Garrett had a lot of nice things to say about Wayne. Shout out to my man JJ De La Garza, aka 4D, JJ 4D Poker. Garrett gives Eric some rope, and he goes for it. Puts in a pretty large-sized bet here, about 60% pot. Garrett makes the call.
Oh my God.
And he
okay, guys. Garrett got unlucky.
So the king might let Garrett get away from this. I mean, he's going to check this, and depending on the sizing that Eric goes with. But what a river. Holy moly. And that deuces full is going to be so disguised here. That is one sick river card in the world. And he goes with the over bet. 15,000.
I've seen that yawn tank and rubbing the nose before so many times on the LA TV.
What do you think? When I think Garrett gets away from this, right? I mean, obviously Eric could have
I
an 8 here.
I don't know. And like what I've seen myself on camera, I know it doesn't show like all the stuff that I see. So
Right.
just
Different number. Wouldn't be that
and, Garrett obviously like 100 times better live player than
Yeah,
I am.
so here goes Garrett
Good bet either
with the
way.
table talk, trying to get a read. And Eric knows better, so he's just going to sit there, stoic as can be. So now Garrett has to think about, well, what hands beat me? What hands can I beat for 15,000? Overbet.
I mean, I think Garrett had a good guess on the turn that Eric was
Yeah.
bluffing, and then now it's just like
So-
we've all been there. Like, you know, he was.
Yeah.
And then
So Eric could have a hand like he could have king queen. I mean, he did smooth call the 3-bet pre-flop. He did call on the flop, so this could be an 8, king queen. Yeah, he's gonna fold. Yeah, mostly 2s in the chat, so yeah, no surprise there. And Garrett makes the good fold.
I think it's jack hand.
And little bit of disappointment probably on Eric's end for not getting the call. Maybe if he sizes his river bet a little differently.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
I think the 15 might have been too much. I mean, what can Garrett have there, right? That's going to call. Has to be exactly king queen
could be a chop.
or an 8, but
Joe's back.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you.
It's a George trick.
I'm like an unknown play here. It's like taking me a while to get chips.
not today, Ebola, yes. Or you're praying he has an 8, exactly.
You want to bet about it?
Yeah.
Actually, it's 15,000.
It's
250.
yeah.
You have a bomb pots, right?
So you guys, if you don't recognize the other players, this is what happened to me like 10 years ago. I would play with all these guys with like a ton of money, and I had no idea who they were. And then I'd find out like years later, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not invited to Disneyland ever again. Some of them became my mentors, like friends. It just, yeah, these are some very, very, very capable people in the world.
Here we go. All right, next hand here.
Yeah, I got
Graphics are catching up.
2 checks for it. 1,200.
So Ito wakes up with a big hand, 2 queens. And can't see what the pre-flop action was, but
1,200.
I'm assuming he opened. And
3,000.
he's gonna c-bet here, this flop.
He might have opened limped, because like there's some pretty trashy hands.
I like his c-bet. He blocks a straight draw. He's obviously got a monster hand here on this board. Not too much to be concerned about. And Eric's going to raise. He's going to pretty much click it back. 2.5x. Makes it 3,000 to go. Ito's at the minimum making the call, which he does. Ito's going to check. And again, he's got to still feel pretty good about the 2 queens here. He does block the nut straight, having 2 queens in his hand. So I'd imagine that anything Eric bets within reason, Ito's definitely not releasing his hand just yet. And so let's see what Eric does here after raising the flop. And he does continue. So now it feels like he's saying he has a hand like 10 jack, maybe 9-10, but I feel like 9-10 might bet a little harder on this turn. And Ito raises. And I like the raise. Again, he's got the blockers to the nuts. He has a good hand.
I'm going to watch a video.
And he's going to take this one down.
Shout out to JJ De La Garza putting together the games like the last couple weeks. It's incredibly difficult, especially the high stakes games.
Player pool's uber small.
Uber
right?
small, you have to schedule, and yeah, it's rough. But I saw in the chat they mentioned Matt Berkey. It's very interesting because I do believe Matt Berkey's scheduled tomorrow, as is Lynn.
Oh, nice.
As is DJ Melody.
Sure. Stake me. What's the stakes tomorrow?
I think 50, 100, 100 big blind ante.
Stake me a 20 ball. I'll pay you right back, Wayne. I promise. I'll pay you right back.
I don't even. I can't.
It's like Worm said. It's like Mello. What happened? Oh, I was really up.
Yeah.
I was up big. Try to beat that.
Plays the mid joint.
50, 100, 100 at the bicycle. Yeah, that's exciting. Matt Berkey, long time no see on Live at the Bike.
Yeah.
So make sure and tune in for that tomorrow. Start time 4 p.m.
It's 4 p.m.
4 p.m. High stakes Fridays, right here, Live at the Bike.
We got a lot of stuff going on in the back end that will be revealed in due time.
In due time.
Yeah.
You heard it right there from D22 So-So. A lot of cool things on the horizon.
And that tag's gonna be making a late night rally.
Yeah. And I was saying this to Wayne. We were standing in the plaza here at the Bike, and I was just oh, here we go.
Well, we're gonna
Hold
continue that
thought.
story after.
Somebody's gonna have to stand up to Garrett.
And Ito also waking up with a pair, and he's gonna get out of the way.
Even though Saya is capable of 3-betting, especially in
We
position.
saw her do it with the
pair
6-8 of
balls.
clubs, yes, earlier. So she just flops the nuts, and which is fortunate for George. He's going to be able to get away from this. Let's see how Saya plays the flop here. And I play with Saya a handful of times. She definitely likes to build pots.
I don't know yet, maybe. Why? Because I have appointment earlier, but
I thought you had no commitments, except keeping happy wife. Happy wife, happy life.
And George
This looks
is
like
going to go for a raise here.
Yep, it's the dry board, the dry king high board.
And Saya is 200% thinking about Vegas and the effing Mirage right
She's
now.
trying to cry. She's like, "What do I do? Oh no!"
She's
I guess
gonna
I'll
just call.
Yeah.
The feigned look of concern on her face.
Okay.
And okay, that's not the worst turn card in the world for George.
George
He's
picks
picked
up
up
some
some outs.
I do believe a jack was folded. I think somebody had jack 4, so it should be 3
okay.
outs.
So he's got 3 outs, 3 clean outs here.
That's 3 outs is 6.6%.
Right. 2.2 on the turn, right?
It's per card. Each card's 2.2.
And he checks, so he's definitely not folding now.
Apples are pretty tasty.
So he's gonna check call this and just hope to bink a river. And they're both deep. George has Saya covered, so. Oh no, he folds. Wow. Interesting hand. Huh.
What, George's the believer. Plus, he
was a
knew one
believer.
of the jacks was dead.
He wasn't
He's
curious
like-
that time.
Yeah. Why so curious? So continue the story.
I was just surprised. I forgot what I was talking about. I got so immersed in that hand. What was I talking about? I don't remember.
What do you think about
Let's
straddle
talk
rack?
about-
Oh, so Wayne and I were standing out in the plaza, and I was just I was telling you how the bicycle is literally my favorite poker room in Los Angeles. If you guys haven't had a chance, if you're outside the greater Los Angeles area, you ever make it out here to SoCal, yeah, the bicycle is the nuts. It's just a beautiful place, nice, really chill environment. Staff is great, dealers are great. Players are friendly. The games are good, and it's just the absolute best. It's my
Especially-
favorite room in Los Angeles.
Especially if I'm in them. I'm just like, they call me punt at you.
What's that?
They call me punt at you.
Punt at you.
All right, we got some
pretty
action
good.
going on here. So
Yep.
112. Room
112.
112. George gonna limp. Joe gonna limp. Saya.
Only Jew?
Like you don't know. Saya 5x with a king queen. Ito flats ace queen on the button. I like it actually.
Mm-hmm. He's in position. Ace queen of the offsuit kind. And nobody with a heart. Saya does flop an open into straight. Ito's in front. Nobody can feel too great about this board. 7 doesn't change anything.
don't know. It doesn't make any
So now this is a case of, how do you guys say, who wants it more?
Yeah.
not as simple as just
Saya says, I want it more than the both of you do.
You
2,200,
take it.
and that's probably going to get it done.
Ooh, unless Joe.
Oh, wait.
Oh, it's George.
Wait, George.
George has the hand, not Joe.
What's going on?
We have the wrong.
Graphics are catching up.
Yeah. George has the 9-7.
Oh, so George.
matches.
Okay, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
George turned the best hand, I believe.
Okay, so now the graphics are going a little
Yeah, a little haywire.
goofy on us here.
Apologies.
reflection rate goes down. That's what
So we're not quite sure what the actual board is here. So if what we see on screen is correct, Saya ends up with the nut straight.
Yeah. I think the ace was on the river. The flop was 2 hearts. Or
Okay.
sorry, 3 hearts. Jack 10, 2 hearts.
Okay.
George turned the best hand with a pair of 7s. I think the river was ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I got a lot of yellow river.
Okay, screen shows otherwise.
Yeah,
man,
it's
we'd be good at it.
On the other hand,
in the poker world. I'm Sherlock Holmes. Anything else? No.
Excuse me, 2 seconds. I'll be right back, guys.
Which hand? You're talking about the king half flop.
Playing the other
Chapter.
night here late, and Johnny
Had
Cannon
top
comes
set.
in. And he said he was
Yeah.
able to start a card room in Texas, in Houston. He just want a card room. Who wants to? You don't want to do any of the other stuff, just cards. And he says he has 60 tables out there.
Eric is driving.
Yes.
It's a public
Eric
card
is
room.
driving.
Yeah, 200.
What?
Yeah, we got it.
And it just seemed like, oh man, what a great idea. Go and do it. Instead of doing an illegal home game, imagine going and starting 60 table, like, and he has it. He said it's the biggest
600.
card room in Texas. He just started it this year.
Thanks.
And it looks like a lot of money. Thanks, Travis.
Yeah, you start.
Candy's gonna rip it.
12, 7.
Hopefully, crushing it.
How much is it?
12, 17, 19. More than 2,000. No, this is your
Okay. Hands over. Shoot.
Otherwise I'd call, you know.
maybe Jack Ryan.
Yeah.
So you want to be wary when the person to your left, has a shorter stack, because not only are they liable to ripping, they could rip like lighter.
You're 200.
Like, the king queen, the king jack,
No excuses, man.
pocket sixes, just, they want to gamble. And they are protected by their short stack. Ito 600. Guess who's back?
All right, what did I miss? Anything cool?
Yeah. You missed the biggest pawn live like history. Damn, he knows me so well.
Of course
He's,
I
like,
did.
Not
That's
even,
my luck.
He insta called my bluff. This is actually a tough spot for Ito to open ace jack off here and get, 3-bet from the big blind. Ito is going to make the correct
Yeah,
call.
he is in position, so
He is in position, but also
has
like
advantage.
if they both miss, like like
which,
here,
yeah,
then
yeah.
Eric's gonna see bet. And
Eric's
Ito's
definitely
give
going
up.
to see bet this flop.
25.
And obviously this flop is hard to float.
Yeah, Ito's going to let it go. Yeah. With his exact holding, yes. Ace Jack has to.
Michael
this one
Schultz.
go.
I'm not done streaming tournaments. I just had a lot of stuff to do in the last couple of months. I'm not done with global poker. I was on a downswing though, global poker, like 25K, I think, in MTTs.
What stake were you? Oh, those were
MTT.
MTTs.
Well, I mean, I played I play the cheap ones because they're high value, like 11-cent ones for 5K, because there's a lot of overlay. And then I play up to 218. Recently, the U.S. Poker Open was $99, but there's like rebuy and add-on, so it's 99 times 3.
She wants to win a nice pot, and then she'll be a good one.
So you got a question here in the chat, Wayne. They're asking if you guys plan on streaming. Does Live at the Bike plan on streaming any PLO anytime soon?
Not anytime soon. We are going to run PLO at the bike. There's a lot of stuff in the works.
There you go. So we've got a hand here. Garrett opens for 600 with the ace-7 of clubs. Chu wakes up with 2 queens on the button and puts in the 3-bet, 2,000, a little over 3x. And Eric's got a pretty good hand, a playable hand here.
Snowman.
But he is in the small blind.
Shout out to JJ.
Shout out to JJ. JJ De La Garza's favorite hand. And it looks like Eric puts in the 4-bet, the cold 4-bet with the 2 8s. And we see that Joe folds the 8 of clubs. And Eric is behind. He's got 1 out. Juju is definitely not folding. And he goes all in, and now Eric is pretty much priced in.
Yeah.
He doesn't like it, but he's going to have to call this
He
off.
has odds to call.
Yeah.
You can rip with this, or you can rip with that.
Shout out to Drez, Black Sheep.
Can't we just take it all back and let Garrett's money?
We've all been there. Just kidding.
I mean, he's getting such a good price.
Joke rip.
He doesn't know he only has 1 out, but we saw that Joe folded the 8 of clubs, so Eric's going to need to find that 8 of diamonds. He's going to call. Be really shocked if he folds this.
Should make it straight too.
One time. They're going to run it 1 time. Maximum pain. And that's nothing for Eric. Yeah. He needs to hit the last 8 in the deck. Doesn't do it. Ju's going to double up. And a nice double up at that. 27,450. High stakes.
Double up and go. Uh-oh.
Just like that, guys.
Just like that.
Like if I could just scare him for a second, it makes me feel better about the whole situation.
When I lose, you lose.
Just for a second. Just for a second.
There's something long lost in Live at the Bike commentary where Mello and I were doing parodies of
I was just
poker
gonna say Wayne is the king of hip hop parodies.
No. We are in the presence of greatness.
Donzo 91. The minimum buy-in for this game is $5,000.
I knew when it goes instant all in, I'm in trouble.
But as you can see, most of these players buy in for much more than that, which makes for better poker. Deep stack poker.
Speaking of poker, you know what song's just really good? No Troll. Poker Face by Lady Gaga. I'm just like, I'm not even kidding, man.
Yeah, I like Lady Gaga.
I do too.
I'm not too much into pop music, but that was a big record for me when I was DJing in Vegas. That came out in 2009, I want to say. Yeah.
I don't know.
Gaga was in heavy rotation for sure.
George, so far ahead with the ace than I.
But you can't know it.
I like this bet by Eric. It puts like, if George had like Queen 10, it like puts him in a bad spot. Ooh, is Saya just gonna like?
No.
No, Saya,
She's
you
gonna
actually have the
fold.
best hand. You would be raising 10 high for value.
Yeah, she's gonna fold.
Are we all getting another one?
You know, now that you're here with me and you know C4's Joe, there are just so many Joes in hip hop. Like you got to live and learn before you're bridging.
Oh yeah, Joe Public.
Joe Public, yeah. Fat Joe.
Fat Joe.
Joe Buttons.
Joe Buttons. Yeah, there's a few. Casey and JoJo.
Yeah, there we go. Shout out to Joe to see. Oh, I mean,
Joe
that's double credit. That's double credit, right? That's overlapping.
See what you did there.
600.
Eric with a value 3-bet, queen 8 suited.
In the cutoff. Oh, Ito waking up with number 1 here. Licking his chops under that blue mask. And he's just thinking about what size to go with here. He's definitely putting in the 4-bet.
I like straight 6K. Looks like he's going more
Go a
though.
little larger than that.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not too far off, Wayne. Oh, is that 7? Yeah. 70, 75.
I know he's out of position. I just kind of like the 6.
My friend, he's protecting me, you know? You want to bully me, my friend, like that. Hey, don't bully my friend.
I say this about Ito. I'm like, oh, maybe I go 6. But when I'm actually playing, he goes 7.5. I would have been like, 12. 12K. Don't flop sets on me, please. Actually, today, the first 2 orbits, somebody flopped a set on me and I got stacked. And I was like, yeah. I went down today.
Well, that's what's interesting at the lower stakes, like, 5-5, 5-10, like, you'll see, like, the larger 3-bet sizes, out of position. So you'll see, like, the 6.5, 7X. But in these games, yeah, you'll see players, like, sometimes they'll reach for those sizings, and sometimes they'll go for, like, just the, the old school 3.5.
Yeah.
Which makes them tricky to play against as well.
Garrett Edelstein had a great podcast with Doug Polk.
Yeah, that was a great listen. I really
Check
enjoyed that.
out.
Yeah.
Garrett said something, he has a healthier relationship with poker. And I did a Chasing Poker Greatness podcast, which is not out yet. It will be out soon, potentially even this week. I say the same thing. Like, I have a healthier relationship with poker now.
When's that podcast coming out, Wayne?
I don't know. Brad said this week, but the week's almost over.
Oh, yes.
Well, I recorded it before.
You got a couple more days. All right, so we got a hand here. Eric opens for a nickel shot and is going to flop top pair. However, Ito outflops him. He was ahead pre-flop, but he flops top 2. And Eric's going to lose at least 1 street's worth here. It's for 1,000, and
Joe making a move?
Picking pretty bad time to make a move here. No real backdoor equity, no clubs on the flop.
Well, this is one
maybe he saw something. Maybe this is one of those moments where, like you were saying earlier, Wayne, he saw something at the table that the cameras didn't pick up.
Yeah, I hate commenting on these things because he essentially did the same thing I did to Jared, which is like, maybe catch a little something and try to make it move.
Yeah, so he was going to put the 3-bet in. And this has to be a red flag for Eric.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to get away from
Potentially,
this.
Eric Hicks got, not potentially, Eric Hicks got really lucky that Joe made a move.
Yeah.
He was probably losing it.
Yeah.
At least 2 streets.
You made me pull my king for nothing, man. No way.
No, you didn't. He saved you.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh,
Eric,
he was a
he
little
saved
upset.
you.
He felt like he
Of course he
felt
did
like
that.
he might have had a shot at winning the pot there. But little does he know, Joe did him a favor.
No way. I can do that. Ito, you bring Ito? Did you bring him? You guys carpool together, right?
So Mel and I were at a table earlier, and they're just common questions that I haven't been in commentary in a while, so I'm just going to, clear the smoke. Almost everybody plays with their own money on the show. Like Chris Brewer is like very public about being backed, and obviously he just plays really, really well anyway. Yeah, we have some behind the scenes. Like me and Sean Snyder talk about Chris Brewer all the time because Sean's actually known him longer, but Chris knows what we think about him.
I like Chris's game a lot. When any idea when maybe he's going to join another high stakes game?
Unsure,
Maybe
but
fake, yeah.
we are in constant contact with
Yeah, go chase dragons for you guys.
the Brewster,
The Brewster.
Punky Brewster. Here's some trivia. Actually, CRISPR and I played like I think 5-5 or 5-10 no limit on Live with the Bike when he was on the come up, and I knew he was going to squeeze, and I induced the bluff. And I am never going to play hand with CRISPR over again. So I
Yeah, it seems
claim.
like he just sticks to the big games now, right?
Well, not just that. Like I'm just going to claim for life that I'm up on CRISPR. For life.
For life.
You doing, Jorge?
Fervor TV says this is playing bigger than 25-25, 50-50, isn't it? Yes, oftentimes when G-Man Garrett Adelstein is in the game, he's always pushing to make the game bigger, get players out of their comfort zone, because that's where he lives and that's where he has an edge over his opponents. George waking up with 2 kings, opening for 1K. That's a large size, and really comes down to if anyone has anything to continue with. Ito's going to fold, and Garrett's going to let the 7-8 offsuit go as well. Oh, and Jew wakes up with 2 jacks. Yeah. Yeah, Jew's definitely, this is a bad flop for Jew. He's going to lose some more money here.
Easy game when you're ego.
You're winning.
I think so. Almost enough for a touchdown.
Can we get a count?
Got it?
15.
Jew checks. George definitely is going to put in a bet here. He does. 1,500. Just under 2/3 pot. Jew calls. He still has a good hand relative to this board.
I don't know what it's
We're going to see a turn card, which is the
Looks like it was
10 of diamonds. So this could slow things down a little bit.
No sauce, right?
Jew's going to check for the second time.
I mean, I can eat healthy for like 1 week, but then after that, all done.
You'd work out a lot though.
Which I don't know.
I've been slacking. I've been like playing too many cards. I've been like,
She's drinking beer now. She's definitely not working out.
no, I still go, but not less often.
Why you drink beer?
George
if
is
you're
going to continue
working
for
out?
2,000, which
Drink wine.
I mean,
Wine's better for you.
with Jew's exact holding is a really
okay,
good
the
bet,
story is I had a
because
weight
he's
loss
probably
test
going to call.
where I had to lose like 14 pounds.
Uh-huh.
So I actually won that bet. And then after that, I be
He puts in the-
because I felt like I.
Oh, he bet
I
6,000. I'm
like,
sorry, I thought it was 2.
resisting for so long.
That's right, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's much different.
Ooh, a Jew with a great laydown.
Okay, what just happened?
You bet the turn, George bet the turn.
Yeah,
And
and
the
Jew
beer
folded.
is
Okay.
so bad, you should drink
The graphic said
another good
2,000.
beverage. I'm saying it's
Yeah,
wine.
there we go. So, yeah.
And not as
Okay.
much
A little larger, just,
or
I think
whiskey.
you're right. I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, the graphic was a
IPAs.
little off. Yeah.
Yeah, but you just develop a different.
George takes it down.
You'll
Best
work
hand
out,
won.
let's say, it's so much work to work
Kind of a
out
rare
the-
thing in No Limit Hold'em.
that way, so you can- Wine's like free. You know, like- Eric, your straddle? 200?
Yeah.
All right.
I bet that Andy with a coat.
yeah, Mel and I were outside, and they were like, oh, it's our money. I'm like, yeah, Garrett and Andy.
I thought maybe you made a
I think
flush.
Garrett's public going broke once, seeing himself, Andy has a few times, but no, we took our beats and started.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I can't even imagine.
Now they there.
Yeah.
I am back here.
Yeah.
Huh? You're learning. Good.
Yeah.
Very good.
But I'm definitely good with poker. It's getting me whatever.
2,000.
Absolutely. So you've got some hands here, Wayne.
There's a 10x raise, small one. King suited.
How does he even know that?
This isn't actually that bad.
My hand's not very good.
Mine's not either.
Garrett's definitely calling.
Oh, yours is good.
one time.
Nope. Can't do it.
Nice shot. I'm out. Bye, guys.
And sounds like that's gonna do it for Candy.
Yeah.
Here, that's his.
Take it.
Garrett says King Queen suited is not very good.
Everyone's like, what a brilliant play, getting it in there with king high. Oh my
What'd you
God.
say? I missed it.
She's like, Garrett says king queen suit's not very good. I mean, the thing is, when somebody does rip, they should not have the king queen.
Did you guys give me a glass or?
Yeah, we did.
I'm good, Eric, with mine from before.
Okay.
Because even if somebody's like
Eric,
YOLO,
is yours
like,
200?
YOLO with like pocket threes or something.
Right.
First to act there.
Yes.
Anybody else?
200 shot on you, 200 high.
No, those are pretty rare.
How to drink wine instead of beer. It's just a matter of developing the taste.
That's very good about
You can afford it, you know what I mean? So you should. You know?
I only get one copy, right?
Life's too short to drink IPA.
I only get one
Action on Jew in the small blind. He's gonna knuckle this one. Or it looked like he did.
Yeah, meeting you for the first time.
Yes, sir.
I watched you game
Yeah.
on the hustle.
Give another couple of
Yeah.
dollars.
No. It's just.
No, it's not.
Yeah. It's just. Well, yeah. Your hand is just.
He's been watching you too.
Yeah.
I said you've been watching him too.
I watch him.
You've been watching each other.
He's a good player. I'm not a real poker player in life, but I play one on TV.
Pretty funny.
Remember that?
Pretty good.
Yeah. I'm not a doctor in real life, but I play one on TV.
Yeah.
I'm not a poker player in real life, but I play one on TV. I'm
Not early enough.
I'm just active.
It's too late.
You're not a player, you just crush
I mean, you know, you get money, you're able to do things. You're able to play in big games. You're able to go buy fancy things. Yeah, it's fun.
Your shot.
Preach, Eric. Preach.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
People say they hate pocket jacks. Well, let's see how Garrett plays them.
I don't think Garrett hates pocket jacks.
I don't think so either. I don't hate jacks at all.
Jacks is the fourth nuts. G-Man does open for 600.
2,500.
Eric's pretty deep. He's gonna come along.
Go deep.
Ace 3 of diamonds.
2,500.
He puts in a 3-bet and a hefty 3-bet at that. Makes it 2,500. And let's see what Garrett elects to do here. He's reaching for the 5-bet.
The raise 9,000.
Jack's no good here?
They would be.
That's a fold.
Jack's
Yeah.
no good.
Just again?
3 times your 17.
Garrett's just heard all the speeches, so when Eric is like Jackson, he's like, yeah.
Yeah, he's just laughing in his own head, right? 'Cause that's a hand he actually has.
Yeah, you can have the other 2 jacks, but usually when they say, you know,
I guess it's possible.
Jack's no good, they're
Somebody woke him up.
full of sauce.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's it.
Full of
Garrett's
harbor
no fun
sauce.
when he's woken up.
You fucked me up, man. The 15K bet, dude. That's what woke me up.
If you would have called it, I would have asked to kiss you.
Ooh, you don't ace again.
Aces
I
again.
still don't know if you bluffed me, but that's funny.
What a life. Let's see if he gets action this time.
We all got to get our kisses in before the big day.
I hear you, yeah.
No, he let you guess you, if you went from.
He's going to go with the same sizing that Garrett just went with on the last hand. He's going to open for 600. Under the
Not
gun.
as good, yeah. I much prefer you win from someone else.
George has nothing.
But you know, George, I'm
Joe doesn't have a hand either.
a mellow guy. I'll allow it. I wouldn't prefer it, but I'd allow it.
Oh, and
Shout
Saya.
out to mellow guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to sample that.
We got to do a bachelor
My next
party
mixtape.
for
Say that again, Garrett. Okay, back to this hand. So Saya wakes up with the monster.
the wedding. You have to be big
under the gun, and she's in
You know,
a
like Brad
horrific
Pitt,
position here.
like Leonardo DiCaprio. Those are the only people.
Blocks aces, blocks kings. She has a great hand. She puts in the 3-bet, and let's see what Ito does. They're both, wow, they're both deep.
It was pretty fun.
No, we've got to do one here.
Ito's going with the 5-bet,
Post-wedding battle party. All right.
4-bet, excuse
Before
me.
the wedding, you got 2 days left.
I have a
Saya
fucking busy
is
weekend.
definitely not folding.
Next week.
Oof. We got a hand here, guys.
No, I'm
Saya
getting
live
married on
poker
Saturday.
veteran.
The festivities are.
Obviously,
It's so weird,
close to
dude.
impossible,
You're really
especially
doing it
I'm
with
doing
this,
like a
these stakes
whole
at this
week
competition
long
level.
stuff with
These
everyone.
games
Yeah.
suited great spot, but
I think offsuit she gets away from it, but suited she's coming along for a flop.
these are the
I
hands I
played
just like
George.
hate
You and I played
commentating
over the
about
same
because it's
reason.
like
I had fun
there's
with
so
it.
many
I like
small
it.
variables
That's
that
why
can
we
miss.
play.
Oh, we're gonna have some action here.
Which part of that is not true? That I don't have
16,
fun, or
650 in the
George
pot.
does?
Yeah, you guys play for this.
Depending on the sizing that Ito goes with, we might see all the money get in here on the flop. 39, 7 effective, 16.
So Ito
You
just
play
bets
for
the
the exact
standard
same
straight
reason.
that should go all in.
There's no bullshit in that.
10 seconds.
As long as you lose, it doesn't change your life.
And it's, you know, obviously suited combinations are
That's the fact, you know. We
more
wanna
rare.
keep
He's gonna go closer to something like 10K.
That's all.
It's all about longevity.
Yeah.
I don't wanna
85,
end up
a little less,
playing
85.
games again.
So
That sucks.
a little more than half pot.
This is out. Yeah, talk to Patty.
About half pot.
Stacks are going in before river.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, sorry, by the
Just end up out there.
the stacks are going in.
Yeah, there was a time when I could play the big games, and then I made some bad decisions.
It's hard for Saya to just call here. So she's, yeah. She's gonna put it all in.
Don't think Ito's gonna fold.
He's not folding.
So you don't
He
know.
can't like it too much, but yeah. He's gonna ask for a count.
It should be close. Twice?
This is just one of the
And he makes the call. Doesn't take long to think about it.
and Saya's like that was a pretty fast
They're gonna go
call.
twice. You got
They're gonna run it twice.
She's worried.
Saya's gonna win the.
He wasn't dead.
Oh,
Like he could still
man.
hit.
So
ace
she
for
did
5.
waste 2 hearts there. And they're gonna chop this one up.
And Ito's
That's
just
the
like,
top.
Gosh dang it.
It's the top.
it's a cooler.
Wow.
You know, you can tell. You
I should have just called.
All one is
see when you were scared.
Saya's she's so intense at the table. She's, yeah,
It's
see,
fun to watch. When someone else is nervous, it's fun to watch.
she cracks me up.
Yeah. I want them to fold aces too when I check.
Saya, like, just when you play with her, like, if you've ever have you ever sat at the table with Saya? Have you ever played with Saya?
I've never played with.
So she, like,
I don't want to.
she's totally, yeah, she's no joke. But she's totally like, what was that video game? Finish him! That's Saya. Oh, she's the finish him character.
Oh no, like I've heard stories. I watched her play.
You got a 200 going now, right?
Yeah.
Plus, I've butted heads with her online. I don't know.
Tomorrow.
She is out for blood all day.
All day, every day.
This Saturday? No,
Yeah,
it's Saturday.
That's right.
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay, that would be hard to believe.
Finish him!
Eric, I keep saying the festivities start on Tuesday. That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm being so stupid. I thought that you were starting them after the wedding. But you got plenty of time for a bachelor's party. It's a whole week.
Are you planning to have kids?
Yeah, we talked about
We
all
talked
that.
about that today.
So Jew, Queen Jack off in the hijack. Opens for 600.
You, me, and Joe were on
Joe
team.
folds. Saya has
Battling it out for you.
Squadouche, as does Ito.
Yes.
She's gonna take this one down.
That is a great result for Queen Jack off in the hijack.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, scoops up the dead money. So
The kind of guy, no, for him, I know what, he's,
picks up what, an extra 175? What's in the pot? What's
Oh, more. They're strapped.
250?
he's gonna have depressions at later age.
That's true.
I swear to God, man.
Besides a healthy
No, definitely not Dig Dug.
why you're doing it all.
I want to watch.
No, kids are good.
But I'm going to have a girl first.
Really?
Everyone says you're definitely having a girl first, now that I like admit that.
Literally cannot.
Oh, it's a bump up.
Yeah, bump up.
But I'll be super happy if it's a girl too. It barely matters.
And then you
You
can
know what?
be a boy.
My life is getting.
I would like, and if I don't, it's all good, to have one boy total. You know, that'd be cool.
starting to feel that.
One of each, you got lucky. That's the way
Oh,
to
well,
do
heads
it.
up, guys. I'm gonna
If
probably.
I have a boy first,
Oh, nice. Wait, what's your pot? Is it still the poker craft or is
Yeah, I
it?
haven't done
If I have
it
a
in
boy
while
first,
because
I want
I've
the
been just
second one to be a
super
girl.
swamped and busy. But he reached out. I've wanted him on for like a long time.
Wait, where I want to listen to this. Where can we
It's
check
not
it out?
yet. It's coming out.
Oh, okay. And on what platforms?
Here.
Oh, it's gonna be here. Oh, okay. So have you already recorded a couple,
No, I
or
haven't.
you just have them scheduled?
I
You have
just-
some guests scheduled.
Yeah, we were gonna do a couple weeks ago, and then stuff happened, and now
Sure.
we're gonna follow through. I've been
Awesome. Keep us posted. Spirit Rock for Lad Freeman.
One more. There you go.
Should send him some beats.
Thanks, Ralph.
he's claiming he's
Multiple people in the pod here.
people aren't gonna know him as a rapper anymore. He's gonna be or a poker player anymore. He's gonna be a rapper. I don't know if
Oh,
you follow
really?
him. Yeah. I don't know if you follow him. On
I don't
social media,
follow
sorry.
no.
Sevens are still good.
That card changed.
I just knew that was gonna happen. Ace was gonna pair, and then Joe's 10 high was gonna be good. If you're guys wondering on the turn why Joe had a higher percentage is because he could pair the 10 or the ace.
So this is probably gonna get checked through, and Joe's gonna win. Surprisingly, he's gonna win with 10 high. Yeah.
Come on, Joe. It's your birthday.
Oh, you have I had 7.
Picks up 3,200 there. It's a nice pickup. I think that's the first hand that Joe's played since
Come on, Joe.
stacking off
Late
to Garrett.
night rally. Late night rally.
First bomb pot I've ever won in my career.
There you go.
Oh, it was a bomb pot. Bomb.
With a 10-6.
I was not here.
Yeah, so Prolad and I, like,
I love how you guys
we've
all
never.
got so many better hands to fold.
I highly doubt I played against him, but he was. I've told him this before.
That's insane, right?
Watching him play was my influence, like 15 plus years ago, was an influence in the No Limit, and we definitely have some score style because I witnessed him, like all these people talking about like balance ranges, GTO, blah blah blah. I don't know if he was the original, but he was definitely one of the pioneers doing it. So a lot of stuff when people are like, "Oh, this is hot," I'm like, "Dude, this stuff."
He was doing that 10 years ago,
Yeah,
right?
it existed. It just wasn't publicized.
Right.
So we're gonna, clear some smoke.
Or there was no probably description for it. I mean, yeah.
Oh no.
Clearly there were
well,
players that were.
He talked about it and demonstrate, but it was like the tip of the iceberg. And a lot of us branched out. So obviously there's a lot of new discoveries now, but like some stuff that people are like woke and mind blown about in poker. It's like, dude, this stuff's been around.
Right, right. But now there's terminology for it, and there's a lot of really cool free content out there, and you got poker live streams. And I mean, you can learn a lot from just listening to, the commentary. Not necessarily my commentary, but I'm just saying, like, in general, when you have, players that have been in the games a long time that lend their insights and expertise on these live streams.
And there's 5 in a row for Saya.
Wow.
Jew needs runner, runner, full house, runner, runner, flush.
Flops the joint. And Juice.
Runner, runner, 4, 7, or 4,
He's
2.
got a top pair and some backdoor equity with the clubs.
Oh, there we go. That's a you can hit a 4 now for a chop, a club.
And he's definitely
for
not
the dub.
folding now.
7.
He's going to check call this one.
24, interesting.
Great. 54.
He's going to raise.
Yes.
Inside is like 8, 9 of diamonds.
He's got a good hand, but at the same time, she can't be too thrilled about this turn card. Her hands, yeah. He's going to call. Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to get checked through. And, yeah, she's going to win it. Finish him!
What's the matter with you?
Play with her.
Yeah.
The last
I'm good at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You one of those
Those
guys
are the
who
hands I like
wins,
the most.
Right.
in your pain and stuff? You one of those guys?
I think we started at 3.
When did you only on the river,
It'd be like 8, 8:30, somewhere
The
in there.
river is with the 7.
He plays with her all the
You
time.
always check it out.
1 and 1.
Eric,
Eric, your straddle?
Like, you know Sai better than anybody, right? You play her
A
all
couple
the
people in the chat are asking for the stats.
Sometimes, you know, you never know.
Okay. Yeah, sit tight, guys. We'll get those up in a few minutes here.
Eric, it's your straddle?
Not a lot.
4 diamonds expert?
Got it.
One of these days, Melo's gonna be like, Wayne, stop it with the buffet.
With the what? No, you come up with some really good ones. McDupley asks, why would anyone want to play at a table with Garrett Alstein? That is a great question.
Well, I would because I need fame.
30, 30.
I've actually said that to JJ. Like, why would you? Why would you want to play with me? But in all fairness, he does. I mean, obviously, he's table captain 9 times out of 10, and class act, thoroughly entertaining to watch, and very sociable, which is an important part of live poker.
You want me to break the other one too? Be a one.
It's good for the game, right, Garrett?
What's that?
I keep quoting you from the Doug's poker streams. It's good for LA poker that we got people getting games.
For sure, and that there's no paywall. That everyone puts their shit right on YouTube. Super good for poker.
That's really
for
good.
sure.
I agree. Like, it's like it was never like this before.
You know, way better. Shit's popping.
Yeah, it's like LA poker. Like it's really doing a lot for LA poker having 2 games.
For sure, yeah.
That's what I was saying to you earlier, Wayne. Wayne said you don't hear me though. All right, back to Jew in the small blind. King 10. Looks like he comes in for a raise. And a large size raise at that. 800. Is there straddle on this hand?
2,600.
A 3-bet. Yes, suited. You see George folds a 10. So 3 10s in the deck are spoken for. And now it's on Jew. He's out of position, facing pretty large 3-bet size here.
All in.
Oh, wow.
Okay, how much is it?
Did not expect that.
Did I pay you off right earlier in this spot? Like, no. If I beat queens, I want to ask how much. It's like so enticing.
And he might have just earned this one here. He's got...
Yeah, he had queens last time, that's right.
10,450.
How much?
10,450.
Yeah, that's probably too much for Eric to call. Yeah, and Eric's going to let this one go. Frustrating fold, but kind of no choice there. No choice.
The 2 hands I think more in this game is king pocket jack. Stop playing. Stop.
Are they in the chat? Who's in the chat?
No, the people.
Charlie.
No, I stopped.
Shout out to Third Man Walking.
I remembered where the
Make sure and
action was.
follow Charlie Wilmoth at Third Walking on Twitter. Great podcast that he releases once a month. Oh, I was telling him that like a while back. I was like, man, I'd love to hear some more from you. Yeah, but
I'm gonna wait.
one time.
And snap call.
I was just listening to his podcast. I think that came out a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about some interesting spots that he played in a 10, 20, 40 session, and kind of walked us through four, maybe 5 hands. Yeah, it's a great listen. Shout out to Charlie Wilmoth.
Here we go. It's our first.
Well, we've had a couple of stabs to the pot.
It's our first time going heads up.
Yeah. Is it?
Gotta keep them separated. Eric's gonna lead with the gut shot here. And Joe's gonna let this one go.
I think we did a heads up before. Just to the flop.
Excuse me, 2 seconds.
Once.
But there's other people, I think, at one point. And it ended up, this was a pure heads up.
It was. Have we had a single walk tonight?
I played a small country, that was my hand. You know,
Has anybody seen a walk tonight?
what a small country is?
I've heard that.
Small
Everybody
country.
votes with
Queen
the
eight,
one.
two eight.
I don't think so. Oh. There's been one.
I played a small country, no did that.
What?
I played queen eight.
Yeah, I had queen eight beat for sure.
600.
I don't know, I was feeling pretty good at that.
Pain side default suited. So backdoor clubs and straight draws. Not the worst candidate to bluff check raise, although it's unlikely she would have a 2 in a range unless it's like ace 2 suited. Wonder if Eric's HICKS middle name starts with T, then he'd be ETH.
I like that no sweat poker stuff.
Look at the back of the cards, they look like aces. It's very easy.
I think what that means.
I don't know what it means, but I'm gonna use it.
I can't tell if that's like power positivity shit or.
Calling.
George with the 7 deuce off. This is why we stream. And Eric HICKS with the not straight.
1,000.
I agree, Blanco. Eric is cool. Hoo hoo hoo. Gives Ito a lot of hope.
$3,000. 3,000.
No way Ito's folding.
3,000.
3,000 minimum.
Oh, he does fold. Wait. Oh, he didn't fold. Sorry, graphics. A little off. Yeah, I mean, this is a candidate for a check raise because you do have the king of diamonds, which, you know, kind of blocks king queen. And Eric's in the clear.
10 seconds.
All right, where we at?
Ito had a
Turn to flush draw, straight draw. Yeah, Eric with a nut straight. In the chat.
Anytime like the chat.
Can I have a time for third? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Colleen. Oh, you know what was dope? You guys, sorry to interrupt. You guys, Nicole and Lyman were back together again. They were in the booth here a few days ago, right? That was awesome, man. It was good to hear them back. It was like kind of some old school. Oh yeah, shout out to Lyman, man. He's definitely one of the goats. And how can you not love Nicole, aka Chardonnay? All right, on to this hand. So Eric opens it up in the hijack for 600. George is going to call right behind him in the cutoff. And Garrett is going to come along with A7 off suit. I'm going to go 3 ways to this flop. 2,050 in the pot. Okay. Eric has pre-flop advantage. He's going to continue. He's got a pair and got shot to the low end of the straight. Fortunate for him, no one else flopped anything, so he's going to take this one down. Garrett's going to let that one go.
There are 2 chats minimum. There's the YouTube and the Twitch.
Oh yeah, I've been doing a bunch of live streaming on Twitch the last year and a half. Yeah.
I love my I jumped in your stream.
You did?
Yeah.
I didn't see you in the chat. What's your screen name?
Probably D22.
Oh, how did I not see you, man?
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Big time. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's fun.
Julio saw me.
Oh, the West Side Radio one. Oh, you jumped in that one. Oh, you guys got a lot of. That's on That's Twitch right there?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Twitch.
yeah.
I love my Twitch. Sandy Joy's in both.
You guys have any emotes for Live at the Bike's Twitch? Should.
Dude, I mean, I just work here, man. I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean? You're producer, rapper, CEO.
Dub Diddy.
Plug your Twitch, Pappy Van Winkle. Sure. If you guys want to check me out, I am twitch.tv/DJ Melody. Nothing poker related. All DJ sets, music, hip hop, and DJ culture. And I stream twice, sometimes 3 days a week, depending. But yeah, if you guys want to check me out, if you guys like hip hop, 80s, 90s, R&B, funk, disco, I have a massive record collection, and I transmit live from my home studio. So yeah, yes, Pappy Van Winkle.
Just get a bluff through.
Twitch.tv/DJ MELOD. Sorry, I'm talking over the hands.
No. It's like I was curious because I was about to say, Garrett, how unlucky gets outdrawn by the 3-5 off, and he just bluffs it and just takes down.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, that's his commentating?
Yes, your straddle. 200, your straddle.
Delta losing hand, no problem. Just turn it into a winner.
No, that's part of.
For sure.
That's one of my favorite parts of Garrett's game and all the top players. Like, you just find a way to win, man. Sometimes you just got to find a way to win.
Westmore and Candy and her husband have a car shop. I don't want to screw it up, but I have it in the dock somewhere.
I wouldn't be able to speak on that.
5.
Wayne's back? Wow. That's awesome.
Mellow? Who's Mellow?
Mellow. He's played on the show before.
DJ Melody?
Yeah.
The rap star.
Oh.
You're famous.
Thanks, finish him!
Internationally known and locally respected.
No, she knows me just from poker.
No. Shout out to Portugal.
So George opens this one up to 500 under the gun. Garrett with a good hand for a 3-bet, and he does exactly that. Makes it 3K to go. 6X in the small blind. And Eric's probably going to let this one go. George thinking about if he wants to continue. In position. Ace Jack.
Take 1,000 back, George.
I don't know how much George has played with Garrett, but if he has
a lot.
Okay, then he knows that Garrett can be a little wider than the average player here, so he's going to continue with the Ace Jack. And he is ahead. Garrett's going to check. George checks back. And Garrett's going to start to apply some pressure. That's a big bet. It's just under pot size bet. So now Garrett's saying he has
10 seconds.
Pocket pair. And yeah, George is going to let this one go.
Put them all in right there. It's pretty good. Pretty good spot.
Garrett's big bet is going to get that one down on the turn. Great bet by Garrett.
One of you is brilliant.
Put them all in. Like, how can you got it?
And it definitely isn't both. Can't be both.
No?
Probably, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
JBob42 says, rejam it, George. Come on. It's not that easy. It's easier said than done, guys. Trust me.
It's not exactly an easy E.
It is not. It is not an easy. It's not easy to pull the trigger, especially against one of the toughest, if not the toughest opponent you're going to face at these stakes.
You'll find out in about.
Tell you after always.
It's easy because we could see the cards. Sure, George is ahead. Well, Garrett takes that line and goes with that sizing on the turn. It's hard to continue there with just ace high because Garrett's very capable of firing a big bullet on the river. And then what are you going to do?
What you gonna do when they come for you?
So here you go, stats for you guys. Garrett, as usual, covering the table, and then some. Saya in a not so close second with 53K, but
Not a lot, just a little bit.
I just won one with a 10-6.
Yeah, that didn't even count. 10 high. Like, that was so bizarre.
That's what I'm saying.
You won't see that very often. Winning the bomb pot with 10 high.
Right?
Very
With three people.
That's true. That's true.
you're referring to the pot that Joe won earlier, a few minutes ago with 10 high? Yeah. All right. Wait for the graphics to catch up here. I did it. Says, is getting TV time really worth losing thousands to Garrett? I'd say it's not really about the TV time for these players. These players are here for the game. They love poker. They're serious about it. This is obviously a high-stakes game. No one's looking to necessarily be on camera. And in all fairness, if you're outside of Los Angeles, if you're looking for a higher-stakes game, they're really hard to come by these days. And it's really just the live stream games. You know, I did see a couple of, they had 2 games running in the Legends room here.
Yeah.
That looked like some bigger stakes games too, but pretty hard to find bigger stakes these days, anything beyond, 5, 10, 20 or 10, 20. So if you're looking to play in a bigger game, a lot of times live stream is going to be your only shot to get a seat. I think he's looking.
Oof.
Straight.
Oh, wow.
This is interesting. Like, I would have.
Oh, George has
I actually didn't know
okay.
these numbers. Interesting.
Oh, it's pretty close. Garrett,
Yeah, no, I
the very
actually.
small edge. And we know Garrett only likes to run it once.
Every day, actually.
Not sure what they're doing here. Oh, they are going to run it twice. Okay. Garrett's going to scoop the first one. And he's going to scoop the entire pot. Wow.
Look at that. Look at that. Flush draw and a straight draw.
Garrett wins another massive pot.
The next year, the next straight draw.
I've been in the booth with you for, I think, an hour, Wayne, and this is the third time I've seen Garrett stack another player at the table.
At least get a quarter.
Stack it
What
up.
did Sammy Farha used to say? Just amazing, just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, we've all run good, we've all run bad. Like, Garrett's run good, just and play good is like a lot of it's just on
It's
camera.
on camera,
It's
run
on
good, you
camera.
mean.
Yeah. No, I mean that's part of the appeal. It's just like, you know, when Moneymaker won the World Series, like
Like, if you guys give the money to
just,
me,
you know,
guarantee
this
it's
run
not
good was on
drugs.
camera.
But to him, it's going
But
to
that's
something
part of
good.
the appeal. It's like you
Marriage and all
you
that.
see these things and you're like, that could be me. Yeah. Speaking of which, like, you know, the people have kind of put 2 and 2 together. My global poker name. I've been doing pretty well, but just like, it's so ironic that when I bink a tournament and have an oversized checker trophy, that gets all the likes. But when I post my stats,
Nobody cares.
yeah, nobody cares. Nobody understands.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's the actual impressive thing.
Yeah.
One of those, though.
Social media is very polarized, man. People either want to see blood and guts, total carnage,
Yeah.
dead bodies,
You won that
or they
one,
want to
so
see
everybody has
people
to go all in there.
rising to the top.
There's-
Social media is very, very polarized.
I had dinner with some Vegas super pros, and they were talking on my stats,
If I
and it
don't
was
think you're
like,
supposed to play it like that, I won't say nothing. If I think
Online
you're
super
supposed to
pros, you
play
mean?
it,
yeah,
Or live?
we're just both. They're fairly well known. In fact, they have a solver out, so it's kind of narrowing who they are, a public solver. They were just like, because one person didn't know I was a former, I guess, former super pro.
Right,
Not-
right.
not- So she was like, what? Like, you know, obviously you had to be running, and you are. If you have good stats, you're obviously running good.
Right.
But then after I said, oh, yeah, I've been around, then she's like, oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. You just can't come straight at the gates
Right, right,
without.
right. Of course. All right. Ito takes down a small one here. It's going to net 700 right there.
50.
Not a bad pickup.
Have a good night.
52. Okay. And we're doing Mando straddles now? Okay. And this,
I mean, even for me, Wayne, when I've jumped in some of the, you know, the bigger games, I'm pretty much like a 5-5, 5-10. You know, 5-10, 20 is running, then, you know, I'll sit down. But, you know, I played here at the bike 25-50. This is pre-pandemic. But the bigger games, it's very hard to, I mean, and that's where I kind of have to give credit to, you know, Garrett, Saya, Andy, you know, the diehard pros. It's very, part of the challenge is really kind of trying to dissociate with the amount of money that you're playing for.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No,
I mean, for me, I mean, it's just, you know, but at the same time, you know, it's kind of good in a sense because it really forces you to bring your A game.
Yeah.
You know, you're playing for something. Whereas, you know, a lower stakes game, 5-5 or 5-10, you know, I might play a little looser, a little laggier, but
I don't want to misquote or also, well, let's see this hand first before I mention what I'm going to say. I've told this to Dan, Zach, and Garrett, like, you know, watching them on stream and operate, I'm like, oh my God, like, there's so many things that I didn't do, you know, when I was, say, in my prime, and I'm just like, even one of the topics I totally overlooked in No One Hold'em is kind of like, what does this dollar amount mean to my opponent? Like,
right. Oh,
like,
that's definitely a consideration.
yeah, I mean, I thought of like, does this money mean a lot to him? You know, I could,
Sure.
you know, that's
Sure.
something. But like, when you put it in like tangible terms, that's
Right.
that's like
I see what I would have meant.
I guess something I never really did in the past. Like,
Right.
like, it's a $10,000 bet. Like, what physical incarnation of $10,000 do they think of?
Right. and I've told this to JJ before, so I would love to, again, going back to what I was saying, words back about, you guys putting together these really cool lineups where it's like, sure, you're going to have 1, 2, maybe 3 killers, worst case, but, the other half of the table, the other 4, maybe 5 players are going to be recreational, maybe not as dangerous as Garrett or Saya or, a Berkey or anybody. So that encourages someone like me to maybe take a shot in this game. However, that being said, to your point, these players I've never seen this guy before. I mean, Saya, yeah, sure, but they're going to know I'm taking a shot. They're going to know that, this is outside of my comfort zone, and they're going to put max pressure on me. So it's going to make for a much tougher game for someone like me, that doesn't play these stakes regularly, because these are very competent, savvy poker players, brilliant poker players, and that's definitely a huge factor.
I have a comment I'm not going to say.
Why not? Say it.
You could protect yourself by just buying 100 big blinds.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, still, But then it's obvious, what kind of? There's really only one strategy I can play, right? It's no different from playing 5-5, buying in for 100 big blinds. You just gotta wait for it.
I mean, if you have 70 big blinds, you could basically cover pre-flop turn river.
I mean,
and 100's a little bit extra.
I can earn some small pots and build a little bit here and there, but yeah. See? Not today, Ebola. To my point, exactly what you're saying, Mello. Someone had a read on me. Stacked my buy-in and slid it 1 inch away from my other stack, which was profit, and he jammed, knowing that I didn't want to call off my buy-in as well. Yeah, subtle giveaway, but...
So, shouts at the MTT, Nickel 9, a.k.a. Sean Davidson, Halo legend, he calls himself washed up, but shouts at him, he's just, crushing, everywhere. Just, every day he's posting a new trophy. I'm just like, F you, man. Seriously, just F you.
Wow, so look at these stats, man. Sorry to interrupt. Garrett up $92,000 and some change.
What's that,
big
2
winner.
Bitcoin now?
I don't know what it is relative to Bitcoin. I just know it's $92,250 US.
Real.
And is that it? Is that the end of the stream?
That's
We're
it.
winding down?
That's it. But you don't hear me, though. Tune in tomorrow. It's going to be 50, 100, 100. I believe Lynn and Matt Berkey are in. But, JJ's been doing all the work in the last 2 weeks.
All right. Game time. 4 p.m. start time?
4 p.m. start time.
High Stakes Fridays right here.
High Stakes Fridays.
Live at the bike. All right. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Everybody have a good night.
We out. We out.
We out like shout. Peace.
Peace. Thanks for watching.